Granted. It's true that we have small reverses some fronts. But as we break through the Russian front between the Carpathian Ridge and the Middle Dunajec, there's no doubt at all that it will mean the end of the war. And the French too will very be threatened with the loss of the whole of eastern France and the penetration of the German army into Paris. That's now quite certain. Apart from that, our maneuver in Serbia continue very successfully, and the departure of our troops, which is in fact only a redeployment, has been misinterpreted by many people in a way which is in complete conflict with what cool reason demands in time of war. We shall very see that our maneuver on the southern front are carrying fruit. Please 100K here. Lieutenant look at TKJK the hop merchant gently by the arm, led him to a map of the battlefields which was hanging on the wall and showed him certain lines, explaining, the eastern Beskids are an excellent base for us. As you can see here, we have great support in the Carpathian sector. If we make a powerful strike on this line, we shan't stop until we're in Moscow. The war will end before we think. And what about Turkey? Asked the hop merchant, thinking all the time how he could come to the point which we had come. The Turks are holding well, replied the lieutenant, leading him to the table again. The president of the Turkish Hali Bey and Ali Bey have come to Vienna. Marshal Lyman von Sanders has been appointed commander of the Turkish Dardanelles army. Golds Pasha has just come from Constantinople to Berlin, and Enver Pasha, Vice Admiral Ustam Pasha and General Javad Pasha have been decorated by our emperor. This is a fairly considerable number of decorations in such a short time. They all sat in silence opposite each other, until the lieutenant considered it appropriate to interrupt the embarrassing situation with the words, "When did you arrive, Mr. Wendler, this morning? I'm very glad that you found me at home, because in the afternoon I always go to the barracks and I have night duty. Because my flat is actually empty the whole day, I have been able to offer Madame hospitality. She is not troubled by anyone during her stay in Prague." Being an old acquaintance, the hop merchant gave a cough. "Katie is certainly a strange woman, Lieutenant. Please accept my warmest thanks for which you've done for he. SHCTMK it into her head to go to Prague out of the blue, because, she said, she had to take a cure for her nerves. I was away, I came home and found the house empty." Katie had trying to put on as agreeable and as he shmk'd his finger at her and asked her with a forced smile, "And so you thought, did you, that when I was traveling you could travel? Of course you didn't realize." Lieutenant Lukai, seeing that the conversation was taking an awkward turn, led the intelligent hop merchant back to the map of the tuttle fields again and him places which had underlined, saying, "I forgot to point out to you very interesting circumstance this great island which is facing where this group of mountains forms the Meyer bridgehead. It is east against this that the Allies' offensive is directed. By CLSNG this runway line, which links the bridgehead with the Anani's main defense line, communication between the right flank and the northern army on the Vistula must broken. Is that quite clear to you now?" The hop merchant answered that everything was quite clear to him, and fearing with his natural tact that what he said might taken up as a hint, he mentioned on returning to his place, "During the war our hops have lost their markets abroad. France, England, Russia, and the bygones are now lost, for we're still sending H0FS to Italy, but I'm afraid that Italy will get drawn into it. But when we've won Italy, who will dictate the pric for Italy is keeping strictly the lieutenant to him to share him up. She's. Then why she admit that she's bound by the Triple Alliance with Austria, Hungary and Germany?" The hop merchant suddenly burst out in anger. His head came suddenly full of everything hops, his wife, the war. That Italy would march against France and Serbia. The war would then have been over. The hops in my stores are rotting, in the home market trade is export amounts to nothing, and Italy is keeping strictly neutral. Why did Italy renew her Triple Alliance with us in 1912? Where is the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis of San Giuliano? What's that gentleman doing? Is he asleep or what? Do you know what annual tournure I had before the war and what I have? Mustn't think that I don't follow events," he continued. He nked furiously at the lieutenant, who was calmly blowing from his mouth rings of cigarette smoke which ought and broke each other up, while Mrs. Katie followed the operation with close interest. Why did the Germans go back to the frontier, when they'd already been near 000 Paris? Why is such heavy gunfire going again between TLR Moss and Mixel? Do you know that at Combers and Ukra near the March 3 breweries have iron burnt down, where we used to send every year more than 500 of hops? And in the Vosges the Hartmannsweiler brewery has burnt down, and the Enornunks brewery in Niedersbach near Mulhausen has razed to the ground. That means the of 1200 of hops for my firm every year. 6 times the Germans have fought the agents for the brewery. There you have it, of 350 sacks of hops. He was furious that he couldn't go on, but only STCKRL up advanced towards his NKD. You madame, home with me at once. Put on your things. All these irritate he later in a tone. Before, I had to completely calm. And when she went away to put on her things, he said in a low voice to the lieutenant, "Is not the first time she's like this. Last year she went away with a probationary teacher and I found them as far away as Zagreb. I used the opportunity to make a contract with a city brewery in Zagreb for 6 CO of hops. Yes, the south used to a gold mine. Our hops went as far as Constantinople. We are half ruined. If the government limits production of beer at home, it will deal us the final blow." And lighting the cigarette which had been offered to him, he said in despair, "Warsaw alone used to buy 2,370 ck's of Haas. Our largest brewery there is the Augustinian. Its representative used to visit me regularly each year. It is enough to ank one. It's a good thing I've got children." This logical deduction from the yearly visit of the representative from the Augustinian brewery caused the lieutenant to give a gentle smile, which the hop merchant noticed, and he went on in his explanation. "The Hungarian breweries in Sopron and in Gross Konist bought from my firm for their export area, which they exported as Alexandria, an average of 1,000 sacks of hops a year. Now they refuse to order anything on account of I offer them hops 30 cents CHQFR, but they don't order a single ek. Stagnation, miry, and top of that domestic troubles." The hop merchant was a hermit, but silence was interrupted by Mrs. Katy, who was ready for the journey. "What are we to do with my suitcases? They'll come and fetch them," came the hop merchant with relief. He was glad in the end that everything had gone off without a row and a scandalous. "If you want to do any more shopping, it's high time that we went. The train at 2:20. Both JK friendly leave of the lieutenant, and the hop merchant was so glad that it was all over that on his way to the hall he to the lieutenant, "If you should be wounded at the front, and forbid that you should, and convalesce with us, we'll kick after you with every care." Returning to the bedroom where MRS had dressed for their journey, the lieutenant found on the wash basin 400 crowns and the following letter: "Lieutenant, you stand up that girl of mine. That prisk BL asterisk head. You allowed him to drag me away with him like WRNE chattel he had forgotten in your apartment. And in doing so you the liberty to outwerve that you had offered me hospitality. I hope that I have not caused you more than enclosed 400 AORG, which please stir with Ervant." Lieutenant looked for a moment with the letter in his hand and then slowly tore it in pieces. With a smile he at the money lying on the wash basin and, seeing that when she was doing her hair before the mirror in her agitation she had forgotten her comb on the table, he hid among his fetish relics. K returned in the afternoon. He had gone to for a stable pincher for the lieutenant. Said the lieutenant, "You're in luck. That lady who stayed with me has gone. Her husband TCY, K her away. And for all the services which you performed for her she left 400 crowns on the wash basin. You must thank her nicely, or rather her husband, LX, cause it's his money which she with her on the journey. I shall dictate to you a letter." He dictated: "Hanuxel sir, please convey my merdial thanks for the 400 crowns which madam, your wife, gave me for the services which I performed her during her visit to Prague. Everything which I did for her I did with pleasure, and therefore I this sum but send it. Now then, just go on writing, Švejk. What are you fidgeting about? Where did I stop? But send it," spake with a trembling voice full of tragic then, "but send it back with the of my deepest greetings and a hand kiss to Renatum. JRF Švejk, officer's orderly to Lieutenant Lukot." Finished. Humbly report, sir, the date is missing. December 20th. Now write the envelope, take these 400 crowns, carry them to the office and send them to that address. And Lieutenant let to whistle an aria to the divorced lady. "One thing more, Švejk," he called when was going to the post office. What about that which you went to for? I've got my hands on one, sir, a jolly pretty animal, but it'll be difficult to get it. Tomorrow I'd at ABK to bring it after all. It bites. Lieutenant La had not heard the word, though it was IMH-RT and the emst bit for all it's worth. Švejk had wanted to, but in the end he thought, what business end is it of the lieutenant's? He wants a dog, and he'll get one. It's of course an easy thing to get me a dog. Dog owners are very careful about their dogs even if they are not thoroughbreds. And a mongrel whose only function in life is to warm the feet of an old woman is adored by its owner, and no one is allowed to hurt a hair of its head. But the dog, especially if it is a th-board, must feel instinctively that fine day it will purloin from its master. It lives in continual fear that it will and must. For instance, when a dog is out for a walk it goes away its master for a moment. At first it's happy and skittish. It plays with other dogs and climbs on their backs for immoral purposes, and they climb on his. It smells the curbstones, lifts its leg at every corner and even over the greenwater woman's basket of piotars. In short, it has such joie d'être and the world just as wonderful to it as it to a nun when he has passed his Eli-nil leaving examination. But suddenly you notice that its gaiety vanishes and that it's got lost. And now it is assailed for the first time by real despair. It runs in a panic at the streets, sniffs, whines and drags its tail between its legs in utter hopelessness. It puts its ears back and rushes along in the middle of the street one knows where. If it could speak it would cry, Jesus Mary, going to steal me? Have you ever in a canrel and rendgs which are panicky? They've all been stolen. The large city has evolved a Švejk class thief who lives on the theft of d%s. There exist tiny breeds of drawing-room dogs, tiny miniature pinchers which fit like a very small glove into the pocket of an overcoat or a lady's muff. And they even get pulled out from their things. The savage German Sim-Tid Mastiff gets kidnapped at night while it is ferociously guarding a villa in the suburbs. The police dog is whisked off under the detective's nose. You take a dog out on a lead, and Mion cuts the lead in two, the dog's gone and you are left king idiotically at an empty strap. 50% of the dogs which you meet in the streets have changed their masters several times, and very often after years you may buy back your own dog which someone had stolen from you as a puppy once when you took it for a walk. The danger of being stolen is worst when dogs are let out to perform their small and large bodily needs. It is just when they are engaged in doing the latter that most of them get lost. That is why every dog, when it is occupied, cautiously around itself. There are various modes of operation resorted to by thieves. They steal either directly in pickpocket fashion or by cunningly enticing the unfortunate creature. It is only in a school reader or natural history primer that a dog is a faithful animal. Once allow even the most faithful of dogs to smell a fried horse meat sausage and it's 1-1m. It forgets its master by whose side it is walking, turns round, and follows you with its mouth watering, and in anticipation of the great joy over the % usage it wags its tail in a very friendly way and distends its strolls like the wildest stallion when it is led off to the Inmalistrana near the castle steps. There is a small pub. Two men were sitting there one day in the back in the dusk. One was a soldier and the other a civilian. Leaning forward to each other they whispered mysteriously. They looked like conspirators from the days of the Venetian Republic. Every day at 8 o'clock, the civilian whispered, the maid takes it out to the corner of Havlink Square on the way to the park. But it's a real brute and bites for all it's worth. You can't stroke it. And leaning closer to the soldier he whispered in his ear, it drsn't even touch sausage. Not even fried? Asked the soldier. Not even fried. Both spat. Well, what the brute eat God knows. The dogs are as spoiled and pampered as an archbishop. The soldier and the civilian clinked glasses and the latter whispered again, once a black palm which I needed for kennels over the Klamivka wouldn't look at sausage either. I followed it for 3 days, until I couldn't hold out any longer and asked the lady who was leading it straight out what it actually was fed on, because it was so beautiful. The lady was flattered and said that it liked cutlets and so I bought it a schnitzel. I thought a schnitzel was better. And do you know the brute wouldn't even 100k at it, because the schnitzel was veal and it was used to pork. So after all had to buy it a pork cutlet, I let the dog smell it first, and then I ran away with the dog following me. The lady shouted Punke, Puntik. But where was her dear Puntik? It ran after the pork cutlet far as the X, and then I put a lead round its neck and the next day it was already in the kennels over the Klamivka. It had a patch of white tufts under its neck and they blacked it over and remured it. But the other dogs, and there were a lot of them, all went for frick horse meat sausage. It would be if I who asked the maid what the dog likes to eat. MTT, you're a soul dear, you've a fine figure and SWS more likely to tell you. I've already asked her, but she ked at me as though she wanted to stab me and said, what business is it of yours? She isn't very pretty, she's like a monkey, but with a soldier like you she'll certainly talk. Is it really a stable pincher? My lieutenant want anything a very natty stable pincher. Pept are an ultimate real thoroughbred just as you're Švejk and I'm Blondke. What I want to know is what it eats and I'll give it that and bring it to you. Both friends clinked their glasses again. When before the war was still making his living on the sale of dogs, Blanik used to supply him with them. He was an experienced man and it was said of him that he snellied suspicious dogs illegally from the skinner's yard and resold them. He even once had rabies and was quite at home in the Pasteur Institute in Vienna. Now he considered it his duty to give his disinterested help to the soldier Švejk. He all the dogs in the whole of Prague and its surroundings and spoke quietly. He had to careful not to betray himself to the landlord. 6 months ago he had carried away from him a dachshund puppy concealed under his coat and given it a teeftel to suck. That the stupid puppy obviously him as its mummy and never made it on principle. He only stole thoroughbreds and might have been a legal expert on them. He supplied all kennels and private as opportunity offered, and when he walked along the street all the dogs which he had once stolen growled at him. It times that when he stood somewhere near a shop window a dog, anxious to pay him back, would lift its leg over him and besprinkle his trurs. At 8 o'clock the next morning the *ED or Švejk could seen walking at the corner of Havlink Square by the park. He was waiting for the maid with a stable pinker. Finally she came and a whiskered, bristly dog with a rough ant and wise black eyes ran him. It was skittish like all dogs are when they have performed their needs and ran after sparrows which were breakfasting on horse dung. And then the woman who was LT king after the dog Švejk. She was an elderly spinster and her hair was neatly plaited into a crown. She whistled to thee and brandished a chain and an elegant whip. Spake Švejk to her, me, miss, would you please tell which is the way to she, and looked at him, to see whether the question was honestly meant, and the gawk slow-natured face of Švejk told her that actually this soldier perhaps really wanted to go to 2.0v. The expression of her evened and she gladly explained how to get there. I've only recently transferred to Prague, Švejk. I come from here. I'm from the country. You aren't from Prague either, are you? I'm from then we're away, answered Švejk. From Prodovan. Newey's knowledge of Tomvafiev and Hemia, which Švejk had acquired once during there, filled the lady's heart with a local glow. Then you certainly know the butcher Peter in the square at Prodovan? Why, of course I do. He's my BRCRHA. At home they all like him very much, I'd Švejk. He's an helpful. He has mat and gives weight. You aren't by chance one of MMS? Asked the maid, ling to feel drawn to the unknown Melchior. And which Jaria, the Mifrican PR Ivan from Reich? From Reich he still deliver, yes, he does still. But he must be a long way 60 already. He was 6th fight last spring, answered Švejk. Come see daily. Now he has got a dog in it around with him. It sits his cart. It's just the same kind of dog as that one they're running after a lovely little dog, very lovely. That's ours, V6's new friend ex-fiend to him. I work for the colonel here. Don't you know our colonel? I do. He's bally intelligent, Švejk. In Budapest we had a colonel like that. Our master is very strict, and when our Andy's saying that we'd been beaten in Serbia, he came home in a frightful rage, threw in plates around in the kitchen and wanted to give me notice. So that's your Švejk interrupted. It's a pity that my lieutenant can't stand dogs, because I'm very fond often myself." He was quiet for a minute and suddenly blurted out, "But not every will eat anything. Our fox is very fatty." At 10 asterisk he wouldn't eat any meat at all, but now he DLRS again. And what does he like to eat? Liver, TXiled liver? Veal or? It's all the to him. Švejk's fellow countrywoman smiled, since she TTK his last for an attempt they walked toga her for a little and then they were joined by the stable which was put onto the chain. It was very friendly to Švejk and tried to tear his trousers with its muzzle. It jumped up at him, but suddenly stopped as though it NXD what Švejk was planning for it, and walked sadly and despondently, looking sideways at Švejk as though it wanted to and now it's coming to me? Then she told him as well that she came here with a dog every evening at 6 and that she didn't trust any of the in Prague. She had once put an advertisement in a newspaper, to which she received an arrear from Alexei Smith offering to marry her. But he had wheedled 800 crowns out of her for some invention of his and disappeared. In the country people were definitely honest. If she were to marry she would only take a man from the country, and only after the end of the war. She regarded war marriages as stupid, because a war bride was generally left a widow. Švejk gave her reason to hope that he would come at 6 and went away to tell his friend, that the DCG8 liver of any I-11 treat him to ox liver, Blonfke decided. That was how I got this Saint Bernard to the direct, Vidra, which was a jolly faithful animal. Bring you the safe and Blonfke was as his Švejk had finished cleaning the apartment in the morning he heard a barking at the end Blanek dragged in the protesting stable pin shot, which was even more bristly than nature had bristled it. It rolled its eyes wildly and so surly that it recalled a hungry tiger in a ZML Siegel garden when it sees a well-fed standing before it. It ground its teeth and growled, as though it to why, "I'll tar you to pieces. I'll gobble you up." They tied the dog to the kitchen table and Blanek DNRIBED how he had purloined it. I went purposefully and held the boned liver wrapped up in paper. It urged to sniff and to jump up on me. I didn't give it anything, but just walked on, the DG following me. By the park turned into Bredovska Street and there I gave it its first piece. It ate it while it was going along as not to sight of I turned into Janfiska Street, where I gave it another and when it eaten that up, I put it on a chain and dragged it through Wenceslas Square to Vinarady and then on to Versovas. On the way it played me some fantastic tricks. When I crossed the tram lines it lay down and wouldn't move. Perhaps it wanted to be run over. I've brought with me a blank pedigree, which I at Fuchs the stationers. Do you know how to forge the pedigree, Švejk? It must be written in your hand. Write that the from the canals of von Bülow at Leipzig. Its father was Arnheim von Karlsberg, its mother Emma von Trottensdorf, descended on the other side from von Bussenthal. Its father won the first prize at the Berlin exhibition of stable pinchers in 1912. The mother was decorated with a gold medal of the Nuremberg Society for the breeding of thoroughbred dogs. How old do you think it is? 2 years by its teeth. Write down that it's 1.5. It's badly crop hairndy, Švejk. At its ears. We can put that right. We can have clipped them when it gets to us. Now it could only make it more angry. The stolen animal growled furiously, panted, rushed around and then lay down. With tongue hanging out it waited, tired and exhausted, to see what was going to do it next. Gradually it grew calmer and only occasionally whined piteously. Off did the remains of the liver, which Blonfke had given him. But it no notice of it, gave it a defiant 100k and gazed at it ag though it meant to. I burnt my fingers once. UNT it yourselves, it lay down in resignation and pretended to doze. Suddenly it got something into its head, jumped up and to stand on its hind legs and tagged with its front, MWS. It had capitulated. But this moving scene had no effect on Švejk. Lie down, he shouted at the wretched animal, which lay down again and whined piteously. What name shall I put on its degree? Asked Blonfke. It was called Fox, so we must find something like it, which it will understand at why not perhaps Ink, Blonfke, how it pricks up its ears. Get up, the unfortunate stable pincher, which had been robbed of its HMNE and name, up and waited for further orders. I think we ought to untie it, decided. We shall see what it'll do then. When it was untied, it made its way to the wear it 3 times at the handle, obviously relying on the generosity of these evilmen. Seeing however that they had no understanding for its yearning to get out, it made a little by the DCR, convinced that they would throw it out as used to do to it when it young, and the colonel teaching it in a strict military fashion to trot instead spake observed, "It's a cunning one, to be sure, a bit of a Jesuit." He gave it a blow with his belt and its muzzle in the puddle, that it had a hard time licking itself clean. It whined at this humiliation and teased to run round the kitchen, the Paratelli sniffing at its own tracks. Then out of the blue it went to the table, ate up the rest of the liver which was lying on the lay down near the stove, and fell asleep after all this adventure. "How much do I owe you?" Švejk asked Blanek, when the latter took his leave of him. "Don't mention it," said Blanek gently. "For an old friend I'd do anything, especially when he's serving in the army. Goodbye, my boy, and don't ever lead at Havlink Square, in case any misfortune should happen. If you should ever need another dog, you know where I live." Švejk let Max sleep very long, and in the meantime half-pound off liver at the butcher's, exiled it and waited until Max woke up, letting it smell a piece of warm liver. Max began to lick its lil in its, then it stretched, sniffed the liver and ate it up. After that it went to the and repeated its experiments with a DCXR handle. "Max B," Švejk called to it. "Came here." It came distrustfully. Švejk it on his lap, stroked it, and Max for the first time wagged the remains of its clipped tail in a friendly way, gently at Švejk's hand, held it in its jaws and looked very wi*ly at Švejk, as though it was going to "there's nothing to done. No, I've lost." Švejk went on stroking it and *gan to talk to it in a tender. There was once a D%GIE who was called Fox, and it lived with a colonel. The renegade TMK it for a walk, and a gentleman came and stole it. Fox came, the army to a lieutenant, and they gave it the name of Max Mar. "Give me your now, you see, you bastard, that we shall be slow friends if you'll be obedient, and otherwise you'll have a hell of a war." Max down from Švejk's lap and began happily to jump up on him. By the evening when the lieutenant returned from the barracks, Švejk and Max were the very trst of friends. Inking it, Max Švejk thought fictionally, after all, by and large every soldier's stolen from his home. Lieutenant Lookies was very agreeably surprised *d when he the which also manifested gat pleasure when it again a man with a saber. In reply to the question where it came from and how much it cost, Švejk said with perfect composure that the had iron given him by a friend, who had just been called up. "Good, Švejk, nid the lieutenant, playing with Max on the 1st of the month. You'll get 50 crowns from me for the dog." "I can't accept that, sir." "Švejk," said the lieutenant curtly, "when your service with me I explained to you that you must all my orders. When I tell you that you'll get 50 crowns, you must take them and spend them on drink. What will you do, Švejk, with 50 crowns? "Humbly report, sir, I shall *rnd them drink according to your, and in case I should forget this, Švejk, I order you to report to me that I have to give you 50 crowns for the dog. Do you understand? Are you sure that hasn't got fleas? You'd give it a bath and comb it. Tomorrow on duty, but day after I'll take it for a walk." While Švejk was giving Max a bath, its former owner, the colonel, was thundering at home and threatening that he would bring the thief before a court-martial and have him shot, hung, jailed for 20 years and quartered. "Bugger that blasted SMINE," could be heard in German all over the colonel's apartment that the windows rattled. "I'll be even with that murderous assassin." Over the heads of Švejk and Lieutenant Lukal a catastrophic storm was brewing. Catastrophe. Colonel Friedrich Krauss, who bore the additional tide of von Zillergut after a village in the district of Salzburg which his ancestors had already completely fleeced in the 18th century, was a most venerable idiot. Whenever he was reading anything, he could only speak in platitudes, asking whether could understand the most primitive expressions, and a gentleman, "Well, do you know what a window is?" Or, "A track which has a ditch side of it is a road." "Gentlemen, now, do you know what a ditch is? A ditch is an excavation which several people work. It is a hollow. They work with picks. Now, do you know what a pick is?" He suffered from a mania for explanations, he gave with the enthusiasm of an inventor expounding his AEU. Okay, gentlemen, is it of square of cut in different ways and a varying format which are printed on and put EKUND and gummed. Yes, well, do you know, gentlemen, what gum is? Gum is adhesive material. He was Cupid that avoided him from afar as not to have to hear from him that the effeminate divided the street from the carway and that it was a ride paved strip along the facade of the house. And the faggate of the house was that part of it which we from the street or from the we cannot see the rear part of the house from the of fact we and immediately proved to ourselves by stepping into the carriageway. He was ready to demonstrate this interesting fact that fortunately however he was run over. From that time he became even more raving mad. He stopped officers on the street and engaged them in unendingly long conversations about omelets, the thermometers, donuts, windows, and stamps. It was really remarkable how this fit had to promote it quickly and to have TX hind him such very influential people as a general of the Supreme C.Command backed him up in spite of his utter military incompetence. At Magsuvra he performed miracles with his regiment. He never arrived at any in time, led his regiment in column formation against machine guns, and we many years ago at the Imperial manovers in South Bohemia he and his regiment got completely lost and finally Moravia, where they wandered ATN3UT with him for several days after the Magsuvra were over and the war back in the barracks. But he got away with it. His friendly relations with the general and other no less fat-headed military dignitaries of old Austria brought him various decorations and orders, by which he felt extraordinarily honored and considered himself to the best soldier under the sun and the best theoretician in strategy and all military sciences. At regimental reviews he used to start talking with the men and always ask them the same question: why are the rifles which have been introduced into the army called Mannlichers? In the regiment he was nicknamed the Mannlicher lunatic. He was extraordinarily vindictive, ruined his subordinate officers if he did not like them, and when they wanted to get married end up very bad reports attached to their applications. He had lost half his left ear, which had cut off in his youth by a rival in a duel fought merely to establish the truth of the fact that Friedrich Krauss von Zillergut was an utter imbecile. If we analyze his mental capacities, we reach the conclusion that they were not one whit better than those which had made the big-lipped Franz Joseph Habsburg celebrated as a patent idiot. In each you found the same torrent of words, the same core of colossal naivete. At a banquet in the officers' club Donald Krauss von Zillergut said quite out of the blue, when there had trend mention of Schiller, "Now, gentlemen, I saw a steam plow yesterday. It was driven by a locomotive, but mark my words, gentlemen, not just by one locomotive, but by two. I see the smoke, I come nearer and there is one locomotive and on the other side another. Tell me, gentlemen, isn't that funny? Two locomotives, as though one were not enough." He was silent for a moment and then remarked, "When the petrol in the car is used up it has to stop. I that yesterday and then old-fashioned RCPTCR cockney of immature. Dry talk nonine about mot gentlemen it go, it stands still, it madame, it hasn't got isn't that funny?" With all his stupidity he was eminently pious. In his apartment he had a house altar. He often went to the church of St. Ignatius for confession and communion and after the outbreak of the war prayed for the success of the Austrian and German arms. He mixed Christianity with dreams of German hegemony. God had to help them seize the wealth and lands of the conquered. He flew into a passion when he read in a newspaper that prisoners had been taken again. He said, "What is the of taking? They all ought to be shot. No mercy. Dance among the course. All the civilians in Serbia should burn to and the children finished off with a bayonet." He was no worse than the German Wehrmacht, who during the war versus demanding that Germany should have a soul of iron and hate and kill millions of French devils. Let the pies of Hun and burning rice to the spuds over the mountain. Having finished his teaching at the Cour *6 1-year volunteers, Lieutenant Luca took Max out for a walk. "I take the of warning you, sir," said Švejk solicitously, "that you must be very careful that in it runs away. It may perhaps homesick for its old home and take to its heels if you let it off the lead. And also I wouldn't advise you to take it along Havlf and K square. That's the trat of a vague butcher's dog from the image of the Virgin, which bites frightfully. As it a strange dog in its era it's at once jealous of it fcr far it should add up something. It's like the of St. Hakal. And Max jumped about merrily and got under the lieutenant's feet, wound its lead round his saber and expressed unusual joy at going for a walk. They went out onto the street, and Lieutenant Luck went with the dog in the direction of Pihapi. He was to meet a lady at the corner of a church in Pragua his bet, W by Thepanska Street. He was dap in thoughts his work. What should he lecture on to the volunteers in the school tomorrow? How do we determine the of a given hill? Why do we the height from EA level? How can we from its height above level the height of a mountain FRM and its FCOT? Damn it! Why the Ministry of War put such things into the... Clearly it's a matter for the artillery. And there are after all general staff maps. When the enemy is on elevation 312 it's no thinking why the height of the hill should reckon from level calculating how high the hill is. We have the map and we have it there. He was jerked out of thoughts by a 15E halt just when he near Pan Street. Simultaneously with halt, tried to wriggle mat of its lead and threw it *LF with a joyful the man had just everly halt. In front of the Lieutenant Kraus von Zillergut. Lieutenant looted the in him, apologizing that he had not ran him. Lionel Kraus and NG for his passion for halting people. He regarded saluting as mething CM which the success of the war depended and on which the whole of the army was built. A mug put his into his loot, to why. It was the finest kind of Cory, Rar's mysticism. He saw to it that who Alyata did according to the niceties of the instructions, accurately and with dignity. He lay in wait for all who him, from infantryman up to lieutenant colonel. If any in entryman Alyata as though when he touched his he were kying the colonel TTX, K him straight off to the Turax FCR punishment. For him it was no to why, did you, sir? He used to pick out his officer in a crowd and think of nothing else but carrying out the duties which are prescribed in service orders. When he falls on the battlefield he must salute her for he dis. Any me who know how to salute, pretends he BNT me, loots casually I regard as vermin. Lieutenant, ID Lionel Kraus in an voice, the lower ranks must always *CT to the disorder has not been rescinded. And next, since when do officers promenade with stolen dogs? Yes, with stolen DGS. Which to someone else is a stolen this DC*, Sir Lieutenant Luck belongs to me, Lieutenant the Colonel interrupted him harshly. It's my Fox. And Fox or Max rememtexed its old maker and drove the new one entirely out of its heart. It jumped up on the Colonel and showed such joy as only a love sixth former is capable of when he finds understanding on the in right of his Erloved. Promenading with stolen lieutenant, is not compatible with the honor of an officer. Didn't you know that? An officer may not buy a dog unless he has assured her *LF beforehand that he do so without consequences. Colonel Kraus thundered on, stroking Fox Max, who TX gan to growl meanly at the lieutenant and to bare its teeth, as though the colonel had to the lieutenant and said, "Seize him lieutenant," continued the colonel, "would you conjure it right to ride about on a stolen horse? Did you not read the advertisement in Bohemia and in the tag blart about the loss of me stable pincher? You didn't read the advertisement which your superior officer put into the newspaper?" The colonel clapped his hands. Really, these young officers. Where has discipline gone? The colonel puts in advertisements and the lieutenant doesn't read them. If only I could give you a few across the jaw, you bloody old dotard, Lieutenant Lookle thought to himself, looking at the colonel's side whiskers which were reminiscent of an orang-outang. Come with me for a moment, the colonel. And they walked along and had a very pleasant conversation. At the front, Lieutenant, a thing like this cannot happen to you again. Promenading with stolen dogs behind the lines is certainly very agreeable, yes, walking about with your superior officer's dog at a time when every day we are losing 100 officers on the intel field. And advertisements are not read. For 100 years I could insert notices that my dog is lost. 200 years, 300 years. Colonel blew his nose noisily, which with him was always a sign of great fury, and said, "You can go on with your walk." Then he turned round and went away, angrily striking with his riding whip across the ends of his officer's greatcoat. Lieutenant looked across to the pavement and heard on *more, halt. The colonel had just an unfortunate infantryman in the reserve, who was thinking about his mother at home and had not noticed him. The colonel took him in person to the barracks for punishment and swore at him for being a swine and bastard. What shall I do with Švejk, thought the lieutenant. I'll smash his jaw, but that's not enough. Even tearing his skin from his body in little strips would do good treatment for that blackguard. Disregarding the fact that he due to meet a lady, he set off home in a fury. I'll kill him, the dirty hound, he said to himself as he got into the meanwhile the good soldier Švejk was deep in conversation with an orderly from the barracks. The soldier had brought the lieutenant some schwiments to sign and was now waiting. Švejk treated him to and they tear how Real would be smashed. They carried this conversation as though it could taken for granted. Near was an Endel's area of utterances which would certainly have been defined in the STMBL and which of them would have been hanged. His Emil heel majtai completely of his rocker by this time, declared Švejk. He was never bright, but this war'll certainly finish him. Of he's off his leader from the barracks asserted with conviction. He's gaga he probably DCRSNT know there's a war on. Perhaps they're ashamed of telling him. If his signature's on the manifesto to his PA please, then it's a fraud. TYKY must have had it printed without his knowledge. He's capable of thinking about anything at all. He's finished, added knowingly. He himself and they have to fed him like a little baby. Recently a chap at the pub told us that His Majesty has 2 wet nurses and breastfed 3 times a day. If only it was all over, sighed the soldier from the barracks, and they knocked us out, so that Austria at last had peace. And both continued the conversation until finally Švejk condemned Austria forever with the words, "A monarchy as idiotic as this ought not to exist," at whereupon the other, to complete his utterance by adding something of a practical kind, said, "When I get to the front hop it pretty quick." And when both continued to interpret the views of the average Czech the war, the soldier from the barracks refuted what he had heard that day in Prague, that guns could heard at Nikod and that the Tsar of Russia wouldn't be in Krakow. Then they related how our corn was carted away to Germany and how German mileers were getting cigarettes and chocolate. Then they remembered the times of the old wars, and Švejk solemnly argued that when in the olden days they threw stink.ts into a castle it was no picnic to have to fight in such a stink. He had read that they had besieged a castle somewhere for 3 years and the enemy did nothing else except amuse themselves every day in this way with the inside. He would certainly have added something else interesting and informative if their conversation had not been interrupted by the return of Lieutenant Lukai. Casting at Švejk a fearful, crushing glance, he signed the documents and after dismissing the soldier motioned Švejk to follow him into his sitting. Frightful lightning shafts darted from the lieutenant's eyes. Sitting on the chair he at Švejk and how he should start the first. I'll give him a few across the jaw, he thought. Then I'll break his and tear off his ears. And after that we'll see. But he was confronted by the honest and kindly gaze of the in-rent eyes of Švejk, who dared to interrupt the calm before the storm with the words, "Humbly report, sir, you've lost your cat. She ate up the inn herself to pass out. I threw her into the cellar but next DCNR. You won't find again such a good and beautiful Angora. What shall I do with him?" Flashed through the lieutenant's mind. For Christ's sake, what an idiotic expression he has. And the kindly inwent eyes of Švejk continued to glow with gentleness and tenderness, combined with an expression of complete calm. Sure, everything was in order and nothing had happened, and if something had happened, it was again quite in order that anything at all was happening. Lieutenant up, but did not hit seek as he had originally intended to do. He brandished his fist under his nose and roared, "You stole the dog." Humbly Reb, RT, sir, I know of no such case recently and I would like to observe, sir, that you yourself maxed this afternoon, KJN out for a walk and I couldn't have stolen it. I saw at once when you came back without the dog that something must have happened. That's called a situation. In Spalina Street there is a bag maker named Kund and he couldn't take a dog out for a walk without losing it. Usually he left it somewhere at a pub or someone stole it from him or it and never returned it. Švejk, you bastard, you, Himeladen, hold your tongue. Either you're a cunning blackguard or else you're a camel and a fat-headed idiot. You're a real object lesson, but I tell you you'd better not try anything on Mel. Where did you get that dog from? How did you get hold of it? Do you know that it belongs to our colonel, who it off with him when we happened to meet? Do you realize that this is a world scandal? So speak the truth now, did you steal it or not? Humbly report, sir, I didn't steal it. Did you know that it was a stolen? Humbly rel RT, sir, I knew it was stolen. Švejk, Jesus Mary, Himmel Herrgott, I'll have you shot, you bastard, you cattle, you oaf, you pig. Are you really such a half-wit? Humbly report, sir, I am. Why did you bring me a stolen dog? Why did you put that trust into my apartment? To give you a little pleasure, sir? And Švejk's eyes looked kindly and tenderly into the face of the lieutenant, who sat down and sighed, why did God punish MC with this bastard? The lieutenant sat on the chair in quiet resignation and felt he had not the strength even to roll a cigarette, let alone give Švejk or two across the jaw, and he had no idea why he sent Švejk to get Bohemia and Tagblatt so that Švejk could read the colonel's advertisement about the stolen dog. With the open on the advertisement, Švejk returned. He proclaimed joyfully, it's there, sir. The colonel derives that stolen stable pincher so inutiefully that it's a pure joy, and into the bargain he offers the finder of it 100 crowns. That's quite a handsome reward. Generally they only give 50. A chap called from KOSFFE made a business just out of this. He always stole dogs, then in the advertisements to see whether one had run away and at once went there. On one he stole a beautiful black bun, and because the owner didn't advertise it in the newspapers, he tried to put an advertisement in himself. He 10 crowns on advertisements until finally a gentleman announced that it was his dog, that he had lost it and that he had thought that it would USNS to try and 100K for it, as he didn't believe any longer in honesty. But now he saw that all the NME there were honest people to found, and this gave him tremendous pleasure. He said he was on principle to rewarding honesty, but as a souvenir he would give him his book on indoor and outdoor plant cultivation. The BOLETNH took that black palm by its back legs and hit the gentleman over the head with it, and from that time HC swore he wouldn't put in any more advertisements. He'd rather a dog to a kennel, if no one wanted to advertise for it. Go to bed, Švejk, the lieutenant ordered. You are capable of driveling on like this till tomorrow morning. And he went to bed. In the night he dreamt of Švejk, how Švejk had also stolen the horse of the heir to the throne and brought it to him, and how the heir to the throne had RW'nized the horse at a review, when the unfortunate Lieutenant R. Clee on it at the head of his. In the morning the lieutenant felt as if he had gone through a night of debauch during which he had been many times over the head. An unusually oppressive Nyanari clung to him. Exhausted by the frightful dream he fell asleep towards the morning, only to be woken by an sking on the kindly face of SVCJK appeared and asked when he should wake the lieutenant. The lieutenant groaned in bed, get out, you monster, this is sheer. But when he was already up and Švejk brought him his breakfast, the lieutenant was surprised by a new question from Švejk, humbly res RT, sir, would you wish me to 100K for another nice doggy for you? You know, Švejk, that I feel like having you court-martialed, said the lieutenant with a sigh, but they'd only acquit you, because they'd never have seen anything so colensely idiotic in all their lives. Do 100K at in the mirror. Doesn't it make you sick to gee your own driveling expression? You're the most idiotic freak of nature that I've ever seen. Now, tell me the truth, Švejk, do you really like yourself? Humbly report, sir, I don't. In this mirror I am somehow lopsided or something. But the glass is not properly cut. At the Chinaman, Stan X, they once had a XNVX mirror, and when anybody at himself in it he wanted to a mug like this, a head like a slop pail, a like a sozzle cannon, in short a complete scarecrow. Then the governor of Bohemia passed by and saw himself in it, and the mirror had to be removed at once. The lieutenant turned away, sighed and thought it right to pay attention to his coffee rather than to Švejk. Švejk was already entering about in the kitchen, and Lieutenant looked hard him singing, Gren Evil is marching through the powder gate. Swords are flashing, pretty girls are weeping. And then there came from the kitchen another song, we're the boys who make the noise, win the hearts of all the tarts, draw our pay and then make hay. You certainly make hay, you bastard, the lieutenant thought to herself and spat. Švejk's head in the dajrui humbly report, sir, they've come here for you from the barracks. You're to go at once to the colonel. His orderly officer is here. And he added confidentially, perhaps it's Buzz of that dog. I've already heard, said the lieutenant, when the orderly officer wanted to report to him in the hall. He said this dejectedly and went out, casting an annihilating glance at Švejk. This was not regimental report. It was something worse. When the lieutenant into his office, the colonel in his chair frowning frightfully. 2 years ago, Lieutenant, said the colonel, you asked to transfer to the 91st Regiment in Book.2-4. Do you know where Book.2-4 is? It's on the Vltava, yes, on the Vltava, where the Of something like that flows into it. The town is big, so to and friendly, and if I'm not mistaken it has an embankment. Do you know what an embankment is? It is a wall built over the water. Yes. However, this is not relevant here. We had Mancrover there. The colonel was silent, and looking at the ink pot passed quickly to another subject. My dog's ruined after having been with you. He won't eat anything. There's a fly in the ink. It's very strange that flies should fill into the ink pot in winter. That's disorderly. Well, say, UBL, zitty old dotterer, thought the lieutenant to himself. The colonel got up and once or twice up and down the arms. I've thought for a long time, Lieutenant, what I ought to do with you to prevent this recurring, and I remember that you wanted to be transferred to the 91st Regiment. The High Command recently informed us that there is a great shortage of officers in the 91st Regiment because they have all been killed by the Serbs. I give you my word of honor that within 3 days you will be in the 91st Regiment in Book.2-4, where they are forming march battalions for front. You don't to thank me. The army requires officers who, and not knowing what else to say, he looked at his watch and announced, it's 10:30 and high time to go to our regimental. And with this the agreeable conversation came to an end, and the lieutenant felt very relieved when he left the arms and went to the volunteers, where he announced that he would be going to The front and was therefore organizing a gruel evening party in Nekozinka. Returning home he significantly to Švejk, do you know, Švejk, what a march battalion is? Humbly Reb, RT, sir, a march battalion is and a march company is a Mariumpika. We always use abbreviations. Very well then, Švejk, the lieutenant in a voice. I wish to tell you that you are going with me on the if you like such abbreviations. But don't think that at the front you'll be able to drop such awful clangers as you've done here. Are you happy? Humbly report, sir, I'm awfully happy, replied the GCD soldier Švejk. It'll really marvelous when we fall dead together for His Imperial Majesty and the Royal Family. Epilogue to Part I, behind the lines. As I finished the first of the good soldier Švejk and his fortunes in the World War, behind the line, one should like to announce that 2 further volumes will published in quick succession at the front and in activity. And in these 2 further volumes the soldiers and civilian population will go on talking and acting as they do in real life. Life is no finishing SCHNL, young lady. Everyone speaks the way is made. The Procral chief, Dr. Guth, speaks differently from the landlord of the Chalice, and this novel is neither a hand of drawing room rethinkment nor a teaching manual of expressions to used in polite a historical picture of a certain period of time. Where it is to a GRCMG which was actually, I am not ashamed of reproducing it exactly as it was. I regard the use of polite or asterisks as the cutest form of sham. The same words are in it was once and very right that a man who is well brought up may read anything. Ne only who at what is perfectly natural sse who are the worst swine and the pheno ext and filth. In their utterly contemptible they ignore the contents, madly attack individual words. Years ago I read a criticism of a novelette, in which the critic, furious the author had written, he blew his and wiped it. He said that it went against everything beautiful and exalted which literature should give the nation. This is only a small illustration of what bkdyfcx.lsrtx, rn Ural the sun. Those buggle at language are cowards, bows at real life which is working them, and walklings that are the very people who cause most harm to culture and character. They would like to see the nation grow up into a group of oversensitive little masturbators of false culture of St. Aloysius, of whom it is said in the Book of the Monk that when he heard a man breaking wind with deafening noi*, he immediately into tears and could only console by prayers. People like that proclaim their indignation in public but take unusual pleasure in going to public lavatory to read inscriptions on the walls. In using a few strcmg expressions in my I have done nothing more than affirm innocent how people actually talk. We cannot expect the innkeeper Palivak to with a refinement as Mrs. Ladova, Guth, Mrs. Olga Fastrovati and a whole series of others who would like to turn the whole Czechoslovak Republic into a big with where people go about in tail CCNTS, white ties, and gloves, fac and choice friso and cultivate the refined behavior of the drawing room. But beneath this camouflage these lions indulge in the worst vices and I this opportunity to draw your attention to the fact that Palivak is still alive. He survived the war, which he sgrnt in jail, and has remained just as he was when he had of trouble with the rate of the air for France he called to see me when he read that he was in the end he bought more than 20 copies of Tick first installment and distributed them to his friends, thus contributing to its dissemination. It gave him sincere pleasure that I wrote him and described him as being renowned his foul mouth. No one's likely to change me, I've always all my whole life just as bodily as I think. And I shall go on doing I'm not going to put a table napkin over my mug just for the sake of some cow or other. His self-confidence has indeed grown considerably. His hearing rests on a number of strong expressions. This is enough to make him happy and if in reproducing his truthfully and accurately it had perhaps been my intent to warn him that he shouldn't talk like that, which of course it was not, I should have insulted this in unrefined language he expressed in a simple and honest way the detestation the ordinary Czech feels for Byzantine methods. It was in his dislike for the emperor and polite phrases. Otto Katz is still alive. He is the real personification of the chaplain. When the monarchy collapsed he threw everything over, left the church and today is manager in a bronze and die factory in North Bohemia. He wrote me a long letter, in which he threatened to pay me out for what I'd done. A certain German newspaper published a translation of that chapter where he is described as he actually ked. And I went to see him and it all went off very well. At 2 o'clock in the morning he no longer stand on his legs but preached and said, I am Otto Katz, chaplain, you plaster cast blockheads. Lots of populi of the late who under old Austria was a member of the secret police, are still today in the Republic. They are extremely interested in what are talking out do not know I shall succeed in achieving my with this book. The fact that I have already heard one man swear at another and you're as big an idiot as Švejk not prove that I have. But if the word a new choice specimen in the already florid garland of abuse I must be content with this enrichment of Czech language. Part 2 At the front Švejk's misadventures in a train in a second class of the Prague Seek Press there were 3 Fopl, Lieutenant Lux, an elderly gentleman with a completely bald and Švejk, who at the door to the corridor and was just braving himself to receive a new volley of oaths from Lieutenant Luck who, disregarding the of the bald civilian, kept thundering at Švejk throughout the journey that he was the Almighty choicest quadr and so on. It all concerned a mere trifle the luggage which Švejk was to after. VE stolen one of our have they? The lieutenant anyone that, you banned? Humbly report, sir, SVSK put in Gendi, they rally did stell it. On the Sution there are always a lot of crooks that about and I imagine that one of them undoubtedly took a liking to you. This chap undoubtedly took advantage of the when I slip-haired away from luggage to tell you that everything was all right with it. He probably stole our car jar at that avurable opportunity. They are always waiting for such an opportunity, you know. 2 years ago at the Northwest Station a lady of a PNM and a little girl in swaddling clothes and were decent as to hand the little girl in at the station in our street, ying that they had found her abandoned in a carriage trance. The priest tried to make out that the young HDY was an unnatural mother. And Švejk underlined, at stations there always have thefts and always wool it and other were. I'm convened, Švejk, the lieutenant put in, that one day you'll come to a rally sticky end. I still don't know whether you're just pretending to amuse me. What was in the nothing in particular, Švejk, keeping his eye fixed on the bald cranium of the civilian opbeat, who read to take no interest whatsoever in the whole bizarroos and went on reading his new Free Press. In the whole suitcase there was only the mirror from the sitting room and the iron clothes rack from the hall. We've really not suffered any loss at all, because the mirror and the clothes rack both belong to the landlord. Seeing the lieutenant's threatening gesture, Švejk continued in an amiable tone, "Humbly sir, I really didn't know beforehand that the suitcase would be stolen, and as for the mirror and the clothes rack, I told the landlord that we would return them to him when we aim home after the war. In enemy countries there are lots of mirrors and cloth and racks, so that even in this case neither the landlord nor us will suffer any loss. As we conquer a city." "Hold your tongue, Švejk," the lieutenant interjected in an awe-inspiring voice, "sometime I'm going to have you court-martialed. Think carefully whether you aren't the bltdest and bastard in the whole world. In 1,000 years nobody else could make such a prize idiot of himself as you have done in these few weeks. Hope you've noticed that?" "Humbly report, I have, sir. I've got, as they a talent for observation when it's already too late and some unpleasant RWS has happened. I have the sort of luck as a chap called Nikleba from Nekazanka, who went into the pub there called the Bitches Grove. He always wanted to do GCNXL and start to lead a new life from Saturday onwards, but he always said next day, and in the small hours, chaps, it's of that I was lying on and it always to him when he intended to go home respectably that in the end it turned out that he broke a fence, unharnessed some droshky driver's horse or wanted to clean his pipe with a CX feather from the hat of a police patrol. He was quite desperate to BCMT it. And what worried him RNCST of all was that this bad luck had handed down from generation to generation. His grandfather once went out on his apprentice travels. Oh, for God's sake, Švejk, don't pester me with your stories. Humbly Reb, RT, sir, everything I tell you is holy truth. His grandether went out on his apprentice travels. Švejk. The lieutenant burst out in fury. Once Remra, I order you to tell me any more stories. I want to hear them. I'll deal with you when we get to Bjidjevas. Do you know, Švejk, that I'm going to have you? Humbly RQRT, sir, I DMT no, I'd SYK gently. You haven't mentioned it yet. The lieutenant involuntarily ground his teeth. Gave a deep sigh. Took out from his aunt a copy of Bochemy and read reports of the great victories and activities in the Mediterranean of the German Marine. But when he to the news of a new German invention for blowing up towns by special drop from acroplanes which exploded 3 times in succession, he was roused by the voice of addressing Herndolf to the bald-headed gentleman. "Excuse me, Your Honor, don't you happen to be Mr. Purkrabek, the representative of the Slavia Insurance Company?" When the toad-headed gentleman did not reply, Švejk said to the lieutenant, "Humbly Rep RT, sir, I once read in the newspapers that a normal man ought to have on his head an average of 60 to 70,000 hairs and that dark-haired people have as FRCN and many examples." And he continued inexorably on, "A medico in the news said that of hair was caused by emotional excitement and happened. The bald-headed gentleman and now Janu thing UP, at K in German, outside with you, you swine." You kicked him out into the corridor and returned to the compartment, preparing a nice little surprise for the lieutenant by introducing himself to him. There had been a little mistake. The bald-headed individual was not Mr. Purkrark of the Slavia Insurance Company, but only Major General von the Major General, dressed in mufti, was just making a journey of TLR garrisons and was on his way to give Bjidjevas. He was the most frightful general ever, and if found anything that was not in, he spoke with a garrison commander like this: "Have you got a revolver?" "I have." "GTND. In your place should certainly know what to do with it. What I read here is not a garrison but a piggy." And indeed after his instructions always shot him *LF somewhere or, which induced Major General von Schwarzberg to conclude with satisfaction, "That's how it should nuts a soldier for you." It seemed that he was not at all happy if anyone remained alive after his inspection. He had a motive for drafting into the most unpleasant places. On the proration an officer would have to take leave of his garrison and make a pilgrimage to the Montenegrin frontier to drunken in a filthy corner of Lieutenant, he were at Edet in Prague. And you've to a AET and don't even know that an officer is responsible his sutekardinate. That's a fine state of affairs. Next you talk with your servant as though he were your intimate friend. You allow him to speak without first spoken to. That's finer. Thirdly, you allow him to insult your superiors. That's finest of all. As a result of all this I take the MN * Quenchel Mazuro. What's your name, Lieutenant? SL.Ux. And what regiment do you serve in? I was. Thank you. We're where I want to know where you are now. In the 91st entry transferred me. Transferred you? That principle of them. It won't do you any harm to go as with the RMT and have a 100K at the front somewhere that's already DIDD. The Major General now PVE a lecture how he had observed in recent years that officers were in the habit of talking with their subordinates in a familiar tone, in which he the danger of a spread of democratic principles. As soldier mom be kept in a state of terror, he must tremble in FRTMT of his, he must be in mortal dread of him. Keep the 10 pace from there and not allow them to think infinitely, even think at all. That had been the tragic mistake of yours. In the old days the feared their officers like fire and brimstone, but nowadays. The Major General waved his hand in a, nowadays most officers their whiteys. That's what I wished to convey. Major General took up his again and himself in it. Lieutenant lookies too deadly and went out into the corridor to with Švejk. He found him sunning by the window with such a blissful and tended expression as could only grace a month-old baby which had drunk and sucked its fill and was now enjoying its bye-byes. The lieutenant stopped, nodded to Švejk and showed him an empty regiment. He followed Švejk into it and closed the door. "Vejk," he said solemnly, "the moment has finally come when you are going to get the most colossal across the jaw the world has ever ran. Why on earth did you attack that inept gentleman? Do you realize he is Major General von Schwarzberg?" "Humbly rewirt, sir," replied Švejk, the expression of a martyr. "Never in my life had the slightest intention of insulting NL, never had any idea or even dreamed of any Major General. He really is the spit and image of Mr. Purkrabek, representative of the Slavia Insurance Company. He to our pub, and once when he fell asleep at the table charitable person wrote in an indelible insil on his head, 'Allow us to probe to you our scheme for safeguarding your children's dowries and by means of an insurance IC as per Schedule 3C enclosed.' Of course every TXDY went away, leaving me alone with him, and I always have bad luck. When he woke up and at himself in mirror he got furious and thought that it was me who had done it. He wanted to give me one across the jaw too." The little word so touchingly, so gently, and so reproachfully from Švejk's lips that the lieutenant's poised hand fell back into its place. But Švejk continued, "That gentleman ought not to have got so angry over a tiny little mistake like that. He really should have 60 to 70,000 hairs, as it was stated in that article on what every normal man should have. It had never in my life occurred to me that there could exist a bald Major General. It's a tragic mistake, as they say, and it can to anybody when he makes a remark and the other party at Ori catches onto it. Years ago a tailor told us how he traveled from the place where he was working in Steiermark to Prague via Leoben and had with him a ham which he had bought in Maribor. While he was traveling in the train he thought he was the only Czech among all the passengers, and when somewhere near St. Moritz he started to up the ham, the gentleman sitting up by him began to cast loving eyes on it and his mouth started to water. When the tailor noticed this he said aloud to himself, 'You'd like to have a bite, wouldn't you, you old bastardy?' And the gentleman replied in Czech, 'Of course I would if you'd only let me.' And both of them together wolfed up the ham completely. T*4 the S name was Vojtěch Rouse. Reached Budajevis. That Lieutenant Luka gave KAICDK and went out of the compartment. When he was sitting in his place again after a little time the honest face of Švejk and humbly, 'Sir, we shall be in Tabor in 5 minutes' time. The train stops there for 5 minutes. Have you any orders for? In the old days they used to have here some very god.' The lieutenant jumped up in fury and said to Švejk in the corridor, 'Once more I must warn you that the eye of you the more pleased I shall be. I'd happiest of all if I never on you again, and you can sure I'll see to that. Keep out of my sight, don't let me catch even a of you, mule, you, NF, you half-wit. UST as you order.' Sir saluted, turned round and marched in military step to the end of the corridor, where he down in the corner in the guard seat and started a conversation with a railwayman. 'May I ask you something, please?' The railwayman, who obviously money and STD no desire for conversation, gave a faint and uninterested "ND I used to see a lot of a man called Hoffman." Švejk went expansively, and he always maintained that alarm signals NEV work. In other words, they don't function when you pull that handle. To tell you the truth, I've never taken any interest in such things, But when I this alarm signal here, I felt I'd like to know what the situation is if by any chance I needed to use it at any time. Švejk up and walked with the railwayman towards the alarm brake, for an emergency. The railwayman considered it his duty to explain to Švejk the working of the whole mechanism of the alarm. He was right when he told you that you have to pull it by this handle, but he was lying when he said that it doesn't work. It always brings the train to a halt, because it is connected with through all the carriages. The alarm brake must function. Both of them had their hands on the handle at this moment, and it is really a mystery how it that the pulled it and the train came to a halt. They could neither of them agree on who had actually done it and given the alarm signal. Švejk asserted that it couldn't him, because he wasn't I'm very surprised myself that the train suddenly stopped, he said 0GTND humorously to the guard. It was going and then suddenly it stopped. It really annoys me more than it does you. A solemn gentleman came to the railwayman and asserted that he had heard that it was tire soldier who first began the conversation about alarm signals. As against that, Švejk spoke continually of his honesty and how he had no interest in making the train late, because he was going to the front. The station master will explain that to you, the guard decided. It will cost you 20 crowns. Meanwhile, one could passengers getting out of the carriages, the chief guard blowing his whistle, and a lady running madly with her CAE across the line into the fields. It's really worth 20 crowns, said Švejk with an calm. And that's really very cheap. Once when His Imperial Majesty was on a visit to MOV, a chap called Frantisner stopped his carriage by kneeling His Imperial Majesty in the middle of the road. Then the EYJLI's commissioner of that district told Mr. Sner with tears in his eyes that he ought not to have done that to him in his district. He ought to have done it in a street lower down, which was in the district of Chief Commissioner Kraus. It was there that he should have made his obeisance. After that they put Mr. Sner in jail. Švejk around just when the circle of listeners was swelled by the arrival of the chief guard. Well, let's go on NMV, said Švejk. It's not at all nice when a train is late. If it were in peacetime, who the hell would care, but when there's a war on, everyone has to know that in every train there are military personalities, major generals, lieutenants and batmen. Every single delay of this kind can be touch and go. Napoleon was 5 minutes late at Waterloo, and after that he in all his glory went down the drain. At that moment Lieutenant Luck pushed through the group of listeners. He was ghastly pale and could utter nothing but, Švejk. Švejk saluted and said, humbly, report, sir. They are shoving the blame onto me for having stopped the train. The state railways have very peculiar seals on their emergency brakes. A chap shouldn't really come anywhere near them, otherwise he might have an accident, and they might demand 20 crowns from him as they are doing from me. The chief guard was already outside. He gave the signal and the train went off again. The audience went back to their places in the compartments. Lieutenant Luck did not utter another word and went to sit down. There remained only the guard, Švejk, and the railwayman. The guard out a notebook and made a report of the whole incident. The railwayman looked spitefully at Švejk, who asked calmly, have you long with the railway? Because the railwayman did not answer, Švejk declared that he knew a certain Mlino Francek from Ahnovies near Prague. He too pulled the alarm brake and was frightened that for a whole fortnight he lost his power of and regained it only when he to a certain Van and Aerdener, at there he got into a brawl and they broken out him. Happened in May 1912, Švejk added. The railwayman ofned the of the WC and it himself. The guard remained with SV and to get a 20 crowns fine out of him, stressing that if he didn't pay it he'd have to take him to the station master at Tabor. All right, said Švejk. I'm always glad to talk to educated and it will a great pleasure f me when I that station master at Tabor. Švejk took a pipe out tunic, lit it and, emitting the pungent smoke of army tobacco, continued, years ago the station master at Svitava was a Mr. Wagner. He was a devil to his SU teammates and gave them hell whenever he could, but the chap he was most down on was the points man Jungwirth. Finally in Dopair the wretched man went and drowned himself in the river. But tis for doing he wrote a letter to the station master that he'd come and haunt him in the night. And to tell you the honest truth, that was exactly what he did. In the night the GD station master was sitting at his telegraph receiver when the rang and he received the following: how are you, you old bastard? Jungwirth? This lasted a whole week, and the station master to send off telegrams all the lines to answer the ghost, "Forgive me, young word." And in the night the receiver knocked out the following reply: "Go and hang yourself on the signals at the bridge, young word." And the station oster afterwards they jailed the 10% rapist from the station before Svitava. There are more things in heaven and earth are dreamt of in our philosophy. The train went into the and Švejk, before leaving the train in the company of the guard, repaired it to Lieutenant Luck as was proper. "Humbly they are taking me to the station." Lieutenant Luck's did NM answer was by General Almthi to everything. It dawned on him that the best thing to do was RWT to give a damn for the whole business, either for Švejk for the bald-headed Major General C.Sight. It would be better to sit still, get out of the train at Budiaevas, revert to the barracks and go to the front with a march at the front. He got himself killed if necessary and quit of this miserable WCRLD, in which a brute like Švejk was rampaging about. When the train moved off, Lieutenant out of the window and Švejk standing on the platform, absorbed in a serious conversation with the station, he was surrounded by a crowd of in which could several railway uniforms. Lieutenant Luck sighed. It was not a sigh of composition. It was a relief to him that Švejk had remained on the platform. Why, even that bald-headed canger to him such a cootsome the train had img ago we admire in the delusion of Bud Dolarovas, but on the of around Švejk did grow any of his incense and was in convincing the crowd of it that a lady exclaimed, and her of a dear being crowd x head verdict, and me gentleman announced to the station master that he WCMLD pays Švejk's crowns fine. He was convinced that the soldier had not done it. Just at him, he said, drawing his deduction the very instant experzion on the face of SVGK, turning to the crowd, declared, "Folks, I'm then the gendarmerie a citizen out of the crowd, him, and led him off with the words, 'You'll answer for this, I'll attach you to incite fopple. If you handle soldiers like this, no or of them that Austria'll win the war.'" The unfortunate citizen could do nothing else but aver frankly that he was a master butcher from the old gate and had no such intentions. Meanwhile the man who in Švejk's instance paid fine him in the end him off to the third-class restaurant, where he treated him to glass of that all his and his railway warrant were with Lieutenant Luka, and he generously gave Švejk 10 crowns ticket and further expense. When he went away he to Švejk in confidence, "All my soldier, if, as you're taken prisoner in Russia, give my R% ards to the brewer Zeman at Zdalberov. You've mine are written down, haven't you? Only kept wits about you, and you don't say along at the you needn't WTRRY about SV you're okay." It's always interesting to see foreign FRE Švejk remain sitting at the table and, while he quietly drank away the 10 crowns given to him by the Genoese benefactor, F.P.L.E. on the platform, who had not at Švejk's interview with the station master, and only the crowd from a distance were telling each other that a spy had just been caught there and had been photographing the station. But this was contradicted by a lady who declared that it wasn't a spy, but that she had heard how a dragam had beaten up an officer by the ladies' lavatory, because he'd pursued there the girlfriend who had come to him off. However, though adventurous speculations, which were of the maritime nerviness, were in the bud by the gendarmerie who cleared the platform. And Švejk went on drinking quietly, thinking tenderly of his lieutenant. What would he do when he came to Budiaevas and could not find Batman anywhere in the Inn? Before the arrival of the train the third-class restaurant filled up with idiots and civilians. They were predominantly days of various regiments and formations and the most diverse nationality whom the whirlwinds of war had into the talls. They were now going back to the front to get wounds, mutilations, and pains, and to earn the reward of a simple cross over their grave. Years after, on the mournful plates of Galicia, a faded Ryan cap with a rusty imperial badge would flutter over it in wind and rain. From time to time a miserable old carrion crow would on it, railing fat feasts of bygone days when there tread to spread for him an unending table of human core and horse cases, when just under the up on which he perched there lay the daintiest morsels of all human, one of these candidates first suffering who had released from a military hospital after an operati M1 aim and NT next to Švejk's dirty uniform covered with traces of mud. He was somehow shriveled, skinny and miserable. He put on the table a small out and shabby purse and counted his, then he at Švejk and out him, "I'm a Czech, old chap, and where'd SV4K word like a drink?" "That doesn't matter, old boy," Švejk said invitingly, putting his own full glass in front of the unhappy soldier. Just have a got slow drink. He drank and thanked Švejk, Kozomomzitezanar. Then he went on to examine the contents of his purse and finally gave a sigh. Švejk understood that the Hungarian would like to order but did not have enough money and a glass for him. The Hungarian thanked him again and tried to explain something to him with the help of gestures. He to his shot arm and said in international language, "Pif, paf, put flow." Švejk shcx, k his head in sympathy, and the crippled convalescent explained further to Švejk, by holding his left hand half a meter at the ground and then raising 3 fingers, that he had 3 little children. Ham, Nines ham, he continued, wishing to tell him that they had nothing to eat at home, and he wiped the tears from his eyes with the diary sleeve of his military greatcoat, where there was a hole from a bullet which had penetrated all for the sake of the King of Hungary. It was not surprising that in a like that Švejk gradually parted with every one of those 10 aeons and was slowly but surely cutting himself off from scarcing the possibility of buying a railway ticket with glass of which he himself and the Hungarian convalescent. Another train to Budapest through the station, but Švejk went on sitting at the table and listening to the Hungarian repeating his pif, paf, poof. Hiram Gyermek kam, Elja he said the last words when Švejk clinked glasses with him. Just go on drinking, you Hungarian bastard, replied Švejk. Yourself. You wouldn't treat us this. From the next table a soldier ID that when they UME to Sheed with the 28th Regiment the Hungarians had at them and put their hands. This was the honest truth, but this yieldier had obviously been insulted by it, although it was a common occurrence among all soldiers, and in the end the Hungarians did the same themselves, when had got of brawling for the King of Hungary. Then this soldier sat down next to Švejk and told HCR.V they had given the Hungarians a rough time and beaten them out of several %. Saying this he gave real credit to the Hungarians for their ability to brawl and said that he had got a knife wound in the back, that he had to end to the base to be cured. But now when returned the captain of battalion would obviously put him in jail. He had not had time to pay the Hungarian back for the knife wound as was only fit and proper. The fellow should have got his due and the honor of the whole regiment have preserved. But Švejk was suddenly RT by the commander of the army control, accompanied by soldiers with bayonets, who began, "Ikre documentes, your talkamouts? I use zits, not yes, zits, trinks, keep on trinks, zaldiet. Haven't got any D-seruments, on swed Švejk. Lieutenant Regiment number 91, TXK them with him and I stayed here on the station." What does the word Militska mean? The second major in German to one of his soldiers, an old Landwehr man, who seemed to do everything to spite him, because he replied calmly in the same language. "That's the as Mr. Sergeant Major." The sergeant major went talking to Švejk, a free sold at most half documents. "Vi zout documents iltxk him op at Bahnhofs Militärkommando, one like a mad dog, ze lousy brute." They took Švejk to the station army headquarters, where in the guard the men exactly the old Landwehr man who had able to find such an excellent translation in German for the word mildnu for the benefit of his the urgent. The guard mom was decktunted with lithographs, which the Ministry of War had distributed at that time to all offices. WHKH were visited by the as well is to schools and barracks. The mildier was welcomed by a picture which, according to the title, "How Francek Hamel and Corporals Paul Hart and Bachmeyer of the Imperial and Royal Artillery Regiment encouraged the men to endurance." On the other there hung a picture with a Sergeant Jan Danko of the 5th Regiment of the Hondvar Neue the open enemy on the side. Iowa down hung planred, rare examples of with the aid of placards LUTHG, which the examples and texts were invented and written up by very economericted German journalists. Idiotic old Austria tried to inspire who never read them. And when these examples of valor were to them at the front and they rolled cigarette out of them from pipe tobacco or diss of them. Still more appropriately, that there could correspond to the value and spirit of the rare examples of valor which had glowingly written up. WHNE the Auffinden, Pfizer, Švejk read on a brave Joseph the of the two era prepared in a sheltered ravine as was they drove away with them the first *SSAE Russians discovered these carts. They began to shell the earth of driver of the MVR Real and Royal 3rd Army Service Squadron called by shrapnel. Bong MMND, my Dobbin. It's o with. At that very moment he was hit him *LFBY a piece of shrapnel. In spite he unharned said his horse and dragged the 3 Sinart back to after that he returned for the ham of his slaughtered horse. The Russians vent shooting. Go shooting, you blasted Devon, I'm going leave TLR Harns here. NB went on unsustaining Harn and FRN horse numbering the words. He finished and dragged him. XLF back to the cut with here he had listened to a thundering rebuke FRN the ambulance men for his long accents. The brave soldier excurred him LF, I did and want to abandon the Harns. It's practically envy. It would have a pity, I thought. We don't have TM many of things. He then went to the first aid PMT and CMLY then reported himself who later decorated Brie with Salver Medal bravery. When Švejk had finished reading this and the urgent major had not yet returned he to the Lundwehr men in the guard room, that's a very fine example of valor. If we go on GNG that we shall have nothing but new Hamas in the army. But when I was in Prague I read in the Prague Official Gazette of an even finer example, a one-year volunteer, Dr. Joseph Vojna. He was in Galicia in the 7th Battalion of the field and when it came to a bayonet charge he got a bullet in his head. When they TCXYK'd him away to the first aid post he shouted at them that he didn't need to be bandaged for a slash like that. And he wanted to advance again immediately with his company, but a shell cut off his ankle. Again they were going to carry him away, but he tried to hobble towards the battle line with a stick and defended himself with it against the enemy. But a new shell came dying at him and tore off the arm in which he held the stick. And he transferred the stick to his other arm and shouted out that he'd never forgive them that. God knows what might have happened to him if, after a short time, a piece of shrapnel hadn't finally murdered him. Perhaps if they hadn't finished him off he might have got the silver medal for bravery. When his head had blown off and it was rolling down it still went on shouting, never mind if death near. Do your job and never fear. Tha what they write in the newspapers, me of the men, but if the writer all this he'd be off he's jumping in the Lundwehr man in a Slav, where I live, was an editor from Vienna, a German. He was *ing as an ensign. He refused to check with us, when he was drafted to the March Corps where there were nothing but he was suddenly able to the sergeant or the do, gave a Führer's 100k and fired off, if man go avue minute, of he her nosing but, checks. Going outside, obviously to the he pointed at Švejk and told the corporal of the Lundwehr to bring the lousy bastard at the lieutenant when he arrived. The lieutenant's around aping with a girl at the station, the corporal, after he had gone. He's been running after her for a fortnight and he's always frightfully furious when he comes from the telegraph office and he sys her, she's a whore. She won't sleep with me. And now he was obviously in such a furious temper, when shortly afterwards he came he could hard banging me the table. Can't be helped, old you've GCR to go to him, the Švejkin sympathy of have passed through his hands, old and he led into the *error table on which there was AATK king extremely when he Švejk and the corporal he promisingly, then followed the report of Corporal, humbly report, sir, this man was found stationed without any documents the lieutenant did. As though wishing to that he had calculated years ago that on this very day and at this very hour Švejk would found on the station without any ordnance, since anyone who looked at Švejk at this moment could the impression that a man with such a figure as his could not vexably have any documents on him. At that moment Švejk as if he had fallen down from the sky from other planet and he was now looking with naive wonder at a new world where we're demanding from him idiotic nonsense which Lud never heard of *fork. Like the lieutenant lexied at Švejk and reflected for a moment on what he should to him and what quotations he should put to him. In the end he asked, and what were you doing at the station humbly RRT, I was waiting for the train to Českbudějovice, that I could rejoin my 91st Regiment, where I am *ing as Entman to Lieutenant Lucas. I had to KVE him trid, when I was brought before the station master for a fine. I was under suspicion of having used the safety and emergency brake and go peed the express in which we were traveling. You're driving me up the shouted the lieutenant. Speak into the mint and cut out all this drivel, humbly sir, we had bad luck from the very first moment that Lieutenant Luckel and I got into that express, which was to take us away and convey us as quickly as to our 9th Imperial and Royal Infantry Regiment. First we lost a suitcase and then again, as to get it quite straight, a Major General, who was completely bald. Himmel Herrgott, sighed the lieutenant humbly sir, it's to shaken out of me like out of a hairy rug in order to get a proper view of all the events, if I'm permitted to quote the avowed words of the late lamented Petrov K., when he ordered his apprentice to take down his truyas he started flogging him with a strap. And while the lieutenant snorted continued, well, somehow or other I didn't find avowed in the eyes of that bald-headed major general and I was sent out into the corridor by Lieutenant Luck, who *bat I am. And then in the corridor I was accused of doing what I've just told you. That matter could settled I had to say alone the platform. The train had gone, the lieutenant and the suitcases and all my documents had gone and I was standing there an orphan without any documents. Švejk looked at the lieutenant with an accent of such moving tenderness that the latter was at once clear in his mind that it was the artful truth he hearing from Thursday bastard, gave the imposition of a congenital idiot. The lieutenant now rai to Švejk all the trains that had left Budajevic after the expire and out him why he had missed all of humbly rep cried, S.W. Švejk, smiling affably, while I was waiting for the next train I suffered the misfortune that I tea down at a table and started drinking one glass of trur after another. I've never such it as this before, the lieutenant thought to himself. He admits Evathal. I think of all the people who I have had meet and who have denied the charges, and this one calmly L in the trains, I drank one GHSS of after another. He put all these though *st% ether in and pronounced them to Švejk, you're degenerate, you bastard. Do know what it when you call degenerate? Humbly repaired, at the of N.A. Boyeti in Katafinska Street, where I live, there was a dgarate. His ather was a Polish count and his a midwy and. He ordered to sweep the STRTS but in the bars he never allowed to call him anything than my lord. The lieutenant thought it to find a way of liquidating the and he with emphasis, let tell you, you blasted fool, you oaf, that you're going to the king and you'll buy a ticket and go to Budajevic if Eva I find you a penile with you as a deserter. Dismiss. Because Švejk to move to stand with his hand at the of his AP the lieutenant plus or minus outed out in German, clear 11 out don't you Polanak. Take this half-wit to the booking office and buy him a ticket to ask Budajevic Polanak a moment later in the office again. In the half of the ace of Švejk and well, what's the nutter now humbly report, sir, Corporal Ponak whi curd mysteriously, he hasn't any money for the ticket and I haven't either. They wouldn't take him free, he any military documents to show he's going to his regiment. The lieutenant did to all this difficult question with the judgment of Solomon then let him walk. He decided. Let them jail him at his regiment coming late. On earth wants to be plagued with him here? There's nothing to be done, old chap, said Polanak to Švejk when they left the office. You must go to Budajevic on old man. In the guard room we've got an army IAF, and we'll give it you for the 0.5 an hour later. When they had treated Švejk to black coffee and given him a packet of army tobacco and an army loaf for his journey to the regiment, Švejk walked out of Tabor in the darkness of the night through which his singing resounded. He was singing an old army song, when we march to Jeremu, weave it, if you like, or not and knows how it but the soldier Švejk instead of going SCMTH to Budajevic went on marching straight to the he trudged through the snow along the road in the frost wrapped up in his military like the last of Napoleon's old guard returning from the Moscow campaign, with the only difference that he sang merrily to himself, went out a little into the green grove. And in the snowed-in forests in the stillness of the night the echo rounded until the dees started to bark in all the villages. When he got tired of singing, he sat down on a heap of gravel, lit his pill and after a rest trudged on towards new adventures of his Budajevic Anabasis. Švejk's Budajevic Anabasis Xenophon, Tiksat warrior of ancient times, traveled through the whole of Asia Minor and got to God knows where without any maps at all. And the Goths of old too made their expeditions without any knowledge of topography. Marching forward all the time is what is called an anabasis, penetrating into unknown regions, being cut off by enemies who are waiting for the first convenient opportunity to wring your neck. If anyone has a brain, like Xenophon, or all those thieving trillers who UME to Europe from God knows where in the Caspian or Sea of Amv, he can work real wonders on a march. Caesar's Roman legions somewhere to the north by the Galaxy and they had no maps either. Once they said they would march back to Rome again by another route that they could get more out of it. And they got there too. And it is obviously from that time that people say that all roads lead to Rome. And all roads lead to Cesc Budajevic. The soldier Švejk was fully convinced of this when instead of the Budajevic region he saw villages in the Milovsko region. All the same he went steadily forward, for no soldier can allow a Milevsko to stop him from getting to Český. And so Švejk turned up west of Milevsko at KV and OV, after having rung all the changes in the repertoire of army songs which he knew from his various marches, and so just before Kvetov he was compelled to again with MG we marched away, all the girls began to. An old woman who was returning from church on the way from Kvetov to Vray, which was still in a westerly direction, hailed with a Christian greeting, "Good morning, *Kedier, where are you tied for?" "I'm going to my regiment," answered Švejk, "to the war." "Then you're going WRMG, eyed the old worn in a scared voice. "You'll I ever get there this way, Vray? If you go straight on you'll get to Klatovy oi that a man and get to Bud even from Klatovy, save JK resignedly. It's certainly a tidy walk, if a chap's hurrying to get to his regiment to avoid any trouble through not being punctual at his destination. For all his we've already had a chap like you here. He had to go to Pilsen to the Lundwehr. He was called Tonkek Maud, the old woman said with a sigh. He was a relation of mine and he went away. And a week later the gendarmerie were biking for him, cause he hadn't to his regiment. After another week he turned up here in Mufti saying he had allowed home on leave. But the mayor went to the gendarmerie and they pulled him out of that leave. Now he's written from the front that he's wounded and that he's a leg." The old pityingly at Švejk, "You can wait in that spinney there, soldier. I'll bring you some of our potatoes. They'll warm you up a bit. You can see our cottage from here. It's just to the right behind the spinney. You mustn't go through our village of Vray. The gendarmes there are like hawks. You can go afterwards from the spinney towards Malines. But after that, avoid Fulvad. The gendarmerie there would flay you and they always catch dissenters. Go straight through the Tusidal by Horidovas. There's a very gendarme there who lets every1xay the village. Have you got any you?" "I haven't, mother." "Then don't go there. It's true you go to Radomiel, but see that you get there by evening. Then all the gendarmes are in the pub. And there in the lower street in St. Florian you'll find a house painted blue and you can ask for Farmer Melikarik. That's my brother. You give him my love and he'll show you how to get to Budalarovas from there." For over half an hour Švejk waited in the spinney for the old woman. When he had warmed himself with the soup which she had brought him in a covered with a pillow as not to get cold, she out of her kerchief a hunk of bread and a piece of bacon, stuck all of it into Švejk's pocket, made the of the cross on him and said that she had 2 grandsons and then she repeated to him in detail through which villages he had to go and which he had to avoid. Finally she took a crown out of msket of her coat so that in Malden he could buy some spirit for his journey, because Radomiel was very far away. Following the instructions of the old woman Švejk walked from Kiev towards Radomšćlo to the east and thought to himself that he could not help getting to Budjevas from any 1k into the from Macon. He was accompanied by an old player, whom he had found in a pub when he bought the spirit for that long journey to Radomil. The accordion player took Švejk for a deserter and him to go with him to Horidovas, where he had a married daughter whose husband was a Jew. The accordion player had obviously had a drop too much in Malin. She has and keeping her husband hidden in a stable 2 months already. He confided to Švejk, "She can hide UTCK, and you'll able to stay there until the end of the war. And if there are quo of you it'll be jollier." When Švejk this invitation the accordion player suddenly got very angry and went off to the left over the fields, threatening Švejk that he would denounce him to the gendarmerie. And towards evening in Radomil in the lower street behind St. Florian Švejk found Farmer Melikarik. When he greetings from his sister in Vray it did not have any effect. The farmer. He insisted repeatedly on asking Švejk. He was rather a prejudiced, talking all the time about robbers, vagary, NDS and thieves, masses of whom were infesting the whole district of Pizak. They run away from the army. They don't want to serve in it and then they roam AK% jut the whole district and steal, he said with emphasis to Švejk, looking him straight in the eyes. And they all 100k as innocent as lambs. Yes, of people always get worked up when it's a question of telling the truth, he added, when Švejk got up from the bench. If a chap has a clean conscience, he sits still and lets his papers examined. But if he hasn't got any, well, to you, grandfather? And Goril be to you too, and next time try and catch who isn't quite as sharp as me. When Švejk went off into the darkness, the old man still went on grumbling for quite a time. He says he's going to Book.2-4 to join his regiment. From in the rascal goes first to Horidovas and only then to Švejk. Why, he's making a trip round the world. Švejk went on walking all the whole night until somewhere Book.2 he found a haystack in a field. As he was scratching the straw apart he heard a voice quite near him. "What's your regiment? Where are you off to?" "The 91st. I'm going to Book.2-4. "Why should you going there?" "I've got my lieutenant there." He could hear close to him not just one per MJN laughing but three. When the laughter died down Švejk asked what regiment they belonged to. He discovered that two of them were from the 35th and one from the artillery, also from Book.2-4. A month ago the 35th had dared at THQ should have marched to the front, and the artilleryman had been on the tramp from the day he was called up. He was from here at Book.2 and the haystack belonged to him. At night he always slept in the haystack. The day he had found the other two in the Waxy and had taken them with him to his rig. All cherished the H0F that the move over in a month or two. Imagine that the Russians were already Budapest and in Moravia. This was what air everywhere in Book.2. In the morning before dawn the Draxem's wife would bring them breakfast. After that the men of the 35th would go on to Švejk, because one of them had an aunt there, and she again had a friend in the mountains beyond a mill and would find shelter there. "And you of the 91st go with us if you like," they offered Švejk. "On your lieutenant." "That won't be so easy," answered Švejk, and he squealed and crawled deeper into the haystack. When he woke up next morning they were all of them gone, and one of them, obviously the dragoon, had placked at his feet a slice of bread for the journey. Švejk walked through the forests and near St and no he met a tramp, an old gaffer, who welcomed him like an old friend with a nip of brandy. "Don't walk at Sjut in that," he told Švejk. "That army uniform of yours could cost you hell. Now it's full of gendarmes everywhere and there's no chance of doing any begging in those clothes. Tule, of course, it's not us the gendarmes chase like they did now, it's only you they're after. It's only you they're after," he in a tone of such conviction that Švejk thought it wiser not to tell him anything about the 91st Regiment. Let him take him for what he thought him to. Why destroy the good old fellow's illusions? "And where are you bound for?" the tramp asked after a while, when they had lit their pipes and were slowly walking round the village. "For the love of Christ," the tramp said in horror. "They'll round you up there in a jiffy, you can my Jack Robinson. You must wear mufti and be in rags. You must hobble about like a cripple. But don't be afraid. Now we'll go to Švejk, Valid, and Dub, and it'll be hellishly bad luck if we don't rounge some mufti there. In Švejk the people are still idiotically honest that they often leave their doors open for you at night, and in the daytime they don't lock them at all. In winter when they go off and have a chat with a neighbor you can pick up some mufti straight away. What do you need? You have all you want is something to mit over you. Is your army greatcoat old? Yes, it is. Well, keep it. People go in that and you need jizzers and a jacket. When we get that mufti we'll sell your army musers and tunic to the Jew Herman at V. Slohani. He buys everything that's army and sells it again in the villages. Today we'll go to Švejk." He unfolded his PHN Firthe. 4 hours from here is the old Schwarzenbergiat fold. The shepherd there is a friend of mine. He's an old gaffer TCN and we'll stay the night there, and in the morning we'll move on to Švejk to see if we can scrunch some muff * me where in the in sheer fold Švejk found a nice old who remembered how his grandfather used to tell him story about the French wars. He was at 20 years old than the old tramp and him lad just as he did Švejk. "Well, you see, lads," he ex-furrowed, "then they eat round the stove, on which were in their jackets, at that time my grandfather 10 ISST like your Meldier here is doing. But they ought him in Vodhany and Floke get his arcs much that strips flew off it. But he had luck after all. Jarns the grandther of old Jard, the water from Rye.ice got and leadin him at Švejk. And they shot him on the ramparts at Švejk. HC ran the gaunt of the soldiers in the end, got 600 blows with sticks, that when death AMC it was a relief and redemption for him. But you run away," he turned to Švejk with tearful after call up, when they us away to the answered Švejk, realizing that a old ear must not shatter the illusions of the old. Did you climb over the one, the curiously, obviously recalling how he too over the Turak wall. There was no other way, Grandad. And the guard was strmg and they sh at you? Yes, did, Grandad. And where are you off to now? He's off his head, the tramp and swat in place of Švejk. He insists on going to Bjejvis. You know, he's a Finnish young puppy and goes to his ruin. I must give him a few. We'll try and wine mufti for him arf, then everything'll all right. We'll manage somehow until the spring, and after that we'll go and take work with a herner. This year there'll a great shortage of theralmen, and they say all will round it up and put on to farm work. And I think it's teeter to go of your own accord. There won't many firm workers, OWIFD out. You think that it won't over this year? Asked the shepherd. Well, of course you're right, lad. There have long wars, and there was the war and then the Swedish wars and the 7 Years' War, as they used to tell us. And deserve these wars. The good Lord couldn't stand it any longer, people were getting so uppish, you see. They didn't even want to have mutton under their whiskers, they wouldn't even swallow that, lads. In the old days they used to queuing up here and I'd sell them some mutton under the counter, but in recent they've guzzled nothing but pork and all soaked in butter or lard. And the D-Lord got angry with them because of their pride, but they won't madam to their senses again until their CM King goog foot like they did in the Nepala, lick wars. Our lords and masters didn't know what to do, they were debauched. The old Prince Wartzenberg drove in an ordinary carriage, but the young prince, that greenhorn, DCRS nothing but stink around in a motor AR. The Xi Lord will rub his nui in petrol one of fine days. The water in which the axe king on the stove began to bubble, and after a short silence the old Elefort said in prophetic tones, and His Imperial Majesty WCMT win this war. There's no enthusiasm for it at all, as our Instraconus says, he wouldn't have himself crowned. No, he'd talk as much soft soap as he likes. When you promised D you'd crowned, you should have kept your word, you old bastard'll perhaps file mange to do it now, aid the tramp. Nooks like cares a hell any cure about it, MW, lad, the shepherd eyed irritably. You ought to thee when the nay and MRS get T% ether down in SKR *ice, everyone has a friend at the front and you should hear how they talk. After this war they might theral freedorn and there won't be any noblemen's palaces or emperors, and the princes 11 have their all taken away. The gendarmes already TCRVK off a chap called Keohnik because of talk like that. Said it was seditious. Yes, it's gendarmerie law. But it was before, replied the tramp. I remember how in Kladno there used to a captain of the gendarmerie called Rotter. One fine day he to breed THCSE, what do you kin them, dogs, which are wolves and follow everything when they are trained. And that captain at Kladno had them full with all THEE trainee dogs. He had a little house where they lived like lords. And day he had the idea of with them on us, so he gave orders that the gendarmerie in the whole Kladno district should round up the tramps, every man jack of them, and hand them all over to him. And was tramping from Liney and kept deep in the woods so that only a glimmer of me could be seen, but at ZS no I didn't get to the gamekeeper's lodge I was making, they caught me and took me to the captain. And, chaps, you couldn't think or imagine what I had to go through with that captain and his dogs. First of all he made them all smell me, and then I had to climb up a ladder. And when I was on the top he set one off his monsters after me, and the brute pulled me down from the ladder onto the ground and gnawed on me, growling and snarling in my face. Then they took the brute away and told me to hide somewhere anywhere I liked. I went into the woods towards the valley of down into a ravine, and half an hour later 2 of the .E wolfhounds caught up with me, KNCXKED me over end. While one of them held me by the throat, the other ran off to Kladno. An hour later Antane Rotter Hernselfane with his gendarmes, shouted at the dogs, gave me 5 kroms and F mission to beg in the Kladno region for 2 whole days. But did do it you bet I rushed off like a madman towards the Barun district, didn't show my *LF any more and AR Kladno. All the tramps avoided it, that captain made his experiments on all of them. He was frightfully fond of those *dogs. At the gendarmerie stations they used to say that when he came on an inzd*tion and a wolfhound anywhere he didn't make any at all but spent the whole day happily drinking with a sergeant. And while the shepherd sived and poured into tear dish our sheep's milk the tramp continued to impart his memories of gendarmerie justice. In ICE there was a gendarmerie sergeant down underneath the castle. He lived in a gendarmerie station itself and being a simple old chap, was always under the impression that a gendarmerie station must be in prominent place like in the or somewhere like that and certainly RWT somewhere in a side strat. And so I kept to the streets of that little country town and didn't LCX at the street signs. I one house after the other until I got to the first of an ordinary cottage, opened the door and announced, "Have pity on a tramp." Good Lord, chaps, I could have dropped through the FLCKR. It was the gendarmerie station. There were rifles along the wall, a crucifix on the table, a register on the chest and his Machtai LCK down at directly over the tab. And I could stammer anything. They jumped at me and gave such a blow on the jaw that I flew out down those stairs to the very end only when I got to Kejenis. That's gendarmerie law. They started to eat and went to sleep stretched out in the warm sitting room. In the night spake quietly and when the was just rising in the east and in its waking light marched to the east, repeating, "It's not possible for me not to get to Budajevas." And because when came out of the MXDS he on the right at town, he trxkan re northerly and then turned to the south, where again there could be ran a town of some kind. It was any. And so he moved away in the opposite direction over the meadows and the RLY sun welcomed him the snow euro over above forward Bravo the old deer spake to himself. Duty calls. I must get to Bud by an unfortunate cha nce Inkita from Prodovan south to Budajevas speak to the north towards Pizek. At UTNCRM spake GW of Vimage in front of him, coming down from a small hill he thought, it's no going like this. I'll ask how I can to Budajevas and going into the village he was very surprised when he saw its name marked on it by the first house, Pudim. Jaws Cree, GGHED Svejk. Here I am back in Pudim where I slept in a haystack. And so he was the dightest bit when he trimmed the little lake a whitewashed how on which a chicken was hanging, the name given in own places to the Austrian aglet, and a gendarme walking out of it like a spider guarding its web. The gendarme went straight up to Švejk and IDNC *king except, "Where are you off to my regiment at the gendarme's mill but you're going away from Bud's Jovis. You're Budajevas for you," and he too, Švejk into the gendarmerie station. The Erdkant of the Putin renowned throughout the whole district for his very tactful and shrewd way of knitting bizen. He never swore at these he detained or arrested, but subjected them to such a that even an innocent man could do nothing but confess. 2 gendarmes attested on him and the CRC Euroexamination was always accompanied by the grins of the whole off of the SARET of criminal investigation and manners, the *urgent always zid to his bellowing at help. You must always gentle with delinquents and suspects, but at the time that are drowned in of questions. Welcome aid the sit down and make yourself at home. Anyway, you dread after your journey. Tell us where Reed going Švejk reefed that he going to Seskbievice to join his den of course you've taken the WRMG turning, said the with a smile, because you're now going away from GSKE Budajevas, as I can convince you. Over your head there's a map of Bohemia. Have a LMK at it, soldier. To the south of us is Prodovan. South of Prodovan is and south of that is Seskbud50VICE. And so you're not going to Budajevas but from it. The lax, ked affably at Švejk, who said with calm, sure and dignity, but I'm going to Budajevas in the same. This was more effective even than Galilee's Hmsudimit, but it goes round all the Khmer certainly have furious when he said it. You know, old dear, the aide to Svj with the affability, I shall you of that IDE, and you yourself will come to share my opinion that then only a confession more difficult. You're our *HT, aide Švejk. Every denial makes a confession more difficult and vice versa. And you see, soldier, that you're to that conclusion of your own accord. Answer me frankly where you were coming from when you out for this Budajevas of yours. IQY intentionally of yours there must obviously another Budajevas lies somewhere to the north of Purim and Aaron recordal on any map P came from and what were you doing and I was waiting for a train to and why didn't you take that train to? Because I didn't have a ticket but you were a soldier. Why didn't they give you as a soldier a free railway warrant? Because I didn't have any endments me. Ah, there we have it, said the triumphantly to one of his men. He's not rarely stupid, he pretends to he's to SHMRA line. The again, as though he had not heard the last reply the Dxumans, and you left the bore. Where did you go then? To Seskbudajavaya. The sergeant's face assumed an expression of **** severity and his gaze fell on the map. Can you show us on the map by what route you went to Bujovsk? Can't remember all the places. All I can remember ***r is that I've already been in Putin once. All the staff of the gendarmerie station looked at each other inquiringly and the urgent continued, and then you were on the railway station. Have you got anything on you? Take it out. When they had made a thorough search of Švejk's and found nothing except a pipe and some matches, the sergeant asked Švejk, tell me. Why do you have absolutely nothing on you? Because I don't need anything. Oh, my, the sergeant, you really are a martyrdom. You said that you've already been in Putin once. What did you do here then? I walked Putin to Budajovsk. Now how tied up here and re-getting. You said that you were going to Budajovsk and now we've convinced you that you were coming away from it. I must have GME round in a circle. The sergeant again exchanged a knowing glance with the whole of the station. A first circle, that circle of yours. I think that you must be just loafing about the district. Did you stay along on the station at Tabor? I stayed until the last 2 fix bud 50 week. And what did you do? I talked to the soldiers. Another very knowing from the Grigant to the staff. And what did talk for Iltani, and what did you ask them? I asked them the regiment and where they going. Excellent. And didn't you owe them FCR example how many men there would be in A and how they were tribute? No, I didn't ask that trick, how I knew it by heart ago. And you're the of army? Of Curry, Saganti, and the sergeant MW his trump, around triumphantly at gendarme. Do you speak? No, I don't. The Saganti nodded to the Lance Corporal, and one of them had gone out into the next run, he his hands with the enthusiasm of complete victory and certainty. And did you hear that he dasn't Russian? He's a cunning one. He's everything except the important thing. We shall send him to the officer in criminology to FDS on shrewd and good manners. You how drowned him in a flow, RL of questions. Who would have thought that of him? He LTXKS so stupid and idiotic, but it's just with fopple of his kind that you need to have all your wits. You now him up and go and write a ANJUT it. And that very afternoon Tower and the gendarmerie urgent, smiling sweetly, drew up a report in every sentence of which occurred in German, under suspicion of espionage. When Sergeant Flanderka had spent a little time writing his odd official German, the situation became gradually clearer to him, and when he ended with the words, and so ITRG humble leave to rel XJRT that the enemy officer will be sent to Gendarmerie District Command in Pizek, he smiled over his work and called to the Lance Corporal, have you given the enemy officer anything to eat? By your orders, Sergeant, we serve food only to those who are brought in and interrogated 4:12 o'clock. This is a great exception, said the sergeant solemnly. This is a high-ranking officer, someone from their general staff. You know, the Russians would never send here a mere corporal as a spy. Send to the old tomcat for me lunch for him. If they haven't got anything left they'd better cook specially. After that let them make tea with rum and send everything here. Don't say who it's for. Don't mention to anybody at all who we've got here. It's a military secret. What is he doing now? He asked for a little tobacco. He's sitting in the guard room and traveling as contentedly as if he were at home. It's very cozy and warm in here, he said, and your stove doesn't smoke. I like being here with you very much. But if the stove should smoke, have the chimney swept. But only in the end, never when the sun's right over it. That's very cunning of him, said the regent, his voice full of enthusiasm. He acts as though it didn't concern him. And yet he knows that he'll be shot. We must respect a man like that, even if he is our enemy. A man like that goes to certain death. I don't know whether we would be capable of it in his place. We might perhaps waver or give in, but he sits there calmly and says, It's very cozy and warm in here and your stove doesn't smoke. That's character, Lance Corporal. For that you need iron nerves, self-denial, firmness, and enthusiasm. If there were enthusiasm like that in Austria, but don't let's talk about that. After all, even we have our enthusiasts. Did you read in Narodni Politika of that Lieutenant Berger of the artillery who climbed up a high fir tree and sat up on its branches? When our men retreated he couldn't climb down any more, otherwise he would have Aaron taken prisoner. And so he waited there until our TRCX, PS drove the enemy out again and it took 14 days. He was 14 whole days on top of that tree and as not to die of hunger he gnawed away the whole crown of the tree and fed himself on little shoots and needle. And when our men arrived he had grown so weak that he couldn't cut himself up on the top any longer and fell down and killed himself. He was posthumously with the Golden of Merit for and the sergeant added solemnly, "That was a sacrifice, Lance Corps Ral, that was heroism." Now see how we've gotten talking again. Run and order that lunch and meanwhile send the man to the Lance Corporal brought in Švejk and the sergeant motioned him in a friendly way to sit down. He started to ask him first of all whether he had any parents. "No, I haven't." It occurred to sergeant immediately that it was better so, because at least he would be to mourn the unfortunate man. He had the good-natured face of Švejk and in a fit of humor suddenly patted him on the back, leaned towards him and asked him in a fatherly tone, "Well, and how do you like eking in Bohemia?" "I'll like it everywhere in Bohemia," answered Švejk. "On my journey I found very good people everywhere." Sergeant his head in agreement, "Our are very and well haved. A theft or a brawl here or there doesn't affect the overall picture. I've been here already 15 years and if I reckon up I can say that every year there's only 3/4 of a you mean an uncompleted murder?" asked Švejk. "No, I don't mean that. In the course of 15 years we've investigated only 11 murders. Of those 5 were murders with robbery and the remaining 6 just the ordinary kind which are of no importance." The sergeant was silent and returned to his interrogation method. "What did you want doing, Bujevich?" "Take up my duty in the 91st Regiment." The urgent ordered Švejk back to the end, then quickly, that he should not forget, he added the following entry to the district gendarmerie commander in Pizek. Having a complete mastery of Czech, he planned to enroll in the 91st Infantry Regiment in Česk Budějovice. The sergeant rubbed his hands joyfully, delighting in the wealth of collected material and the accurate results of his of investigation. He recalled his predecessor, Sergeant Berger, who never with a detainee at all, never asked him anything, but sent him at once to the district court with a short "According to the informatum of the Lance Corporal this man has been detained as a end." Was that an investigation? And looking at the pages of his report, smiled with satisfaction and took out of his writing desk a secret instruction of the gendarmerie headquarters in Prague stamped as usual, "Strinly con," and read it over to himself again. "All gendarmerie stations are strictly enjoined to keep exceptionally careful watch on and passing through Thursday as a result of the movement of our MXSBS in Eastern Galicia. Some Russian units have CRCXSED the Andrethians and taken up Asians within the of our empire. Aegea con *, of which the front has been pushed to the west of the monarchy. Thanks to this news situation and to the fluidity of the front, Russian spies have been able to ferrate deeper into the territory of our monarchy, above all in Silesia and Moravia, from where, according to federal information, a large number of Russian intelligence agents have found their way into Bohemia. RT has been ascertained that among them are many educated in the higher military staff SCHTXLS of Russia. They check and appear to especially dangerous intelligence agents. They do propaganda among the CZH population. The regional high command therefore orders that all suspicious alertants should be detained and out vigilance must be increased, particularly in THC places which live in their vicinity, garrisons, military centers and stations through which army trains pag. Those detained must be subject to an immediate examination and passed to a higher authority. Sergeant Flanderk again smiled with a satisfied smile and put the secret instruction away with other documents into the file with the inscription, "Secret Orders." There were many of them, which the Ministry of the Interior drew up with the of the Ministry of Regional Defense, to which the gendarmerie was subordinated. The regional headquarters of the gendarmerie in Prague could RWT with their duplication and distribution. There were, Orders FCR the control of the attitude of the local population. Directives on how to converse with the local inhabitants and elicit from them what influence the news from the front had on their attitude. A questionnaire how the local population reacted to the war loans which had been issued and the collections which had been instituted. A questionnaire on the morale of those called up and those who were to be called up. A questionnaire on the morality of the government and the intelligentsia. An order for the immediate supply of information, the political affiliations of the population and the strength of the various parties. An order for the control of the activity of the leaders of the parties and information on the degree of loyalty of certain parties in the local population. A questionnaire on what newspapers, journals, and brochures came to the district of the gendarmerie station. Instructions on how to obtain information on the contacts of suspected of disloyalty and what their disloyalty consisted in. Instructions on how to recruit paid denouncers and informers among the local population. Instructions for paid informers from the population who were officially registered at the gendarmerie station. Every day brought new instructions, directives, questionnaires, and SWA** this of inventions emanating from the Austrian Ministry of the Interior. Sergeant Flanderka had amassed an enormous back percent of and answered the questionnaires in a stereotyped way. Everything was in order here and the loyalty of the Malaysian could be graded law. The Austrian Ministry of the Interior invented the following grades for unshakable loyalty to the monarchy: Law, L.B, LC, LLA, LLB, LLC, Ilia, ILB, ILC, 4.A, 4.B, 4.C. The last fours in Roman figures iant, in conjunction with a treason and the gallows, with internment, with keep under observation and behind bars. In the sergeant's desk were all sorts of printed papers and lists. The government wanted to know what every citizen thought about it. Sergeant Flanderka would often wring his hands in desperation over these printed circulars which grew inexorably with every post. As soon as he saw the envelope with the stamy, official postage ephra, his heart always to thump, and at pondering over it all, he came to the conviction that he would not live to the end of the war. The regional command of the gendarmerie would deprive him of his last remnant of NB would able to enjoy the victory of the Austrian. By then he would seriously be completely off his nut, and the district command him daily with questions as to why no D had MT been answered, what action had taken. Instruction no Z, and what were the practical results of directive no. V. He had the TRT and all the instructions how to recruit paid denouncers and informers from the local population. Finally, as he considered it impossible to find anyone in the R% ion of Bleda, where the people had very thick skull, he hit on the idea of taking into his service the village herdsman. He was a village idiot always in the air while people called out to him, Pepek, UPSA Dazil. He was one of THCSE unfortunate figures whom nature and humanity have neglected, a cripple, who for a few guilders yearly and a little pastured the village cattle. And the sergeant had him, and to him, do you know who old PRT is? Kamia Pepek bleed don't bleed, but remember that is how they his majesty. You know who his Ernfial Machatai is. That's Spirial Majesty. Well done, Pepek. Now remember that when go for from house to house, if you should hear any and dy say that his Imperial Majesty is an ox or something like that, then come and inform me at once. You'll get kreuzers. And if you hear anyone say that we shan't win the war, then you mook come to me, you understand, and tell me who said it. Then I'll give you another 6 kreuzers. But if I hear you're concealing anything from me, then it'll be all up with you. I'll have you arrested and sent off Ito Pek. And, now, UPSA Daisy. When Pepek had jumped, he gave him 12 kreuzers and happily wrote a right to the district gendarmerie command that he had recruited an informer. The next day the vicar came to him and tdd him in asterisk that very morning outside the village he had met the village herdsman, who had told him, Your Reverence, the sergeant told me yesterday that his special majesty is an ox and that we shan't win the war. Mina. After further explanation and discussion with the priest, Sergeant Flanderka had the village herdsman arrested. Afterwards was condemned at the Harad and New York to 12 years imprisonment for treason, able subversion, incitement, and all other crimes and offenses. He conducted himself in court as he did on the pastor or among his. In reply to all quotations he bleated like a goat, and after ihe untence had bcea pronounced he uttered the sounds, Mia ia ia. UPSA Dazil and jumped. For this he was given the disciplinary punishment of a hard bunk, solitary confinement, and 3 days fast. From that time onwards the gendarmerie had no informer and had to content himself with inventing one, giving him a fictitious name and raising his own salary by 50 a month, which H spent on drink in the old tomcat. When he had drunk his 10th glass he had a foot of conscience, the beer grew bitter in his mouth and he always heard from his neighbors the NME remark, "Our sergeant is rather sad," as though he wasn't in it. Then he went home and after he had left always said, "Our men must have been caught with their pants down in Serbia somewhere. That's why the sergeant hasn't got anything to say." But at home the sergeant could at least fill in one more question. The mood of the population, her were often long sleepless nights for the urgent. He was always an inspection or an investigation. At night he dreamed of the hangman's rope, how they were taking him to the gallows and how finally at the end the Minister of Regional Defense himself asked him right under the gallows, "Sergeant, where is your answer to Circular No. X.Y.Z. And now, it was as if the old German hunting greeting, "Wide man's Heil," resounded from all the corners of the gendarmerie station. And Sergeant Flanderka had no doubt that the district commander would pat him on the back and say, "Sergeant, I congratulate you." The sergeant painted in his mind other alluring pictures which had taken shape in some corner of his official brain: accelerated promotion to the highest rank, appreciation of his criminological capabilities opening the way to a brilliant career. He called the lance corporal and asked him, "Did you get the lunch?" They brought him smoked ham with cabbages and dumplings. The soup was already off. "He's drunk his tea and wants another cup." "Let him have it," the sergeant agreed magnanimously. "When he's drunk it, bring him to me." "Well then now. Did you enjoy it?" the sergeant asked, when half an hour later the broad in Švejk, who was replete and happy as always. "It wasn't so bad, I could have done with a little more of that cabbage. But never mind. I know you were not prepared for it." The smoked ham was well smoked. It must have been home smoked from a pig which had been home reared. The tea with the rum did me too. The sergeant at Švejk: "And is it true that in Russia they drink a lot of? Have they got rum there also?" "You can find rum all over the world, don't quibble," thought the Urgenti to himself. Ought to have paid more attention to what we're eyeing and, leaning towards Save JK, he asked him in a confidential tone, "Are there pretty girls in Russia?" "You can find pretty girls all over the Urgent." "Oh, you bastard," thought the Urgenti to himself once more. "You'd give anything to get out of this now." And the Urgenti came out with his 42-pounder. "Did you want to do in the regiment?" "I wanted to go with him to the front." Sergeant Elket at Švejk with Tiskshin and observed, "That's right. That's the way of getting to Russia." "Indeed, very well thought out." The Urgenti glowed with anticipation, observing what effect his words had on Švejk. But he could not read from the expressive of anything except the most complete calm. "This fellow DTRSNT Badenkelid," the Urgent thought to himself in alarm. "That's their military training. If I were in his situation and Neon were saying this to me my knees would twitch into shake." "Tomorrow we'll take you off to Perk," he mentioned casually. "Have you ever been to Peak?" After this answer the sergeant's smile was still more friendly and triumphant. He felt in his heart that he had excelled himself with his system of questioning. "Did you go through all the—" "Of course I did, Sergeant, as an infantryman." And then again just as calmly as before Švejk I coked at the sergeant, who with pleasure and could hardly stop himself from immediately making a report of it. He called the Lance Korpsnell to take Švejk away and completed his report. His plan was as follows: to insinuate himself into the ranks of the infantry regiment, to volunteer at once for the front and at the first opportunity get to Russia, because he listened that any other way would be owing to the vigilance of our security organs. That he would have been able to get on very well in the 91st Infantry Regiment is quite understandable, because by his own admission he said after a further cross-examination that in 1910 he took part in all the Imperial Mamruvra in the region of Pfek, as an infantryman. From this it is clear that he is very able in his PRCP profession. I should like to add that the indictments which I have collected are the result of my own system of the Lance Corps General AP Fred and Adore. "Sergeant, he wants to go to the rears. Fix bayonets, the urgent, but wait a moment. No, bring him here. You want to go to the rears? The urgent a friendly tone. Isn't there something behind this? And he focused his gaze on Švejk's face. Honestly, it's only a of two, Sergeant, answered to make sure there's nothing wrong with it, the brigand significantly, girding himself with HB revolver. I shall calm you there, Michel Flo. This is a very revolver, he eyed to Švejk on the way. Shots and it shoots accurately. But before they went out into the commissariat he called the Lance Corporal and said to him mysteriously, you must fix bayonets, and when he's inside station Yurgulf at the back of the rear, that he dig him a tunnel out through the dung pit. The latrine was the usual small shack, standing dependently in the middle of the yard over a pit full of dung water, which out of the hap of none were by. It was already old veteran, into which whole Gala ATI-01B had discharged their needs. Now Švejk QT inside it, holding with one hand the door by the cord, while him through the window the Lance Corporal watched his hind quarters, and he should dig himself, and on the door were fixed the hawk-like of the gendarmerie sergeant, who was considering into which kg he should shoot if Švejk attempted to, but the calmly opened and there emerged a satisfied Švejk, who remarked to the urgent, I hope wasn't TM long? I haven't kept you waiting? Oh, not at all, answered the sergeant, thinking in his mind, what polite, decent pople they are. He knows what's in store for him, but all honor to him underscore up to the last he's a gentleman. Would me have owned people the in place. In the gendarmerie station the sergeant went on sitting next to SVCJK on the empty bunk of the gendarme rampa, who was on duty until the next morning. He had to go the rounds of the villages, and at that very moment was sitting faithfully in the Black Horse in Protofen playing Mariade with the master cobblers and explaining in the intervals that Austria was bound to win. The sergeant lit his pipe and offered Švejk to fill his, the puta in the stove, and the gendarmerie station changed into the most agreeable into a quiet corner, warm in the approaching winter twilight when it was time for friendly chat. Nevertheless no one save E.K. The sergeant was pursuing a certain line of thought and at last expressed it, turning to the Landsmaral, in my view it's not right to hang spies. A man who sacrifices himself for his duty, for his, let us fatherland, ought to dispatched in an honorable fashion, with powder and lead. What do you think, Lance? Certainly he should only be shot and not hanged. The Litracori Ralagardlis say that they and told us, you must find out how many machine guns the Russians have in their machine gun detachment. And then we had to disguise ourselves and go. Why should they have to hang me like some robbed RR and murderer? The Lance Corporal got so excited that he stood up and called out, I'll insist on being shot and buried with full military honors. But the snag is, said Švejk, that if a chap's clever nobody ever prove anything against him. Oh yes they can. The urgent emphatically, if they are clever and have their method. You'll ee for yourself. You'll see, he re-hashtagged in a placid tone and gave a friendly smile. No one succeeds in wriggling out of it with us, do they, Lance Corporal? The Lance Corporal in agreement, and mentioned that in the case of some people the game was already up in advance, and even a mask of complete calm would not help, because the calmer anyone seemed to be the more it was proof against him. You are of my school, the urgent affirmed proudly. Calm, that's a soap bubble. An artificial calm is a corpus delicti. And breaking off the exposition of his theory he turned to the Lance Corporal and asked, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? Aren't you going to the pub tonight, Sergeant? With this question there arose for the sergeant a new and difficult problem which had to solve at once. What if the man were to take advantage of his absence during the night and run away? The Lance Corporal was of course a reliable man and careful, but 2 tramps already had escaped from him. In fact it had happened because he had not wanted to trudge with them in winter through the snow all the way to Pizek, and so he set them free in the fields near Reich and fired a shot into the air pro forma. We'll send our old woman to fetch us dinner and she can also bring us beer in a jug, said the sergeant, solving the difficult problem. Let the old woman run Etienne, ut a bit. An old Pedlerka, who served them as a charwoman, certainly did run about. After dinner the between the gendarmerie station and the old Tom GT was busy the whole time. Unusually frequent footmarks of the heavy big of old Piaz Lurka on this line indicated that the Grigent was fully his from the old Tomcat. And when old Pechkirka finally ap fret at the bar with the sage that the sergeant and his and would loo a bottle of 2-4 sent up to him, the landlord could control his curiosity. Who have they got there? Old Pia's Lurka answered. Why, some suspicious, als individual. Just I went away, they had their arms round his neck and the regant was stroking him on the hat and eyeing to him, my lovely Slav bastard, my lit why, and when it was already LCMG midnight Lancio Arbral fell asleep, stretched out on his bunk in full uniform and deeply. Opside him T the Urgent with the of the cot and Vika T the of the bottle. He had his arm round Spechk's NK, tars ran down his tan cheeks and his whiskers were T% ether with Konchuiovka. He say that in Russia they haven't got such grxxl Kontugovka as this. Say it, I and go to bed and unfass it like a man. They haven't. The sergeant rolled over onto Švejk. You've made me happy. That's how it should be at a cross-examination. If I'm guilty, why should I deny it? He got up and staggering into his run with the EMPV bottle babbled, if he hadn't taken the everything might have did different. Before he threw himself onto in his uniform he kick out of his writing desk his RQRT and tried to supplement it with the following material. I must add in addition that Kant and Vika on the basis of paragraph 56. He made a blot in it. Smiling idiotic ally, he threw himself on the and fell asleep like a in the morning. The Lance Corporal, lying his by the opposite wall, started such a simmering, accompanied by a whistling in the nose, that it woke Švejk up. He got up, SHMK the Lance Corporal, and went back to but already the had to crow, and when afterwards the sun came up, old Pia's Lurka, who had overslept as a result of her nocturnal running to light them vez, she found the door open and everything plunged in deep slumber. The PAR lamp in the guard room was still. Old Pia's Lurka raised the alarm, pulled the and Švejk out of and said to the Lance Corporal, aren't you ashamed of to fully dressed one of the Lord's cattle? And she reminded that he might at least do up his fly buttons when he a warn. Finally she energetically urged the DP Lance Corporal to go and wake the since it was not decent for to sleep long. You certainly fallen into fine hands, the old woman grumbled to when the Lance Archgeneral went to wake the aunt. One's as big a bzer as the other. They'd away their nose between their eyes. They owe me my wages for 3 years, and when I remind them of it the sergeant always nighs, be quiet, old woman, or I'll have you put in jail. We know your aunt's a and steals WCND from the estate. And so I have with him for 4 years now. The old woman gave a deep sigh and went on grumbling. Be on your guard with that sergeant. He's as oily as you make them, and a first-class bastard into the bargain. Whenever he can he'll do anyone down and have them put in jail. Though was very difficult to wake up. And he had hard work convincing him that it was already morning. Finally he surfaced, rubbed his eyes and eager to have a vague of what had happened the night. Suddenly there came to him a frightful thought, to which he gave expression, looking uncertainly at the has he run away? Why, of course not. He's an honest fellow. They began to walk up and down the room, looked out of the window, came back again, tore a piece of paper from the newspapers on the table and rolled a paper out of it his fingers. It was obvious that he wanted to say something. The sergeant LCNKED at him in me uncertainty, and at last, to confirm for certain what he nid, help you, yesterday I suppose I made an exhibition of myself again, didn't I? The Lance Corporal reproachfully at his superior, if you knew, sergeant, all you said and the sort of conversation had with him. Close to the sergeant's ear, he whispered, you said that all of us, Czechs and Russians, are of the Slav, that Nikolai Nikolaevich will be in Pfgrove next week, that Austria can hold out, and that, when he is interrogated again, he must deny everything and talk nonsense as to able to hold out till the G-Sacks come and free him, that it must come to breaking point very scum, that it will be just like it was during the Hussite wars, the PQNTS will come with their flails to Vienna, that his Imperial Majesty is a feeble old dotard and will kick the bucket very stx, and that Kaiser Wilhelm is a reptile, and that you'll send him money in jail to improve his conditions, and many other things like that. Lance Corporal moved away from the sergeant. Can remember all that very well, B is to begin with I was only a little tipsy. That I got completely sozzled and I don't know any more. The urgent at the Lance Corporal. But what I can remember, he declare for is that you that we're one. Ne gan Duke Nishes was comchuler in high for the Russian pygmies compared with the Russians and that you out in front of our old long live Russia. The Lance Corporal to walk nervously up and down you bellowed like a thing and you threw yourself onto the bed and to snore. The by the window and drumming with his fingers on it. You didn't exactly keep your mouth shut in front of our old worn either and I remember how you said to her, old that every earthfer and king thinks only of his own piquet, and that's why they wage war, even if it's only an old dotard like old whom can't let out of the rears and he should shut up the of you man to gyqid that. Yes, Sergeant, you that, before you went out into the courtyard to vomit, and into the bargain you outed, old one, your finger down my throat use some fine things TM. The interrupted him, when you hit on the stupid idea that Nyahinyalievik would king of I don't that, the aide timidly. Of course you wouldn't remurder it. You were pickled. You had pig-ass eyes and when you wanted to go outside, you climbed up the stove instead of going through the door? Neither of them spoke until the Ergant broke the long silence. I've always told you that alcohol is death. You can't take much and yet YML drink. What would have happened if he had run away? How could we have explained it? Oh GCD, my head's splitting. I tell you, Lance Corporal, the went on, that just because he didn't run away it's quite clear what a dangerous and cunning fellow he is. When they come to him he'll why that the door was open the whole night, that we were drunk and that HC could have run away 1,000 times if he had felt %. It's a piece of luck that they won't leave a fellow like him and we EY under official oath that it's all a fabrication and an impudent lie on his part. Not even the Lord himself will help him and he'll have another article of the law round his neck. In his of cour asterisk at DCT make much difference. If only my bead didn't ache much. There was a Silene. After AT the aide, hold of our old one. Listen, old woman, to Pejkairki, her sternly in the eye, go and call it a stand from somewhere and bring it here. P is Lurka's case timing LMK and EXPWM on the off sergeant, you'd better make sharp E sergeant out off table drawer 2 handle on which there were traces of the selling wax which he ordered to eel official DC excellence, and when in far and trembling Pejlurka finally eamen with a crucifix Ergant put the endeth on the edge of the table, lit the endles and aid in LM voice, sit down. Old the terror-stricken Pejlurka down on the sofa and looked wild-eyed at the sergeant, the candles and the crucifix. Panic seized her and as she had her hands on her apron you could that they were trembling with her knees. The Regent walked gravely round her and stopping a second time in front of her announced in a solemn voice, yesterday evening you witnessed a great event, old one. It any well be that your feeble mind cannot grasp it. That soldier is an intelligence officer, a spy. Old Jesus Mary, shrieked P is Lurka. Holy Viren from skis. And I it, old woman. In order to get something out of him we had to AE. Various things to him. YTNL hard-granged things we said, didn't you? Yes, sir, I did, P is Litka with FRD with a quaking voice. But everything we old woman, was only designed to make him confess, to make him us. And we NRC'd. We got everything out of him we wanted we him. The sergeant interrupted his fix a moment to adjust the wick on the end then he continued gravely, looking severely at P is Lurka, UWERF print and you are initiated into the whole lookaret. This secret is an official one. And you must not a single word it to anyone. Not even on your otherwise they wouldn't be allowed to bury you in the churchyard. Jus, Mary, JRPH. Wine P asterisk Lurka, why was I unfortunate ever to set fight here? Don't howl, old get up. Approach the crucifix. Put up the 12 fingers of your right hand. You will take an oath. After Matt Pstizerka staggered to the table incessantly renewing, Virgin Mary of Nce, why did I ever set FCN, T here? And the careworn face of Christ down on her from the cross. The candles smoked and everything appeared dreadful and unearthly to Pejlurka. She was completely lost, her knees knocked and her hands trembled. She raised the 2 fingers of her hand and the sergeant solemnly and emphatically recited for her to repeat, I swear before God Almighty and you, sergeant, that I shall never to the day of my death mention a word of what I have heard and hear, even if I were asked by anybody it. So help me God. And now kiss the crucifix too, old woman, the sergeant ordered, when Pedlerka had taken the oath to the accompaniment of terrible sobbing and had crossed herself devoutly. And now you can take the crucifix back to where you borrowed it from and tell them I needed it for a cross-examination. The shattered Pedlerka went out from the RMM on tiptoe with the crucifix, and from the window she could be continually looking back at the gendarmerie station, as though she wanted to convince herself that this was not merely a dream, but that just a moment ago she had really lived through the most ghastly experience in her whole life. The sergeant meanwhile rewrote his which he had supplemented the night before with the blots he had tried to lick away together with the handwriting, just as if there had been jam on the paper. Now he rewrote it completely and remembered that he had not asked me question. He summoned Švejk and asked him, "Do you know how to take photographs?" "Yes, one do." "Then why don't you have a camera with you?" "Because I don't have me," came the honest and clear answer. "And if you had had one, would you have taken photographs?" the sergeant asked. "If ifs and ans were pots and pans," Švejk answered simply, and calmly endured the puzzled expression on the LCE of the sergeant, whose head had just then to ache again that he could not think out any other question except, "Is it difficult to photograph a station?" "Easier than anything else," answered Švejk, "because it doesn't move but always stands in the place and you don't have to tell it to smile." The sergeant was then able to supplement his as follows, to number 2172, "I have the honor to add." And the sergeant went on writing, "Among other things, during my cross-examination he confessed that he knew how to take photographs and that he liked best photographing stations. It is true that no camera was found on him, but one can presume that he has it hidden where and therefore doesn't carry it on him, as to divert attention away from himself, which is supported by the evidence of his own confession that he would photograph if he had a camera on him." Sergeant, having a terrible head after the night before, got more and more mixed up in his report about the photographing and went on writing, "It is clear that by his own confession only the fact that he didn't have a camera on him prevented him from photographing the station buildings and places of strategic importance in general, and it is indisputable that he would have done so, if he had had that relevant photographic instrument on him which he had hidden somewhere. It is thanks to the fact that he did not have a handy that no photographs were found on him." "That's enough," said the sergeant and signed it. He was completely with his work and read it to the with great pride. "That's a success," he said to the "There you are, that's the way to write reports. Everything must be put in. A cross-examination, my friend, is not a simple matter, and the main thing is that everything is put neatly into the repartees so that the at the top are so foxed by it that their eyes bring our man in that we can finish with him. And so now they will take you away to the district gendarmerie command at Psek," he gravely to Švejk. "According to the regulations you ought really to be put in handcuffs. But because I think you're a decent fellow we shan't do that. I'm sure you won't try to escape on the way." Obviously touched by the sight of Švejk's face, the sergeant added, "And now you won't think badly of me. Take him away, Lance Corporal." "Here you have the then, and Godspeed," gently. "Thank you, Sergeant, for everything you've done for me. When I have the chance I'll write to you, and if I should ever round here again drop 'em on you." Švejk went out with the onto the road, and anyone who had met them, engaged as they were in friendly conversation, might have taken them for old friends who by chance were going the same way to the town, perhaps to Tehe church. El never imagined, Ike was kiting, that the way to would involve such difficulties. It reminds me of the butcher Shur from Kobylisy. Once in the night he came to Paloch's monument at Mora and went round and round it until morning, because he thought that the wall didn't have any end. He was quite out of his mind about it, and by morning he couldn't go on any more, and to shout, "Help, police!" When the cops came he asked them the way to Kobylisy, saying that he'd already been walking around a wall for 5 hours and there was no end to it yet. And so they him with him, and he smashed everything in solitary confinement in his cell. The Lance Corporal did not say a word but thought to himself, "What yarns you're spinning? You're starting with your fairy tales about Gidajivas again." They walked past a lake, and Švejk asked the Lance Corporal with genuine interest whether there were many of fish in the region. "Here everyone's at Imshire," answered they wanted to throw the last regent into the water. The water bailiff on the dam on SHCK3TING bristles into their backsides, but it doesn't help. They carry metal plates in their trousers, you see. They started to talk about progress, how quickly people get onto everything, and how people cheat each other. He developed a new theory that the war was a great blessing for humanity, because in the battles not only people were shot but lots of rogues and bastards. In any case there are too many in world, he reflectively. Each one's breathing down the other's neck, and it's awful how humanity breeds. They approached a roadside pub. It's blowing bloody awful, said the Lance Corporal. Think that a wee dram won't do us any harm. Don't tell I'm taking you to Pizak. It's a state secret. Before the Lance Corporal there danced the instructions of central authorities about suspicious and conspicuous people and of the duties of every gendarmerie station. Keep them away from all contact with the local population and take strict care that on their way to a higher authority there are no unnecessary conversations in the region. It mustn't be let out who you are, the Lance Corporal said again. What you've done is nobody's business. We mustn't panic to spread. Pain's a very end thing in these times of war, he continued. You say something and it spreads like an avalanche over the whole region. Do you understand? Well, I shan't spread any panic, said Švejk, and he was as his word, because when the landlord talked to him, he emphatic ally, my brother here says we'll be in Pizak at o'clock. And so your brother's got leave? The inquisitive asked the Lance Corporal, who without batting an eyelid had the cheek to answer brazenly, today's his last day. We bamboozled him all right, he said, smiling to Švejk, when the pub keeper ran out ****. Only no panic of any kind. It's war. When the therefore going into the roadside pub declared that a wee dram would do no harm, he was an optimist, he forgot about the quantity, and when he had drunk 12 he stated quite firmly that until 3 the commander of the district gendarmerie station would at lunch and that it was useless to come there earlier, and in addition a blizzard was starting. If they reached Pizak by 4 RK in the afternoon it would be LCNDS of time. Even 6 would be time enough. It would dark anyhow, as you could see by the weather that day. It was all the weather they went now or later. Vsek run away. Let's glad that we sit in a warm place, was his decisive word. Out there in the trenches in stinking mether like this be chaps go through a lot more than we do sitting by the stove. The big old stove glowed with heat, and I found that one could very well top up the outer warmth with an inner warmth attained through the help of various sweet and bidden spirits, as they say in Galicia. In this isolated spot the landlord had 8 kinds of spirit. He was bored to death and drank to the sound of the wailing wind which whistled trin every corner of the bunding. The went on inviting the lord to step with him, accusing him of drinking too little, which was obviously an injustice. He could hardly stand on his legs and wanted all the time to play SSRBL. He maintained that in the night he had heard gunfire from the east, upon which the Lance Corporal hiccuped, only no panic, for God's sake. About that there are in instructions. And he went on to explain that instructions were a collusion of immediate, and in doing so he * north-northeast directives. But the landlord no longer understood anything. He was only capable of stating that the war not be won by instructions. It was already dark. The Lance Corporal decided that he and Švejk would now set off on the road to Pizak. In the blizzard they could not more than a step or 2 in front of them, and the Lance Corporal kept on saying, go on following your nose until Pizak. When he had said this for the 3rd time his voice no longer sounded from the road but from somewhere below, where he had slipped down the slope on the snow. With the help of his rifle he scrambled easily up onto the road again. Švejk heard him giggling to himself, skating rink. After a time he could not be heard any more on the road, because he had again slipped down the slope and was bawling loud that he drowned the wind, I'm falling. Panic. The Lance Corporal was transformed into a busy ant, which whenever it fills down anywhere stubbornly tries to climb up again. 5 times the worm did his excursion down the slope, and when he was again at Švejk's side he said helplessly and desperately, "El could easily lose you." "Don't afraid," said Švejk. "We'll get on if we fasten ourselves together, then neither of us the other. Have you got handcuffs with you?" "Every gendarme must always carry handcuffs on him," the Lance Corporal firmly, stumbling around Švejk. "That's our daily bread." "Then let's link up," Švejk suggested. "Why not try?" With a masterly flick of his hand, he fastened the handcuffs to Švejk onto the other end of them to the wrist of his right hand. Now they were linked together like twins. Stumbling on the road, they could not separate. The lance corporal dragged Švejk over piles of stones, and when he fell down he pulled Švejk down with him. When this, the handcuffs cut their hands until finally the lance corporal said that they couldn't go on like this and that he must unfasten them again. After long and vain attempts to free himself and Švejk from the handcuffs, he were linked until kingdom come. Amen, added Švejk, and they continued their laborious journey. The lance corporal was seized with a fit of deep depression, and late in the evening, after terrible trials, they got to the gendarmerie headquarters at Švejk. He was completely broken and said on the "Now it'll be frightful. We can't get away from catch," and truly it was frightful, when the sergeant sent for the commander of the Captain Koenig. The captain's first words were, "Breathe on, Mel." "Now I understand," said the captain, taking in the situation with his keen experience. "Nor rum, ik krijt, I.e. Vodinka, Vyhovka, Vanilkova ls Gant," he nid, turning to his subordinate. "Hear you what a gendarme should not do. This is an offense on which a court martial will have to give its verdict. Handcuffing to a delinquent. Coming here sozzled, dead drunk. Crawling here like an animal. Take the handcuffs off him." "Well, what is it?" he, turning to the honey corporal who with free arm was down. "Humbly RPRT, sir, I bring in a report on you is going to the court." The tersely, "Sergeant, jail both the men, bring them tomorrow for interrogating, study the repaired friend Pudame refoliated to my house." The captain of the Etpike, a very officious man, very thorough and enlightening in bureaucratic matters. In the attics in his one ever that had it with EV communication signed by the captain, who the whole day reprimands, admonitions and warnings to the whole district. Ever since the outbreak of war, black clouds had lowered the gendarmerie stations in the Hek district. It was a truly atmosphere. The thunder and LTS of bureaucracy rumbled and struck the gendarmerie erga and lance corporals, men and employees. For every two-fanny thing there was a disciplinary investigation. If we want to win the war, he aid high inspections of the gendarmerie stadiums, then mug BB, and eve where there be a dot on the he encircled by all sides and absolutely convinced only that every gendarme in district had sins on his conscience as a result of the war, but that if Abier at this asterisk runtime was guilty of some of duty. And from above he was bombarded with official ammunitions in which the Ministry of AI Defense pointed out that according to the information of the Ministry of War from the Pizek district were deserting to the enemy. And they drove him into teaching the high alty of his edict ked ghastly. The women from the went to their husbands off to the war, and he knew for certain that their husbands them not to let the male killed for his majesty. The yellow and black beginning to become with the clouds of revolution. In the Carpathians battalions went over to the 28th and the LTH regiments. In the latter were soldiers from the district and region. In the sultry calm before the storm of the approaching revolution, RNRUITS from Vodhany arrived with carnations of organdy. Percentiers on their way from Prague passed through Pig and threw back the cigarettes and crolate which lady had given them in their pig trucks. Then a battalion on its way to the front went and Jews bawled out in German, "Genie Ave the Emperor." Down with the Serbs. They got such it up that the NL not show themselves in the streets for a week. And while these took place, showing that when Envour was played on the ORP.N in the churches it was only a pitiful veneer and University El Shem, their aim from the gendarmerie stations the familiar to the Commissioner La Pudum saying that everything MS in the order, that there was no anti-war agitation anywhere and the attitude of the was law, enthusiasm lobby. "You're not gendarmes, but the gendarmerie captain used to EY his lasted of sharpening your 1000%. You're slowly turning into cattle." Having made this ZCNL% equal discovery, he AD&D, you lounge about at home and think, and kiss our ARRS with that war of theirs. This was always followed by a list of all the duties of unfortunate gendarmes, a lecture on the general situation and how to KRP everything firmly in hand, so that it should rally be as it ought to. After this description of the glowing innig of gendarmerie perfection, aimed at the strengthening of the Austrian monarchy, there followed threats, disciplinary investigations, transfers, and oaths. The captain was firmly convinced that he here on guard, that he RAS preserving something, and that all gendarmes from the gendarmerie stations who were under his orders were a bunch of do-nothing egoists, bastards, crooks for whom anything else but brandy, beer and wine had any meaning. Because they had low wages they accepted bribes to able to, and they were slowly but surely breaking Austria up. The only run he TNBTD was his owner Gant Inventsman, that Gant always said at the pub, "For today's silly on crack W of has been again." Anton Iodid of the gendarmerie from Putem about him his gendarmerie sergeant Mateka, and to himself that as far as he was concerned the captain could go to hell with all his repairts, because down at the Ottawa TLWI were waiting for him to take part in a game of schnapsen. I told you last time, Matsika, the captain said, that the biggest BLOC I've ever known is the gendarmerie regant in Protofen, but judging by this repaired here the urgent from Putem has gone 1 asterisker. That soldier, whom that scoundrel of a Lance brought here, and whom he was linked with like two dogs, is certainly not a spy. He's undoubtedly a common or garden deserter. Here the idiot writes stupid rubbish that every little child could eat. At first he was as tight as a papal prelate. "Bring that SOLNR here at once," he ordered, after he had studied the from Putem for a while. "I've nev in my life such a tissue of bunkum, and on top of all this he ends as exhort this suspicious bastard like his own. These fropples still don't know me. I can be a deva. Until I've made them shit with fright 3 times a day they zam to think that they put anything across me." Captain Ergen to expatiate on how the gendarmerie nowadays had a negative attitude to all orders, and how it was obvious that every urgent when he wrote his had a lark with it just to make a bigger of things. When the warning came from ADVE that they could not excluded of intelligence agents reaming about the countryside, the gendarmerie's sergeants began to manufacture them wholesale, and if the war lasted any longer it would be a giant madhouse. In the office they must send a telegram to Putem summating the Tupizek the next day. He'd cruxed out of his head that very important event, which he wrote a bull at the of his report. "Which regiment have you from?" The captain's WEL words to Švejk. "I haven't deserted from any regiment." The captain looked at Spseek and W such in his calm face that he asked, "How did get hold of that uniform?" "Every soldier gets uniform asterisk and he's called up," answered Švejk with a facid smile. "I serve in the regiment, and only did I not desert from my regiment, but quite the word contrary with such emphasis that the captain assumed a peatness and asked, "How do you mend the contrary?" "It's a teru, least simple mata, confid. I'm going to my regiment, I'm for it and not from it. I want nothing than to get to my regiment as possible. I'm already quite nervy when I think how I'm obviously getting further and farther away from NSKE Budiivas, and the whole regiment is waiting for me there." The urgent in Putem showed me on the map that Budiivas is to the south, but instead of sending me there he to the north. The captain waved his hand as though meaning to he perpetrates much things than directing Opal to the north. "And so you can't find your regiment?" He'd have gone to LTX, K for it. Švejk explained to him the whole he named and all the places he'd passed through on the way to Budejmice. Milovskokvetovra Makin Kiovas said J Horidovas Radomiel Putem Steknos Trakonis V I dub Protof, and finally Putem again. With his struggle with HTE, how he had tried with might and main to get to his 91st Regiment at Budejivas dis Red Riding, and how all FLOMS had iron. He spoke passionately, and the captain mechanically drew with his on a piece of paper the vicious circle which the old Irvej could not get out of when he to join his regiment. That was a Latsor of Hercules, he nid at last, when he had listened with annoyed disbelief of how irritated he was that it was taking him long to get to his regiment. It must have been a wonderful sight to you wandering round and round Putem. It could have been decided already then, Švejk remarked, if it hadn't been for that in that miserable hole. HC never asked my name or my regiment and or other, everything was frightfully mysterious to him. He should have had me taken away to Budejivas, and in the barracks they would have told him whether I was that Švejk who was looking HB regenerant CR suspicious individual. By now I might have already been a whole day with my regiment and be carrying out my military duties. Why didn't you out in Putem that it was a mistake? Because I that it was useless to talk to him. That was what the old Rampa at Vinarati QID when Orneon wanted to get something from him on tick. There are times when a nun is as deaf as opposed to everything. The captain did pa BNG for REF Elshin. He merely concluded that such a roundabout journey by a man who wanted to get to his regiment was a sign of the DST human degeneration, and he had the following knocked out on the TYF writer in the offs, observing all the rules and embellishments of to the Royal number 91 at Budziovas. Enclosed please find JCF Švejk, who to the statement of the UME should be an infantryman of ME regiment, detained on the basis of his engagements in Putim, Peak District, by the Gendarmerie station under suspicion of desecration. The me that Makarov for his above-mentioned regiment. The Inza strrky figure, a symmetrical HCC and nose blue eyes without special characteristics. In Annex B1 is transmitted the agreement for the messing of the intent *D for kind remittal to the accounts of the Ministry of Regional with a request for con oft receipt oft and C is for confirmation a list of Army VHKH the day of Švejk's journey from Pictou in the train passed off briskly and swiftly. His companion was a young gendarme, a novice whose eyes never left Švejk's face and who was scared to death that Švejk might run away from him. During the whole journey he was trying to solve a difficult problem. If I had now to go and do number 1 or number 2, what I do? He solved it by accepting that must act as his phone. Throughout the whole journey with Švejk, from the station to the Mariinsk barracks in Budiševce, he had his eyes fixed convulsively on Švejk, and whenever they came to a hammer or to a crossroads he told Švejk, as though quite casually, how many loaded cartridges they were given for each escort, upon which Švejk answered that he was convinced that no gendarme would shmt anyone on the street. In CAE he should an accident. The gendarme wrangled with him and in this way they reached the on-duty inn. The barracks for the day was Lieutenant Lukal. All he sat at his desk in the arms, when they suddenly brought Švejk to him with the papers. Humbly sir, I'm here again, Švejk saluting and putting on a solemn expression. This whole scene was witnessed by Mpany Sergeant Major Kotatko, who later related that when Švejk announced himself Lieutenant looks up, put his hands to his head and fell backwards on top of Kotatko, and that when they revived him Švejk, who had been saluting all this time, repeated, humbly report, sir, I'm here again. Then Lieutenant Luck, white as a sheet, took with trembling hands the papers which concerned Švejk, signed them, asked everybody to go out, told the gendarme that everything was all right and locked himself into the arms together with J.K. and ended Švejk's Budiševce at Hunsies. It is certain that if Švejk had been granted liberty of movement he would have got to Budiševce his own. However much the authorities may that it was they who brought Švejk to his place of duty, this is nothing but a mistake. With Švejk's energy and irresistible desire to fight, the authorities' action was like throwing a spanner into the works. Švejk and Lieutenant Luck one another straight in the eye. The lieutenant's eyes had a dreadful, menacing and desperate gleam in them, while Švejk looked at the lieutenant tenderly and kindly, as though he were looking at his dearest whom he had lost and found again. In the office it was as still as the grave. Nearby from the corridor someone could be heard walking. It was conscientious one-year volunteer, who had had to stay at home because of a cold, as could told from his voice, since he was giving a very nasal performance of what he had learned by heart in German, how members of the imperial household must be received at fortresses. One could hear clearly, as the exalted approached the fortress, a salute is to be on all bastions and fortifications. The commandant will receive them on horseback with dirk in hand. He will then ride forward. Shut up there, the lieutenant roared into the get to hell out of it. If you've got fever, stay at home. And the eager volunteer could be heard going away, and from the end of the corridor was audible the faint echo of his nasal intoning. At the moment when the commandant salutes, the firing is to related. It will a third time when the exalted personages alight. And again the lieutenant and Švejk went on staring at each other in silence, until finally Lieutenant Luck said with harsh irony, "Hearty welcome, SVCJK, to České Budiševce. He that is to be hanged will never be drowned. There's already an arrest order out for you, and tomorrow you will at regimental report. I'm not going to be bothered with you anymore. I've suffered more than enough from you, and my patience is shattered to smithereens. When I think that I managed to live so long with such a bloody half-wit as you." He began to walk up and down the arms. "No, it's frightful. Now I'm amazed that didn't shoot you. What would have happened to me if I had? Absolutely nothing. I'd have been acquitted. Do you realize that?" "Humbly report, sir, I realize it fully. Don't start again, Švejk, with that bullshit of yours, or something really will happen. In the end we'll put a stop to your tricks once and for you have raised your EDY to the degree of infinity until everything has burst catastrophically. Regiment's arrest. Lieutenant La rubbed hands. It's all up with you, Švejk. He returned to his table and wrote a few lines on a piece of called the guard in front of the office and ordered him to lead Švejk off to the prison warder and to give him the note. They led Švejk off the courtyard and the lieutenant with unconcealed delight watched the PON warder unlock the door with a black and yellow label, Regimental Alert. He saw how Švejk disappeared behind that and how a moment later the warder emerged from it alone. Now, thanked the thought aloud. At last he's in the dark spaces of the dungeon of the Mariinsk barracks. Švejk was welcomed cordially by a ET-MER volunteer who was sprawling about on his straw. He wooed the prisoner and was bored to death the second day. To Švejk's question why he was in jail, he answered that it was answering. He had the of an artillery lieutenant by mistake at night in the square in an archway when he was drunk. Actually he hadn't even his R's but only KNCKKED, his cap off. Artillery lieutenant happened to standing at night under the archway and was apparently waiting FCR Perkstatut. He had who back to him and the volunteer him a FR end of his, another volunteer called Materna frantic. And he's a little dick, just like him, told Švejk. I up to him nicely from and his off, saying, service, Francel, and the end start was such a fix L that he at once started to whistle for the military and they me off. It may the volunteer admitted, that in the cour asterisk of that a few blows fell, but I don't think that affects the matter, since it was an obvious case of mistaken identity. He admits himself that I said, service, Francie, and his Grecian name is Anton. That's quite clear. The only thing which can get me into trouble is that I ran away hospital, and if it gets out that H-spital. When I joined up, he went on, firm of renta in the town and tried to contract rheumatism. 3 times in succession I got myself thoroughly pickled, went, and lay down in a ditch outside the town when it was raining, and my TOTS off but that didn't help. And then in the winter I bathed by night in the muck for a whole week, but I achieved just the old man. I got hardened that for a whole night I couldn't snow in the courtyard of the house and when the people of the house woke me up in morning my feet as warm as if I had wearing fur slippers. If I had only caught tonsillitis at least, but absolutely nothing came of it. And I couldn't even catch that V.D every day I went to the Port Arthur. Some of my colleagues had already got inflammation of the testicle and had their balls off, but I still remained immune. It woo hellishly old man. And then one day I met a D-bled soldier from he told me to COMC and him one Sunday and that the next day I'd have Lex Lou at HC had a needle and syringe and really I could hardly get home from Hluboka afterwards. That precious soul hadn't deceived and in the end I got my muscular rheumatism. I was at once taken to the hospital and everything was hunky-dory. And then F2 at me again. My trother-in-law, Dr. Mosek from Zykov, was transferred to Bujavas and it's him I have to thank for my being able to stay in hospital so long. He could have spun it out so long as to get me discharged as unfit for service, if I hadn't ruined it with that hospital book. That was a good one, first class. I got hold of a big TXOK, gummed onto it and wrote on it, Hospital of the 91st Regiment. The headings and on were all in order. I wrote in HL's names, Turnelricher readings, diseases, and every afternoon after the visit I coolly went into the town with this book under my arm. At the gates the Lundwehr men were keeping guard and so from that side I was completely *cure too. I showed them the book and they even saluted me. Then I went to a chap I knew, and in the tax oms, changed into mufti and went to a pub, wherein I knew we carried on various treasonable conversations. After that I got so cool that I didn't even LX there to change into mufti and went in uniform to pubs and the town. I didn't get back to my in the *tall before the early hours and when the patrol stopped at night I showed them my hospital of the 91st Regiment and after that no one asked me any more. At the gates of the hospital again silently showed the BK and somehow I always to get back to my check increased all much that I thought no one could do anything to me. Then came that still mistake at night on the archway. A mistake that clearly showed that no trees grow all the way up to heaven, old man. Pride before a fall. All flesh is as grass and all the glory of man as the flower of grass. Icarus burned his wings. Man would like to be a giant and he's nothing but a shit's old man. Don't trust to chance but pinch yourself morning and night to remind yourself that discretion is the better of valor and that nothing's more harmful than excess. After debauches and orgies there always follows the moral hangover. That's the law of nature, old man. When I think that I ruined my chance of exempted for life from active service, that could have been rejected as C3. What a tremendous break. I could have loafed about somewhere in an office in the reserve a man, but my carelessness tripped me up. The volunteer solemnly concluded his confession as follows: Earthage fell. Nineveh was reduced to ruins, old man, but thumbs up. Don't let anyone imagine that when they send me to the front I'll fire a single shot. Regimental report. Expulsion from the school. Long live Bimix Ryle and Royal Cretinism. Why should I squat in there and take their exams? Cadet, ensign, second lieutenant, lieutenant. I'll shit on them. Officers dealing with those pupils that have to repeat the whole years over again. Military paralysis. Should a rifle be on the left or right shoulder? How many stars does it have? Checking up on lists of reservists. Himmel Herrgott. There's nothing to smoke, old man. Would you like me to teach you to spit on the 1.4K? This is how it's done. Wish something while you're doing it and it will granted. If you like drinking beer, I can recommend you the excellent water there in a jug. If you're hungry and you want to enjoy your, I can recommend you the City Club. I advise you to write Beatry as a cure against TX Redom. I've already written an epic, The Warder at Horn He Sleeps Night Through. We carry the brunt, till we hear from HQ that the battle is lost, and here against TBC enemies rate for nigh bunks he builds a barricade. When he's finished with his, from his lips you hear the story: Austria's might will end, CVCR fall, God preserve its power and glory. You old man, the fat VT Antir went on, to hell with anyone who says that respect for our dear monarchy is among our. Here's a man in prison, who has nothing to smoke and is waiting to go on regimental report, and he is giving the finest example of affection for the throne. He inys homage in his songs to his greater sixth Ireland, at a moment when it is threatened with a walloping on all sides. He is deprived of his liberty, but all the same there flow from his verses of unswerving devotion. Morituri te salutant, Caesar / he dead salute you, Caesar, but the warder's a bastard. You've got blockooksly good menials in your service. The day before yesterday I gave him 5 ounces to buy me cigarettes, and the BLNLY swine told me this morning that smoking was forbidden, that he would get into trouble if he did what I asked, and that he'd return those 5 crowns to me when he got his pay. Yes, old man, I believe anything nowadays. The sloat vans are upside down, robbing prisoners, and into the Tunrigan the bastard sings the whole day, where people sing you can sleep without wrongs. Folk who are wrong UNS have no MJNGS. Hound, gutter snipe, scoundrel, traitor. The volunteer now asked SVSK what who offense. You were trying to find regiment, he NID. That mu I have been some hunt. Tibor, KV and OV, VR, Malzi FN, Radovis, Radomig, Pudim, ST and no, Straconus, Volii, Dub, Vodiani, Prodafen, Pudim, Perk, Butajevis. A thorny, and tomorrow you re on regimental repair too. Brother, we'll meet together on the execution ground. Then our colonel have something to chuckle about. You've no idea how worked up he get by regimental affairs. He flees round the yard like a mad BL seamhound and sticks his tongue out like a dying old whore. And then his speeches, his exhortations, hold all time he spits him like a slavering camel. His never come to an end, and you could expect the whole of the Mariinsk barracks to collapse at once. I know him well because I was on his regimental report. I joined up in top tux TS and a TQ hat because * my tailor hadn't delivered my uniform in time. And I aimed to the ground for the 1-year volunteers school in top BTS and a top hat and fell into a line and marched with the others on the left flank. Colonel Schroeder rode straight at me and gnarly knocked me down. Donnerwetter, he read in German that you could hear it far away in the Suman. What are you doing here, you civilian? I answered him politely that woo a 1-year volunteer and that I was taking part in drill. And you should have him. He orated for half an hour and then for the first time saw that I was saluting in my top hat. All he did was to shout out that the next I go on regimental rep, RT, after which he spurred his horse God knows where like a mad rider. Then he galloped up Apen, roared and rampaged once more, air at his breast and ordered at Oni to clear out of the drill grounds and to go to the at regimental report. He gave me 14 days confined to barracks, made me put on imminable wrap from the store and THRE 10 to tar off my street FS. 1 year volunteer, that FT kill of a colonel went on driveling aloud, is something noble. They are the embryos of glory, military quality, heroism. The 1 year volunteer Woldat was promoted to the rank of corporal after passing the usual examination. He then volunteered for the front and TCXK 15 prisoners. While he was handing them over he was to pies by a shell. 5 minutes later the order that Woldat promoted cadet. And you could expect the future, advancement decorations. Your name could be inscribed in the golden LOK of the regiment. The volunteer spat, "You see, old man, what kinds of INSTRs are under the sun? I don't care a damn about 1 year volunteers and all the other privileges they give you, sir, you are, and how fine that sounds, sir, you are. And not just vulgarly, bloody oaf. And after your death you will get the Signum Laudes or Great Silver Medal, the imperial and royal purveyors of corpses with or without stars. Why, any ox is better off. They kill it in the slaughterhouse and don't drag it beforehand to the drill ground and to rifle practice." The fat volunteer rolled onto the other straw mattress and went on, "It's obvious that one day it will all collapse. It can't last forever. Try to pump glory into a pig and it will burst in the end. If I went to the front I should write on the carriage, upon the fields your bones they'll put. 8 horses or 4 dozen fi, ot. The Dgajer and the warder am red, bringing a quarter ration of army bread for Aerith and some fresh water." Without getting up from the mattress the volunteer apostrophized the warder in the following: "How noble and beautiful it is to visit prisoners, St. Agnes of the 91st Regiment. Welcome, angel of charity, whose heart is full of compassion. Thou art bowed down under thee of food and drinks brought to alleviate our sufferings. We shall never forget the charity thou hast shown us. Thou art a radiant vision in our dark prison. On regimental report you'll forget your of humor," the warder grumbled. "Keep your hair on, you miserable old screw," the replied from his plank bed. "You'd better tell us what you'd do if you had to LCXK up 10 1-year volunteers? Don't so be LCH, dy silly, you turnkey of the Mariinsk barracks. You'd lock up 20 and let out 10, you hamster. Christ, if I were the minister I'd see you had a wonderful war. You know the law that the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection? I only ask you one thing, show me and give me a firm point in this universe and I'll lift up the whole world with you in it." You conceited oaf. And warder's eyes bulged, he himself and banged a mutual aid righty for removing warders, said the volunteer, dividing the portion of bread fairly in 2 parts. According to paragraph 16 of prison regulations prisoners in the barracks have to be served full army rations until sentence is passed on them, but here it's Tly law of the jungle which rules. Lucky the chap who's the first to wolf up the prisoners' rations. Švejk and he were sitting on the end chewing the army you best by the warder. How war brutalizes a man, the volunteer went on reflecting. No doubt before our warder was called up he was a young man with ideals, a fair-haired cherub, gentle and humane, defending the unfortunate, whom he always stood up for when at revels in his village there was a rough house because of a girl. No doubt everybody respected him then, but tur. My God, how I itch to give him one across the jaw, bang his head on the plank bed, throw him head first into the rares. And that too, old man, is a proof of how in the military business your mentality gets completely brutalized." He started singing, "Not even the devil could scare her, till she met an artilleryman." "Old man," he went on, "if we consider all this from the angle of our dear monarchy, we reach the inescapable conclusion that the situation is just the same as it was with Pushkin's uncle, of whom Pushkin wrote that, as he was a dying duck, there was nothing to do but, sigh keep on wondering, when the devil will you off the rattle ofaki in the DM, or could heard again." And the warder lit the oil lamp in the corridor. "A ray of light in the darkness," shouted the volunteer. "Enlightenment the army. Mr. Warder, give my love to all the higher ranks and I wish you pleasant dreams. Perhaps you'll dream that you've returned me SSE 5 crowns which I gave you to buy cigarettes with and which you've on drinking my health. Sweet dreams, You old monster. The warder could be heard muttering something regimental RQRT the next day. Alone once more, said the volunteer. Now shall devote the time before sleep to an exposition and lecture how the Z.logical knowledge of the N.co.snd officers increases every day. In order to dig out new live war material and militarily conscious morsels for the canon's maw, profound studies of natural history are needed of the sources of economic hospitality, published by Com, where on every page crop up the words, cattle, pig, swine. But recently we have noted however that our military circles have been introducing new nomenclature for recruits. In the 11th Company, although fuses the word Engadine T, Lance Sorix Jarl Muller, a German from Coppercent RRSKE Hori L calls recruits stinking CRCH swine, Sergeant Major Sondernummer ox-headed toad's eye or Yorkshire porkers, promising in addition that he'll flay and stuff every recruit. He it with expert knowledge, as though he from a family of taxidermists. All our superior officers try in this way to instill in us a love for our land by means of teaching aids such as at recruits and dancing round them, a war cry reminiscent of the natives in Africa when they are about to skin an Inca and antelope or RTNST the haunches of a missionary who is dressed for the table. Such expressions apply to Germans of course. If Sergeant Major S.Enternummer uses the expression pack of swine, he always quickly adds the word Czech, and the Germans should offend it and think it was meant for them. Then all the N of the TTTH Company roll their eyes like a miserable dog that has been greedy enough to swallow a sponge dip, add in oil and can't get it out of its throat. Once I heard a conversation Lance Corey, RAF Muller and Peral although fat UT the next in the training of the men of the home defense. In this conversatic the following words STTXXL out, a couple the jaw. I thought at first they were having a row, that the German military monolith was coming unstuck. But I made a NEY were actually only referring to the rank and file. When a Czech pig like that, there were the direct instructions given by Corporal Alf, not learn after 30 flat downs to stand as straight as a candle. It's not enough to give him a few the jaw. Deal him a sharp blow in the with a fist of one hand and with the other KNCKK his AP across his R's, ing, turn. As he turns round give him a kick up his backside and you'll how he'll straighten up and how Ensign Dowerling will. And now, old man, I must tell you mething about Dowerling, continued the volunteer. Any recruits in the company talk about him rather like a lonely old woman on a farm near the Mexican frontiers would romance about some famous Mexican bandit. Dowerling has the reputation of being a man-eater and anthropophagus from the Australian tribes who devour the members of other tribes when they fall into their hands. His life story is marvelous. Not long after his birth his nurse fell down when she was carrying him, and little Conrad Dowerling knocked his head so hard that even today you can have flattening on it as though a comet had struck the North Pole. Every LDY doubted whether he would ever be fit to do anything, even if he survived the concussion of the brain. Only his Heather, a colonel, didn't hope and said that it wouldn't matter at all because, as a matter of course, when young Dowerling grew up he would go in for a military career. Young Dowerling managed to get into the cadet school at Heinberg after a frightful struggle with 4 classes of the lower technical SCHCXL, for which he was coached by Private Kramers. The first of them grew prematurely grey and went mad, and the second grew desperate that he wanted to jump of the St. Stephen's Fouer in Vienna. In the cadet SCHM.L they never worried previous education, it was generally unsuitable for Austrian regular officers. Their one military ideal was the Prussian drill sergeant. Education ennobles the soul, and this is useless in the army. The corps the officers the better. In the cadet Dowerling was no GRXD even in those subjects of which every pupil had at least a smattering. Even their traces could observe of his having given his head a knock in childhood. His answers at examinations spoke eloquently of his unfortunate accident. They were remarkable for their stupidity and were considered classic examples of crass idiocy and mental confusion, so that the professors at the cadet school never called him anything but our dumb friend. His stupidity was so dazzling that it justified the hope that perhaps after a few decades he might make the Dersheion Military Academy or the Ministry of War. When the war broke out and all the young cadets were made ensigns, Conrad Dowerling got himself onto the list of Heinberg cadets who were promoted, and thus he found his way to the 91st Regiment. The volunteer paused, and went on. The Ministry of War published a drill or education, in which Dauerling read that terror was essential for soldiers. Training had success in proportion to the degree of terror applied. And in this Dauerling always had success. To avoid having to listen to his whole companies of soldiers reported sick a practice, however, which didn't exactly come off. Anyone who reported sick received 3 days severe. By the way, do you know what severe means? They chase you on the drill ground all day and then after that they lock you up at night. So it happened that no one in Dauerling's reported sick anymore. Those who did simply sat in clink. Dauerling always preserves on the drill ground that casual barracks tone, beginning with the word swine and ending with that enigma swinehound, but at the same time he's very liberal. He leaves to the soldiers their freedom of decision. What do you want, you elephant? A few bashes on NCSE or 3 days if anyone CH00SS *vir he gets 2 bashes on the no as well, to which Dauerling adds this explanation, UBLXLY coward, you're afraid of your snout? What are you going to do later on when the heavy artillery strikes up? Once, when he out he declared in German, ugh, what a lot of fuss about a bastard that allowed anyhow. Field Marshal Konrad von Hotzendorf to why they have to peg out later. A favorite MD effective of Dauerling's is to summon the Czech rank and file and lecture them on Austria's military tasks, where he explains the general principles of army education from handcuffing to hanging and shooting. At the beginning of the winter I went to hospital. We drilled the drill ground next to the 11th NWH and there was a doffing made a s-fact to his Czech IKMW, he that you're some and that I'll have to KNCRK out of your heads all your Czech bullshit with GQ won't even get to the gallows. Our Supreme Commander is a German too. Are you listening? Hell's Belk. Flat down. Everyone fell down flat, and when they were all lying on the ground Dauerling walked in front of them and orated. Flat down's got to be flat down even if you cut yourself to pieces in the mud. You mad down existed even in ancient Rome. In those days everyone had to join up and serve from 710 to 60. They had to serve 30 years in the field and weren't allowed to wallow about in the barracks like pigs. And at that time too there was one army language and command. If the men had tried to talk Etruscan to them, SSC Roman officers would have given them, and I too require all of you to reply in German and not in that double Dutch of yours. You see how nice it is for you to lie in the mud, but just imagine what would if one of you didn't want to go lying there and try to get up. What would I do? I'd break his jaw to his ears, because it would be an act of insolence, retaliation, mutiny, opposition, dereliction of duty for a soldier, a breach of order and discipline and contempt for official instructions in general. From this it follows that a bastard like that is destined for the gallows and forfeiture of any claim to and civil rights. The lapsed into silence and continued again after having obviously in the interval worked out theme of the deatic of conditions in the barracks, comp% apathetic. It was under Captain Adamina. He was when he sat in the office he usually stared blankly space like a harmless lunatic and had an expression as though he was going to why, I couldn't ios. At battalion report knows what he was thinking once an oldier of the 11th Company Heimelf on battalion report with a complaint that one evening in the STRT Ensign Dauerling had called him a Czech pig. He was a bookbinder in civil life and a nationally conscious Czech worker. And that's how it is, said Antain Adamika quietly, because he always spoke very quietly. He said that to you yesterday in the arete. Now we shall have to whether you had to go out of the barracks. Dismiss. Some time later Captain Adamina summoned the man who had ICKI'd the complaint. It has been ascertained, he said again just as quietly, that you had permission that day to absent yourself from the until 10 o'clock in the evening. And so you will not be punished. Dismiss. After that, old man, it used to said of Captain Adamina that he had a sane of justice, and so they him to the front and in his place Cantermeyer Wenslow. But he was a devil when people tried to stir up trouble between the nationalities. And it was he who hauled Ensign Dauerling over the coals. Major Wenslow has a Czech wife and is very much afraid of nationality disputes. Years ago when he served as a captain in Kutna Hora and was drunk he swore at a waiter in a hotel and called him rum. Let Rue mention that in Scriety Major Wenslow never anything but kick, just as he did at home, and that his study in buttonholes is he uttered th4e words. And it got into the then a deputy made an inter in the Vienna about Obtain Wall's behavior in the hotel. Winslow had a lot of unpleasantness because of it, as it was just at the time of the debate on the army and right into the middle of it, and came a sozzled uptain Winslow from Book.2-4. Later Captain Winslow learned that all this was a put-up IOB by Zitko, one of the probationary cadets from the 1-yard volunteers, who sent it to that he had been a feud him and Winslow from the time when Zitko in Winslow's presence started ranting that one only had to look at Mother Nature to observe how clouds cover the horizon, mountains rise high on the skyline, waterfalls thunder in the and birds sing. You only have to cadet what any captain is compared with sublimature. Just as much of a zero as any probationary cadet. All the gentlemen way at that completely picklal. Captain Winslow wanted to flog the unfortunate Zitko like a mule, and the feud increased e8 and the captain bullied Zitko whenever he could, and all the Zitko's utterance came proverbial. What is Captain Winslow compared with nature? It was famous over the whole of Book.2-4. The bastard. I'll make him obtain Winslow to say, but Zitko went into civil life and went on studying Phil, MPhy. But from then on Winslow conceived a mad loathing for all junior officers. Not even a lieutenant was PRTF against his ing and raving, two of cadets and ensigns. I'll crush them like bugs. Major Winslow, NWCK betide that ensign who would drive anyone onto battalion rep YRT for any trifling offense. In Major Winslow's eye only an enormous and frightful offense has any significance, like for instance of falling asleep on GNRD at the magazine, when he does something even more frightful like ailing asleep when crawling at night over the wall of the Mariinsk barracks and nighting be caught by a patrol Lundwehr or the artillery, in short, ribble things which would be a blot on GCXA name of the regiment. For Christ's sake. I heard him once sir in the corridor, IES the third time he's caught by the Lundwehr patrol. Throw the Yeptile into the dungeon at once. The Tunstard sent away from the regiment to the train to Kardong somewhere. And he didn't even fight with them. They are not soldiers, these bastards, they are crossing sweepers. Don't let him have anything to add until the day after tomorrow. Take away his straw matra and shove him into solitary confinement. Don't let him have a blanket, the rat. Now just imagine, my friend, immediately after the major had MRNE here, that idiotic ensign Dowling hounded onto battalion a man who, allegedly, had intentionally faded to salute him when he was driving across the square in a fiacre one Sunday afternoon with a young lady. According to the NCO's accounts, battalion on that was like the day of the last judgment. The mire from the battalion office ran out into the passage with the registers, and Major Winslow roared at Dowling, "L won't have this BBDY him L near wetter. I utterly forbid it." Do you know, ensign, what battalion report is? Battalion repray, not a Sunday SCHWL treat. How the hell could he you when you were driving the square? Don't you know that you yourself were taught that officers are to saluted only when met, and that doesn't mean that a soldier has got to gyrate like a top just to keep track of Madame Ensign driving a square? BGCD enough to hold your tongue. Battalion repaired is a very rice institution. If the soldier has already stated to you that he didn't EUBOws at that minute he was saluting me the cot asterisk and had turned his eyes in my direction, do you understand, Major Winslow's, and if he said that he couldn't at the fiacre you driving in, then I think you've got to him. Next time, have the not to X there with from that time on Dowling change NE volunteer yawned, we must have a sleep before regimental rep RT. I only want to tell you of what it's like in the regiment. Colonel DCNT like Major Winslow. He's altogether a funny bird. Dane Signer, who looks after the volunteers Wes and Schroeder the true of, although nothing in the world frightens Colonel Schroeder more than the idea that he might have to go to the front. Signer is a very smart customer and hates reserve officers just like Schroeder. He them stink. He regards volunteers as wild beasts out of which you have to make military robots. So stars their tunics and sent them to the front to be liquidated instead of noble active who have to preserve for stud purpose. All along the line, said the volunteer, pulling the blanket over him, everything in the army stinks of rottens up till now. The white-eyed masses haven't woken up to it. With goggling they let themselves be made into mincemeat, and then when they are struck by a bullet they just whisper, "Mummy." Heroes don't exist, only cattle the slaughter and the butchers in the general staffs. But in the end ever will mutiny and there will be a fine shambles. Long live the army. The volunteer was quiet. Then he started to toss and turn under the blanket and asked, "Are you asleep, old man?" "No," answered Švejk from the other bunk. "I'm thinking." "What about, old man?" "The great silver for valor which at the end of the war was conferred on a cabinet maker from Vavrova Street at Vinarady, Mlino by name, because he was the first in his regiment to have his leg torn off by a shell. He got an artificial leg and began to tmst about his medal everywhere and to say he was the first and very first war cripple in the regiment. Once he to the at Vinarady and hd a row with butchers from the slaughterhouse. In the end they tore off his artificial leg and clout him over the head with it. The man who tore it off him didn't know it was an artificial one, and with fright. At the Mlist station they put Mliko's leg back again, but from then on he was furious with his great silver medal for valor and went and pawned it in the pawn shop, where they seized him and the medal too. He had some unpleasantness as a result. There was a kind of special court of honor for disabled soldiers and it sentenced him to be deprived of his silver medal and later of his leg as well. How do you awfully simple. One day a commissioned to him and informed him that he was not worthy of having an artificial leg. Then they unscrewed it, took it off and carried it away. Švejk went. It's awful fun tcn, when the survivors of Means Allen in the war suddenly receive a medal like that with an inscription that they are lent it, that they hang it somewhere in an important place. In Boya and Hova Street at Vigrad, an infuriated who thought that the authorities were making fun of him, hung the medal up in the rears, and a policeman who shared those rears on the gallery with him denounced him for treasonable activities, and so the b, or fell who got hell. From this we may conclude, the volunteer, that all flesh is as grass and all the glory of run as the flower of grass. Now they have published in Vienna the diary of a year vom Rear, and in it there is a fascinating in Czech translation. There was ox a valiant who his life thus showing how, without fear or fright, a man fight. They carry on to the gun. Prayers rise to heaven, by me, as they pin on two of the MN at New Merches Be Star. And I think, said the volunteer after a short silence, that our military morale is declining. I therefore, old man, that in the darkness of the night, in the silence of our prison, we sing a song about the gunner Jabarak. That will raise military morale. But we must bawl it out as loud as we can it and hard all over the Mariinsk barracks. I accordingly recommend that we should station ourselves close by the door. And from the PON there rounded such a powerful roar that the windows in the corridor to shake, and on, and he by he gum and an MZST of USA blew off HG arms. Matt Staten and he STD by gun in the courtyard could be heard and voices. That's the warder, said the volunteer. With him is Lieutenant Pelican who is on duty. He's an officer, a free nail of mine from the Czech Cub. In civilian life he's a mathematician and an insurance firm. We'll get cigarettes out of him. Let's go on bawling. And again could be heard, and he stood by his gun. When the door opened the warder, upaired by the officer on duty, let fly at them. This isn't a menagerie. Excuse me, answered the volunteer, this is the branch of the Rudolphinum. It's a concert in aid of Priones. We've just finished the first number in the program, War Symphony. Stop that, said Lieutenant Belik_, pretending to *veer. Think you can CM that you have to embed at 9 OCL, KK and not make a NOI%. Your concert could heard as far away as the square. Humbly report, sir, said the volunteer, we didn't rehearse it properly, and if there's any lack of harmony. He does that every evening, said the warder, trying to put the Omsar up against his enemy. Altogether he *has frightfully unintelligently. Please, sir, said the volunteer, I'd like to speak to you alone. Let the warder wait outside the DCXJR. When this was done the volunteer said familiarly, all right, then, cough up the cigarettes, Franta. Only sin, RTKY? You're a lieutenant and you haven't got anything better. All right, then, for the time being, thanks very much. And matches Sportky, said the volunteer contemptuously, when the lieutenant had gone. Even in the direst straits a man must keep his spirits up. Have a Srnoke, old man, for the last time. Tomorrow the last judgment awaits us. The volunteer did not forget to sing before he fell asleep. Mountains, valleys, and lofty are my friends. But they cannot bring back to us what we once loved, my beloved sweetheart. If the volunteer characterized Colonel Schroeder as a brute, he was wrong, because Colonel Schroeder had a partial sense of justice, which manifested itself clearly after those nights when he had Trent happy with the company in which he spent his evenings in hotel, and when he had not unhappy. While the volunteer was delivering his crushing criticism of the conditions in the barracks, Colonel Schroeder was sitting in the hotel in the of officers and listening to Lieutenant Kretschmann, who had from Serbia with a wounded leg. A cow had gored him, relating how he saw the attack on the positions from the staff to which he was assigned. Yes, now they fly out of the trenches. Along the whole length of 2 kilometers they now climb over the barbed wire and hurl themselves on the enemy, hand grenades at their earls, gas masks, rifles over their shoulders, ready to fire, ready for the attack. The bullets whistle. One soldier who jumped out of the trenches falls, another falls on the rampart which had been blown up, a third falls after a few steps, but his comrades sweep on with shouts of hurrah through smoke and powder. And the enemy shoots from all sides, from the trenches and shell craters, and train their machine guns on us. Again soldiers fall. A group to ratch an enemy machine gun. They fall too. But the comrades are already in front. Hurrah! An officer fills. The yell of rifle fire no longer be heard. Nothing frightful is in again. A whole group falls and the enemy machine guns and heard, rat-a-tat-a. And there falls. Pardon me, I can't go on, I'm drunk. And the officer with a wounded leg was silent and dully on his chair. Colonel smiled graciously and listened as Captain Spira opposite him struck the table with his fist as though wanting to start up a quarrel and re-erect sore thing which had no meaning and from which it was to deduce what it was intended to man or what he wanted to. Consider it carefully, PK, and we have fully mobilized the Austrian Landwehr Uhlans, the Austrian Landwehr, the Bosnian Rifles, the Austrian Rifles, the Austrian Infantry, the Hungarian Infantry, the Tyrolean, the Bosnian Infantry, the Hungarian Hanf Infantry, the Hungarian Hussars, the Landwehr Hussars, the Mounted Rifles, the Uhlans, the Artillery, the Train, the Medical Corps, the Marines. Do you understand? And Belgium the 1st and Conlevy form the National Army, the 3rd looks after Senise at the BA. Captain Spira struck the table with his fist. The Landwehr carries out its duties at the base in time of FCE. A young officer next to him neckly trying to convert the colonel that he was a hardened idiot and aired very loudly to his consumptives should send to the front. It does them gawk slow, and after all it's better for the sick to be killed than the fit. The colonel smiled, but suddenly he frowned and, turning to Meyer Winslow, NID, I'm surprised Lieutenant avoids our company. Since he here HC has not been with us once. He writes verses, Captain Signer remarked scornfully. Hardly had he here when he fell in love with the wife of Engineer Schreider, whom he met in the theater? The colonel frowned and shuddered into I've heard he can sing couplets. Yes, in the cadet SCHML he to entertain us a lot with his couplets, answered Captain Signer, and he knows a lot of stories. They marvelous. I don't know why he DCRSNT join us. The colonel SHM. His head there's no longer the right spirit of Comrade Q1IP among us in the old days, as I learned one of us officers tried to make WRNE contratunction to our entertainment in the Offers Club. One of them, as I remember, a Lieutenant Ankle, stripped himself naked, lay on the FLXR, stuck the tail of a herring in his backside and gave us affirmance of a mermaid. Another, Lieutenant School Eisner, could wiggle his R's and whinny like a stallion, imitate the mewing of cats and the humming of bumblebees. I also remember Captain Scotty. He always brought his girls into the mess whenever we wanted them. They were 3 sisters and he'd trained them like dogs. He put them on the table and they began to strip for us in time. He had a little conductor's baton with him and, all honor to him, he was a splendid bandmaster. And what didn't he do with them on the sofa? Once he had a tub of hot water brought into the middle of the and each one of us, one after the other, had to go and take a bath with those and he photographed us. R11 This Colonel Schroeder smiled ecstatically. And what bets we made in the tub, he went on, smacking his lips lecherously and squirming in his chair. But T-Slay? Is there any fun at all? And even that couple just doesn't apper. And the younger officers Tlay don't even know how to hold their drink. It's not yet 12 o'clock and around this table as you there are 5 people drunk already. There were times when VEMT for 2 days and the more we drank the more sober we were. We went on pouring liquor, wine, and liqueurs into ourselves without TCUY. There's no longer the real military spirit. God knows why. No IOK6, only everlasting talk without end. Just listen now how at the table down there theft talking about America. From the other end of the table Union's island voice could be heard kneeing, America can't come into the war. The Americans and British are at daggers drawn. America's not ready for it. Colonel Schroeder sighed, that's the driveling of rear officers. It's enough to make you sick. Only yesterday a man like that was riding in a bank somewhere, making paper bags and selling spice, cinnamon, and Polish, or telling children in a school that hunger drives the wolves from the forests. He thinks he can be on the footing as a regular officer, know everything and poke his nose into everything. And when we have a regular officer like Lieutenant he doesn't come and join us. Colonel Schroeder went off home in an Angie and when he woke up the next morning he was in an eval 10F, Tras in the which he read and he found several times in the from the front sentence that our had withdrawn to already PR and read in advance. They were glorious days for the Austrian army, as like the days of sabbatical in a pod. And it was under these impressions that at 10 OCLCZK in the morning Colonel Schroeder approached the act probably quite rightly, the volunteer had characterized as the last judgment. Švejk and the volunteer in the courtyard and waited the colonel. Already present were the N.Cos, the officer on duty, the regimental adjutant and from the regimental with the documents at blood the delinquents on whom the acts of justice the regimental report we to fill. At last the colonel frowning and accompanied by a tame Sagner from the volunteers he was nervously strewing the tops of his budgets with his riding whip. After having received it he walked him in death-like silence past Švejk and the volunteer, who did eyes right or left according to the side from which the colonel appeared. They did this with unusual thoroughness and could have twisted their necks, it lasted IMG. At last the colonel in front of the volunteer who, 1-year volunteer. I know, said the colonel, a 1-year volunteer and reject. What do you do in civilian life? Do you study classical philosophy *PHY? So I suppose you're a boozed intellectual. Captain, he called to Signer, bring the whole volunteers of course, he went to the volunteer, a Lord High student of classical whom fopple like us have got to be contaminated with. About turn. Just what? The folds on his great coat are not in order. It as if he had just left a weed and had been wallowing in a brothel. I'll teach you, you young upstart. The volunteers SCHTXL marched into the courtyard. Formal ordered the colonel. They formed a narrow square round the AQ*D and the colonel. Look at that man, shouted the colonel, pointing to the with his riding whip. He has boned I the honor of you volunteer, out of whom we have to train up a cadre of officers who can lead the men to glory on the battlefield. But where would this fellow lead his men to, this drunken sot? From pub to pub. He'd soak up the men's whole ration. Have you anything to say in your defense? You haven't. Look at him. He can't even say anything in his own defense, and in civilian life he studies classical philosophy. Truly a classic example. The colonel pronounced the last word slowly and emphatically, and a classical philosopher, who in a state of intoxication KNCWKS officers caps off their heads at night. My God, how lucky that it was only an artillery officer. Into that last remark was concentrated all the 91st Regiment's loathing for the artillery in Budjovis. Woe tied the artilleryman who fell at night into the hands of the regimental and vice versa. Any hatred was frightful and irreconcilable, a vendetta, a blood feud which had been handed down from one year to another, accompanied on both sides with traditional stories, such as how the infantryman threw the artilleryman into the Vltava or the reverse, how they fought in the Port Arthur, at the Rose and in other numerous places of entertainment in the southern Bohemian metropolis. Nonetheless, continued the colonel, a crime like that must be punished in an exemplary way. The N-Stard must be expelled from the volunteers SCHTNL and morally annihilated. We've quite enough intellectuals of his kind in the army already. Regimental Office. The sergeant major from the regimental office advanced gravely with instruments and pencil. There was silence as in a court RCKJRN where a murderer is being and the judge says, "I shall now pronounce the sentence." And in this very tone of voice the colonel announced, "1-year volunteer Matarak is sentenced to 21 days severe after serving his sentence he is to sent to the kitchen to peel." Turning to the volunteers SCH/KL, the colonel gave the orders to dismiss. They could be heard quickly forming fours and marching off, while the colonel said to Captain Signer that it was not pro-FRLY done and in the afternoon, and he should repeat the march drill with them in the it must thunder, Captain. And one other thing more. I narly forgot. Tell them that the whole school has 5 days confined to barracks, so that they shall never forget their former colleague, the scoundrel Matarak. But the scoundrel Matarak by the side of Švejk and looked quite happy. It could not have turned out better for him. It was definitely better to tr in the dumplings and take meat off the bone than up to the hurricane fire of the enemy and out, form too deep. Fix. When one's trousers were returning from Captain Signer, Corporal Schroeder stopped in front of Švejk and him carefully. Švejk's figure at this moment was characterized by his full smiling ace, with gratures. They stuck out under his military ape, which was rammed down over his head. The whole created an expression of complete assurance and total ignorance of any CNRCE. Out. Have I done something wrong, please? His eyes don't you that I'm as innocent as a lamb? And the colonel concentrated his #revelations on the question he put to the sergeant major from the regimental office, idiot, and then the colonel the mouth of that good-natured face for him. Humbly, sir, yes, idiot. Švejk answered for the sergeant. Colonel Schroeder nodded to the adjutant and drew him aside. They then called the sergeant major and looked at the material on Švejk. 100% Schroeder. So this then is Lieutenant Luke's Batman who, according to the lieutenant's report, got lost in Tabor. I think that officers must educate their Batman themselves. If Lieutenant chose such a patent idiot for his Batman he must suffer the consequences. He has plenty of time for it since he doesn't go anywhere. You haven't seen him in our company either, have you? Very well, then. He has quite enough time to train his Batman. Colonel Schroeder walked up to Švejk and looking into his GCXXL natured face said, "You mentally deficient animal, I give you 3 days severe, and when you have served that, go and report to Lieutenant." And Švejk met up again with a volunteer in the regimental prison, and Lieutenant Lukai was able to enjoy the opportunity of being told by Colonel Schroeder, who had sent for him, "Lieutenant, after your arrival in the regiment about a week ago you made an application for a Batman. Your servant had got lost on the station in Tabor. Since he has returned, sir," Lieutenant Lucas pleadingly. "Have decided," the colonel went on with emphasis, "to put him in jail for 3 days and then send him back to you." Lieutenant Luck out of the colonels completely. During the 3 days which Švejk spent in the company of the volunteer Matarak he amused himself hugely. Every evening on their plank they made patriotic demonstrations. In the evening from the prison there could always the strains of God Emperor and Prince Yuga, the noble knight. They a whole of military, and when the warder came in they greeted him with CHR0M main T give up GBC4 till the devil fran and puts on up art and him the splendy devils in Hubund. And over the volunteer made a drawing of the warder and wrote underneath it the text of an old I to Prague to who should I meet a funny old guy. That funny old guy our ardare to be, and if NTNYD and man while they TXRH teasing the warder, just as Seville they tease an Andalusian bull with a red cloth. Lieutenant Luca was waiting in AGM-1Y the when Švejk would turn up to for again. 000 Švejk's adventures in Kiralihida. The 91st Regiment moved to Kiralihida or Brukenderlitha. Just 3 hours before Švejk was to release after 3 days confinement he was taken away with a 1-year volunteer to the main guard room and marched to the station under military. It was known a long time ago, the volunteer said to him on the way, that we'd be transferred to Hungary. There they'll form march battalions. The soldiers'll be trained in field shooting, they'll brawl with the Hungarians and we shall go gaily to the Carpathians. The Hungarians'll come here to Budapest to do garrison duty and the races'll get mixed. There's a theory that raping girls of another nationality is the best against degeneration. The Swedes and Spaniards did it during the 30 Years' War, The French under Napoleon, and in the Budapest region the Hungarians will do it, and it won't be rape with grow violence. Everything will be all right in time. Fair exchange is no robbery. A Czech soldier will sleep with a Hungarian girl, an unfortunate Czech girl will take a Hungarian Hun into her bed, and centuries later there will be an interesting surprise for the anthropologists, whited with protruding on the banks of the Mage. This cross-breeding, Švejk, is a very interesting matter altogether. In Prague there is a Negro waiter called Christian, whose there was an Abyssinian king and who had himself exhibited in a circus at Venice in Prague. A schoolmistress who used to write verses in Lada about shepherds and a forest brook went with him to a hotel and fornicated with him. I said in the holy, and she was awfully surprised when she gave birth to a little who was completely white. All right, but after a fortune *ht the little boy urged to get brown. He got browner and then after a month he urged to get black. Within half a year he was as black as his grandfather, the Abyssinian king. She went with him to the clinic for skin diseases in the hope that TWD able to black him somehow, but there they told her that it was a real black nigger skin and there was nothing to be done. This drcrve her off her head, she to write to the magazines for advice on what to do against niggers, and they her away to Katarinkat and put the little nigger boy in an orphanage, where they had an awful lot of fun with him. Then he learned to be a waiter and went dancing in clubs. There are Czech mulattoes who have successfully bred from him and are not as colored as he was. A medical who used to go to the chalice once told us that it's not quite as simple as all that. A half-breed like that brings half-breeds into the world again and they can't distinguish from white, but suddenly in a later generation a Negro turns up. Imagine the catastrophe. You might get married to a young lady. The filly is quite white and suddenly she gives birth to a Negro baby. And if before her 9th month she went without you to the variety theater to watch wrestling where a Negro was performing, think the whole thing would give you something to think about. The case of your Negro, Christian, the volunteer, has to LT cadet from a war of you let's they call that Negro up. He's from Prague and he comes under the 28th Regiment. But you've heard how the 28th Regiment went over to the Russians. How surprised the Russians would he if they found they had taken the Negro Christian prisoner. The Russian newspapers would write that Austria was driving into the war the colonial troops she hasn't got and was already drawing on her nigger. People used to say, put in Švejk, that Austria did have some somewhere in the north. Emperor or lay off, boys, one of the escort soldiers. You'd better careful not to speak about any Franz Joseph's land today. Don't mention any names and it'll be better for you. Well, then, at the map, the volunteer put in. There really does exist a land of our most gracious monarch, the Emperor Franz Joseph. According to the statistics the only thing on it is ice which is exported from it on icebreakers belonging to the Prague Ice Works. This ice industry is highly prized by foreigners, because it is a profitable, if dangerous, enterprise. The greatest danger during the transport of the ice from Emmerksburg across the polar circle. Can you imagine it? He soldier from the exhort muttered something unintelligible and the corporal, who accompanied the came nearer and listened to the further remarks of the volunteer, who went solemnly, this one and only Austrian colony can supply the whole of Europe with ice and is an outstanding national economic colonization is proceeding slowly of because colonists partly don't volunteer and partly get frozen to death. Nonetheless, with the help of an adjustment of the climatic conditions, in which the ministries of trade and foreign affairs have a great interest, there is hope that the great areas of the icebergs will be appropriately exploited. By building several hotels heaps of tourists will be attracted. It will of course be to lay out tourist paths and roads between the ice floes and to tourist signs on the IC and RGS. The only difficulty are the who make the work of our authorities. Please see the bastards won't learn German, continued the volunteer, while the corporal listened with interest. He was an active man of farmhand in civil life. He was stupid and swallowed everything which he knew nothing about and idle was to grow old in Austria. In the Ministry of Education, corporal, built a school for them at great expense and sacrifice. 5 of the builders froze to death. The bricklayers survived, Švejk interrupted him, because they kept themselves warm with the pipes they lit. Not all of them, said the volunteer. 2 of them unfortunately forgot to puff and their pipes went out. And they had to be buried in the ice. But in the end the school was built out of ice bricks and reinforced concrete, which holds T** very well, but the Eskimers lit a fire all round it out of the from merchant ships which were icebound, and achieved what they wanted. The ice on which the school was built melted away and the whole hurl with the headmaster and the government representative, who was to have been at the solemn consecration of the school the next day, fell into the EA. When he was up to his neck in water you could hear the government representative shout out, "Gort straf England." Now they'll probably send an army there to restore order among the Eskimers. Of course middle a hard war with them. What will our the damage will the tame polar that would be the last straw, the observed wisely. As though there were not enough war inventions already. Take for instance gas masks. For gas you put one on your hat and you're poisoned. As they told us in the N.co.ss they are only trying to frighten you, Švejk. No soldier ought to be afraid of anything. Even if he falls into tears while fighting he should only lick himself and go back into battle. And everyone's used to gas in Thai barracks, when they serve a ration of new bread and peas with grnts. But MW they the Rusans have a new invention against N.C.os. Those are protonly nitrical currents, the volunteer added. When they are connected to the stars on the N.C.os collars the stars because they are made out of celluloid. A new diester. And although the Insivnian was a cowman and a prize fathead as well, he perhaps understood in the end that they were pulling his leg, left them, and went away to the head of the patrol. Moreover they were drawing NAR to the station where the inhabitants of Budiavis were taking leave of their regiment. It had no official character, but the square in front of the station was filled with people who were waiting for the army. Švejk's intra was concentrated the crowds lining the streets. As was usually the soldiers marched in the rear and those under arrest at the head. The idiots would later squashed into cattle trucks and Švejk with a volunteer would be put into a SEY jail prisoners van, which was always attached to the military trains just a suff carriage. In a van of this kind there was always heaps of RTM. Švejk could not help crying out not a €1 to the line of and waving his cap. It worked that the crowd reefed it loudly and spread far and wide and thundered in front of the station. Far away people began to their coming. The corporal from the exhort was quite upset and shouted at Švejk to shut his mug. But the shouts spread like an avalanche. The gendarmes pushed the crowds back and made it for the but people went on shouting Nazdu. And waved their EPS and hats. It was a regular manifestation. From the windows of the hotel opposite the station some ladies waved their handkerchiefs and cried, Heil! In the crowd mingled with German air and one enthusiast who agreed to shout out in German down with the was up and slightly trampled on in the artificial L** and like an L trick it flashed alg, there and came, underarmed waving to the crowd and the volunteers solemnly. It was in this way they went into the station and to the military train appointed for them, where the of the sharpshooters, who conductor was seriously convexed by the manifestation, nearly started to play Eve our Emperor. Fortunately in the nick of time the senior chaplain, Father Lachina, from the 7th Cavalry Division, appeared in a black and to restore order. His story was a simple one. He had come to Budiavis the day before and as though by chance attended a small banquet of the officers of the departing regiment. A voracious glutton, the urge of all the officers' messes, he ate and drank for 10 fopel and went in a more or less intoxicated condition to the officers' mess to try to wheedle some scraps out of the C.M.K. He gulped down dishes of and dumplings, tore the meat from the bones like a wildcat and finally got to the rum in the kitchen. When he had up much of it that he belched he returned to the farewell party and distinguished himself there by a fresh bout of brimming. He had rich experience of this sort of thing and in the 7th Cavalry Division he always cost the officers a lot of money. In the morning he got the idea that he must clean things up when the first regimental carriages went off and so he sauntered along the whole length of the crowd, and produced such an effect in the station that the officers in charge of the regiment's transport shut themselves up in the station master's office to get away from him. And he appeared again in front of the station just in time to tear away the baton from the bandmaster of the sharpshooters at the moment when he was about to conduct Save Our Emperor. Stop, he said. Not yet. Wait till I give you the word. Stand at ease until I come back. He went off into the station and set off after the escort, which he stopped with his shout of halt. Where are you off to? He said severely to the Corrie Percent General, who had no idea what to do in a news situation. The good-natured Švejk answered for him, "They are taking us to Bruck. If you'd like to come with us TCM, sir, you can." "Very well, then, I will," said Father Lachina, and turning to the escort added, "Who mice I can't? Fonard march." When the senior chaplain found himself in the prisoner's van, he lay down on the bench, and the gauch-natured Švejk divested himself of his own great MT and put it under his head, while the volunteer observed softly to the horrified corporal, "Nursing service for senior chaplains." Father Lachina, now comfortably out on the bench, began to ragu with mushrooms. "Gentlemen, is better the more mushrooms there are, but the mushrooms, TNS must first be fried with onions and only afterwards should bay leaves and onions be added." "You've put the onions in already, sir," the volunteer. The looked at him in desperation, seeing in Father Lachina a drunk indeed but at the time his superior officer nonetheless. The corporal's situation was really yes, put in Švejk, the senior chaplain is perfectly right. The more onions the ister. In Paycom and Ice there lived a brewer who used to put onions in a beer, because he said onions provoke thirst. The onion is a frightfully useful thing altogether. Onions are used against boils. Father Lachina was meanwhile talking in a half-whisper on Theus though in a dram, the FDS on the spices, what spicks it's seasoned with and the quantity. There added too much pepper much paprika. As he went on he talked slower and bfdy, not too many cloves, not much lemon, not much allspice, not much. He never finished and Fenna slept whistling through his nose when he stole snoring from time to turn. The corporal at him with a glassy e, while the men from the QT on their benches and laughed. "He's not going to wake up quick, after a time. He's completely sozzled," went on, when they gave him and it doesn't nutter sign to keep quiet. "You can't do anything axut it. He's as tight as a crowd. He's got the rank of a captain. All these chaplains, never mind whether they re senior or junior, have the special gift from God of getting themselves stinking drunk at every opportunity. I served under Chaplain Katz and he could have drunk his own NCSE away. What this man's doing here is absolutely nothing compared with what the other USD to do. T% ether with it to get drink, and we'd have even pawned the if anyone had advanced us money on him." Švejk Father Lachina, him over towards the wall and with a confidence oath he'll go on snoring until we get to Bruck. Then he returned to his followed by the despairing look of the unfortunate who ob*rved, "I should go don't think off dwarf nid the volunteer. You are in command of the ectrite. You mustn't leave and according to regulations you mustn't let any of the guard go away to make a RMRT until you have a replacement. As you this is a knotty problem. Nor can you fire a shot as a signal for to come, because that's not payable either. And Searing is here. On the other hand Tyler's the regulation that APRT from the prisoners and the accompanying them no one else is allowed in the PRI9NERS VAM entrance is strictly forbidden to unauthorized mormver. If you wanted to cover up the traces of your delinquency and unobtrusively throw the senior chaplain out of the train while it's going you couldn't do that either. Here there are who that UKT him come into the van where he belong. You'll seriously get demoted." The corporal replied in confusion that he had not allowed the senior chaplain to come into the van. He had come in of his own accord and he was after all a superior officer. "You are the only here," the volunteer asserted emphatically. And Švejk completed the utterance, "Even if His Majesty wanted to come in you shouldn't let him. It's just like being on guard when an officer comes to a recruit and asks him to go and fetch cigarettes for him and the recruit asks him what sort he should bring him. For that you'll be put into the forters." The corporal feebly objected that it had after all Švejk who had the first to tell the senior chaplain that he could join afford to do that. "Corporal," answered Švejk, "I'm soft-headed, but no one would it from you. Have you been a regular for long?" The volunteer asked the corporal in of conversation. 3 years. And now I expect to be promoted sergeant." "You put paid to that," said the volunteer cynically. "I tell you, it BKS like demotion. It's all the said Švejk, whether you fall as an NCO or as an ordinary soldier but it's true that they pushed the demoted into the first ranks of the firing line." The senior chaplain stirred his snoozing, mid-Švejk, when he had ascertained that everything was in a bed order. Now he's certainly dreaming of some blowout. I'm only afraid that he may do something here. When my chaplain Katz got ermled, he didn't know what he was doing in his sleep. Once he and Švejk began to relate his experiences with Chaplain Otto Katz in such detail and in such an interesting way that they did notice that the train had started. It was only the roar from the vans behind which interrupted Švejk's narrative. The 12th Company, which consisted exclusively of Germans from Krumlov and Kosk-Hori, were bawling out, "I when I come again," and from another van a dest asterisk rate flow out towards this AP, raring "Stay here. Habrio, Tario, Hollow." It was such a frightful e-kindling and that his comrades had to drag him away of the little truck. "I'm surprised we have our feet had any inspection yet," the Volant said to the corporal. "According to regulations, as soon as we got to the station you should have to the commandant of the train and not have wasted your time on a drunken and your chaplain." The wretched corporal preserved an obstinate silence and went on staring at the disappearing telegraph PCSTS. "When I think that we've repaired it to contain the volunteer Melissum.dy, and that at the next station the train commander will certainly see us, then all my soldiers rises up in why we're treated like Švejk put in, or tramps. It's as though we were afraid of CIK's light and dared not re-BJRT anywhere in case they ICKK us up." "Apart from that," said Volunteer, "pursuant to the decree of 21-1879 the following regulations have to be observed when arrested soldiers are taken by train. First, the prisoner's van must be furnished with bars. This is as clear as daylight and has carried out here according to regulations. We are behind perforat bars. And that's in order. Secondly, supplementary to the Lemfekrial and Royal Decree of 21-1879 there must AW in every van. If there is not, the van must be fitted with a chamber with a lid for the discharge of the great and small needs of the prisoners and the escort. In our cask we can't really talk it's jit a prison van where there might TAWC. We're simply in a compartment, isolated from the whole world. And there's no chamber herc you can do it through the window, the corporal aid in despairing you forget," said Švejk, "that no prisoner may approach the window. Then thirdly," continued the volunteer, "a vigil with drinking water has to be provided. You haven't bothered about that either. By the way, do you know at what station they'll give us our messages? You don't? I knew you hadn't taken the trouble to find out." "And you see, Corporal," observed Švejk, "that conveying prisoners just a Sunday SCHTXL treat. We have to LT get after. We're no ordinary soldiers who can after ourselves. Everything has to brought to our very NC best. There are decrees and clauses at which everyone must observe, otherwise there would no order. A man under arrest is like a baby in swaddling clothes. A notorious ragamuffin said to me he has to look after an ASE he catches cold or gets excited, that he's content with his lot and no one insults him. Little chapter by the way, QIDGK." After a moment, looking in a friendly way at the corporal, "Would you kind enough to tell me when it's 11 OCLRXK? The LCX at Švejk inquiringly. "You obviously wanted to ask why you should tell me when it's 11 OCLXK. From 11 OCLK onwards I belong to the cattle truck, Corporal," said Švejk with emphasis and went on in a solemn voice. "On regimental report I was sentenced to 3 days. At 11 o'clock I started serving my sentence and today at 11 o'clock I must be released. After 11 o'clock I have business here. No soldier may be detained longer than he has to be. In the army discipline and order must be observed, Corporal." The desperate corporal took a long time to recover from this blow, but finally voiced the objection that he had received. "No, my dear corporal," said the volunteer, "palpers don't go to the commander of their own accord. If the mountain won't go to Mohammed the commander must go and fetch the papers himself. You're now faced with a new situation. Definitely you have no right to detain anyone who should be set free. On the other hand, to current regulations no one may leave a prison van. I don't know how you're going to get out of this awful situation. The further you go the worse it seems. Now it's 10:30. The volunteer pushed his watch back into his pocket. "I'm very curious to know, Corporal, what you are going to do in half an hour's time." "I belong to the cattle truck," Švejk repeated dreamily. "Where UHN the Corb, Ral, who was by now in a state of complete confusion and demoralization, turned to him and said, "If it isn't inconvenient to you, I think it's much more comfortable here than in a cattle truck." I believe he was interrupted by a shout from the *9 chaplain, who screamed in his sleep, "More gravy!" Hush-a-bye, said Švejk affably, putting under the senior chaplain's head the corner of his own great coat, which was falling from the TXNCH. "Go on dreaming something nice about guzzling." And the volunteer began to sing, "Hush-a-bye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows the cradle will, when TTWI the cradle will fall down knees in by, cradle, and all." The desperate corporal no longer reacted to anything. He stared blankly at the countryside and gave full rein to the utter disorganization in the prisoner's van. By the partition the Werfying and Nimble and Hefty were falling on their buttocks. When he looked in their direction his eyes caught the provocative hindquarters of an infantryman. He sighed and turned back to the window again. The volunteer thought for a moment about and then addressed the crushed corporal. "Do you know the magazine The Animal World?" That magazine, the ANS aired with an obvious expression of pleasure that the conversation was taking another turn, used to be taken by the pub keeper in our village. He was frightfully keen Angora and they all read out. So he asked advice from it. "My dear fellow," said the volunteer, "the story I am now going to tell will prove to you as clearly as daylight that no one is free from faults. I'm convinced, gentlemen, that you in the back there will stop playing flesh, because what I'm going to tell you now will be very interesting, if for nothing for the mere fact that you won't able to understand many technical expressions in it. I'm going to tell you a story, the eel world, that we can forget our war trouble of TCUY. How I actually, or editor of Thai Animal World, a very interesting magazine, was for own time a pretty insoluble puzzle for me, until I had reached the conclusion that I could only have the job in the completely demented state of mind into which I had been driven by my friendly affection for my old comrade Švejk. Up to that time he had edited the magazine quite decently, but while doing he fell in love with the daughter of its owner, Mr. Fuchs, who gave him an hour's notice on condition that he found a decent editor, for as you can their strange labor relations at that time. When I was introduced to the magazine by my friend Švejk, he received me very court MSLY and asked me whether I had any idea at all animals. He was very with my answer that I had always had a very high respect for animals and saw in them the transition stage to man. Particularly from the view of animal protection I had always respected their desires and wishes. No animal has any other wish than to liquidate it as painlessly as bee sibel before it is eaten. From the day of its birth the ERP dominated by the idea that it is not nice of the CMK to slit its TRLLY while it's still alive. The custom of decapitating a CCCK is a step towards the principles of YEIT for the prevention of cruelty to animals, that should not have their throats slit by unprofessional hands. The twisted forms of fried roaches prove that in the act of dying they protest against fried alive in margarine and podali. To chase a turkey. At that moment he interrupted me and asked me whether I knew anything about poultry keeping, rabbits, miscellanea from the animal world, whether I could cut out of foreign magazines pictures for translate XFT articles in foreign journals about animals, consult the pages of Brem and CCU parade with him in writing leading articles about the life of animals in connection with Catholic saints' days, the varying GA*YNS, horse racing, hunting and shooting, the training of police national and church holidays, in short have a journalist's bird's-eye view of the situation and make use of it in a short media leader. L declared that I had already THMLGHT a great deal ATUUT how a magazine like the Animal World ought properly to be run, and that I could fully cope with all those columns and having perfectly mastered all the subjects he'd mentioned. My endeavor would be to raise the magazine to an unusually high standard. I would reorganize its contents and system. I would introduce new columns such as FCR instance. Gay Animals Corner, Animals, always carefully taking the political situation into account. Would offer the readers surprise after surprise, that they would not be able to recoil breath from one animal to the next. A column, A Day in the Life of the Animals, ought to alternate with the new program for solving the CNESTION of farm animals, and that'll move an errand again. He interrupted me and that this would do perfectly, and if I succeeded in carrying out only half of it he would give me a pair of Bantam Wyandottes from the last Berlin exhibition. Ni had won the first prize and their owner had awarded a gold medal for excellent selective breeding. I can say that did my and kept to my action program for running the magazine as lay within my powers. But ISCXJN discovered that my article went my capabilities. Wishing to the public completely new I invented Alpertsided from the basic assumption that animals like, for instance, the elephant, the tiger, the lion, the monkey, the mole, the horse, the pig etc. were already quite 6 million creatures to the readers of the animal world and that it therefore necessary to stimulate the readers with something fresh, with new discoveries. And I made an experiment with a sulfur WHED whale. This new kind of whale of mine was size ophicot and WIS equipped with a bladder FRLL of formic acid as well as a cloaca through which it could make an explosive discharge of narcotic acid on small fishes which it wanted to devour. An English scientist, I've forgotten now what name I gave him, later gave this acid the name of whale acid. Whale blubber was already known to every sly, but the new acid aroused the attention of *girl readers, who asked for the name of the firm manufacturing it. I can assure you that the readers of the world are in general very inquisitive. Shortly after the sulfur-bellied I rose a whole series of other animals. Among them I would mention the artful Prosperian, a mammal of the kangaroo family, the edible ox, the ancient prototype of the sepia infison, which I characterized as a *RT of sewer rat. My new animals multiplied daily. I was extremely myself by my successes in these spheres. I had any idea that it would any c.airy to make such copious additions to the animal kingdom and that Brehm had left out many animals from his TXKJK The Life of Animals. Did Brehm and THSE who followed him know of my from Iceland, the faraway bat, or of my domestic cat from of Mount Kilimanjaro called the irritable Bazoki stag puss? Did zoologists before have any idea of engineer Kuhn's flea, which I found in a mare and which was completely blind, cause it lived on an prehistoric mole, which was also blind because its great-great-grandmother had mated, as wrote, with a blind underpound olm from the Postumia which at that time stretched as far as the Baltic Sea of U:*UI? From this trifling event there an extensive controversy ensec, the latter in its fruit and unquoted the article the flea I had instead, what he well caught, naturally in a purely realistic way, tore my flea to shreds with the August sec, and from that time it seemed that my lucky star as inventor and discoverer of new creations was deserting me. To the animal to get worried. This was due to my various small news stories about ear keeping and where I developed my new theories. They caused genuine panic, because after reading my simple pieces of advice the well-known Mr. Pazurek had a stroke and in the Sumava and P.Zik_vacancy died out completely. The L Ultri was by A and, in a word, everything to PG out. The wrote threatening letters and refused to take the journal. I then threw my elf into a wild birds and I and still today remekr my affair with the editor of Peasant H. Izon, the clerical deputy and director, Jakesafe Mkadl Ank. I cut out of the English magazine Country Life a picture of a little bird sitting on a walnut tree. I gave it the name of Nutcracker. Just as I wouldn't have hesitated *equally to write that a bird sitting on a tree was a juniper or a gin cracker. What didn't happen after that? I was attacked by Mr. Cad UK, who wrote to me on an P-start and said that the bird was a jay and certainly no nutcracker, which ms a mistranslation of the German Eichelhatter. I sent him a letter in which I my whole theory the nutcracker, interrelating frequent of Abu * and imaginary quotations from Brehm. Deputy Cad Leek replied with a Leda in Peasant Horizon. My chief, Mr. Fuchs, was sitting as usual in the cafe and reading the provincial press. He had recently been spending an awful lot of time looking for references to my thrilling articles in Thai Anima I World. When I and he pointed to a copy of Peasant Horizon which was lying on the table and spoke quietly, King at me with that sad expression which had latterly never left his eye read aloud in the of all the public in the cafe, Honored sir, I have drawn _zr attention to CT trat your IOURM is introducing an unusual and utilizistify terminology, shows NNT regard for the purity of the Czech eugenetic animals of various kinds. I evidence that of adopted name of J. Yair has introst a name Akrankra and ER which has its origin in a of TLRGA man ethelhe her J. J, the of the after me. I went on reading calmly. Then I reived your EU of TV world at Iader which was insufferably vulgar, and impertinent, in which I vas criminally to as a BBMDY mule. Of this is not he way respectable asterisk opal reply to objective criticisms. I should like to know which of us two the bigger mule it is Rue, perhaps, that I should not have made my card, but rather have to abut through of this trifling mutter. Now after vulgar onslaught of your diter the I am determined to in your editor is making a frightful medic if he unagents out I am an uneducated mule Rue has no conception of the nomenclature of this or that bird. Occupied from observation and retour. In my ago I have kept far more birds than your editor has ever in being a his immured in Prague girl palaces and pubs. But these are questions of although it certainly would have done no harm if for starting makes sallies with his your editor of taken the to find out whom he was of being mule, in it should destined for fr land near mistake in Moravia, of article your journal had tux it is not a question of me in a cloud but of facts, and I repeat once that it is quisi to invent names by translation, when we have in our own language university er.lly known of J, my chief in an eval m, revoice I went on. Reading calmly without knighting my elf interrupted. I displain vmini wtrn the by vandals. Whoever called it IAEA. In THC's birds page 148 is the Latin B_A. Is my the editor of your journal will certainly add no kitch that I know my own bird TXTTCR than any layman in KMW it. Icardi Bayer the nutcracker is called Musifraga Arieta B that beads as your diter WRE to letter of a certain word. And ek ww only jru your acornker which is been child of that vagental nu to whom, in his initial it is of crude pers nal invective vhkh not alter the fix. J remains J, even EU of TV world with rage over it, and it only g.rs to frivolly and unobjectively people q and so in at times right, even if he cited Brem in an ostentatiously rude way. The loud has the impudence to write according to Brem. The J belongs to the EMI of the 452, where the reference is to the lesser grey minor than this if I may ug this euphemen. Again Brem as authority for his mdement that tick J to the 15th milli, whereas in fact Brem assigns Aophs to family which ps and the he vulgar as to a daw, coleus, and the genus of magpies, blue crows, the subfamily of moron and neptune. Outnup the reference is to wood jays and spotted magpies wood jays. Sighed my magazine owner, putting hands to his head. Give it back that I can finish reading it. I was afraid that he had lost his voice when he went on reading. The ring-ousel or Turkish knackbird will always in Czech translation ring-ousel, just as fieldfare Phil always fieldfare. The fieldfare ought to be called the junip or gincracker, I interpard, because it feeds on juniper from which you make girl. Mr. Fuchs threw the newspapers onto the table and crawled under the billiard table, gasping out the last words he had read. Turtis, ring-ousel. No J, he htmled from underneath the billiard table. Nutcracker. I bite, gentlemen. He was finally dragged out and 2 days later he expired from cerebral influenza in the of his holy. His last words in his last lucid were, it is not a true perception of my personal but of the cannon wheel. From that point of view be good as to accept my judgment, which is as objective and he hiccuped. The volunteer and aid to the cot jail, I only meant by that at time or her finds himself in a dicey situatum and mak5 a blunder. All in all the only thing he understood from in this was that they was the one who was making a blunder and he turned back to the window and stared gloomily at the retreating Švejk showed more interest in the story. The escort looked stupidly at each other. Švejk began, nothing remains hidden in the world. Everything comes to light in the end, as you've heard. And it even turns out that an idiotic J that is not a nutcracker. It's really very interesting that anyone could be taken in by a trick like that. It's true that inventing animals is a difficult thing to do, but presenting animals which have been invented is really much harder. Once some years ago in Prague there was a chap called Mestek who discovered a mermaid and exhibited her behind a screen in Havel van Dijk Street in Vinerady. In the area there Vassen and could see in the half-light a common or garden sofa with a woman from 2IIKOV sprawling on it. Her legs were wrapped up in green gauze, which was supposed to represent a tail. Her hair was painted green and she had gloves on her hands with fins fitted on them, which were also green. And on her spine she had a kind of rudder fixed with a cord. Young fopple under 16 were not allowed in, But all those who were over 16 and had paid for their tickets were absolutely delighted to find that that mermaid had enormous buttocks on which was the inscription, Au revoir. As for her breasts, they were nothing to shout about. They down to her stomach like a worn-out trollops. At 7 o'clock in the evening Mestak shut the panorama and said, "Mermaid, you can go home." She changed, and already at 10 o'clock at night you could see her walking up and down Tiborska Street and saying quite unobtrusively to every gentleman she met, "Darling, what about coming and playing PHI-10JRNA with me?" Because she didn't have a registration book. Dranner locked her up with other tarts like her he had caught in a raid, and Mestak his business. At that moment the senior chaplain fell off the butt, went on sleeping on the floor. The corporal stared at him stupidly and then during the general silence lifted him onto the TKNCH again without any help from the others. He had obviously lost all authority, and when he said in a weak, hopeless voice, "You might give a hand," all the escort and none of them stirred a finger. "You should have left him SNGNG where he was," said Švejk. "I never did anything else with my chaplain. Once I let him sleep in the WC. Once he slept on top of cupboard. Another time in the washing trough in someone else's house, and God knows where else he didn't lie and tinksies." The was suddenly asteriskized by a fit of determination. He wanted to show that he was master here, and so he said rudely, "Shut your mug and don't drivel. Every Batman blathers too much. You're worse than vermin." "Yes, of course, and you're," answered Švejk with the of a philosopher who wants to bring about universal throughout the world and launches into frightful arguments. "You are the Madonna of the seven griefs." "Oh, our Heavenly Father," the volunteer cried, wringing his hands, "fill our hearts with love for all n.co.s, that we may not umjn them with h.anything. Bless our congregation in this prison hole." On the corporal and jumped up. "I all remarks, you can't help it," continued the volunteer in a tone. "Nature has denied many breeds and millies of animals any intelligence whatsoever. Have you ever heard talk of human stupidity? Wouldn't it have been much better if you'd e'en born some other kind of mammal and got the idiotic name of human being and corporal? It's a great mistake for you to think that you're the most perfect and most developed creature. If they take your stars away from you, you're a mere cipher to be shot dead in any trench and on any front without any sly caring. If they give you another pip and make you into an animal teats called an old sweat, it still won't all right with you. Your mental horizon'll get still narrower, and when we're on the front you lay down your culturally underdeveloped KW nest, there won't be anyone in Euro I** to shed a tear for you. Have you clapped in jail?" shouted the despairingly. The volunteer smiled. "Cour** you'd to clap me in jail because I've called you names. But you'd lying, because your mental faculties are quite incapable of grasping any insults, and, apart from that, I'm willing to bet you what you like that you don't remember a single word of our. If said to you that you were an embryo, you'd forget it not just we come to the next station but the next telegraph. Jesus. You're a piece of defunct gray matter. I can't imagine that you could report coherently what you've heard me from that. You and ask you like whether my words contain the slightest RNENCE to your mental horizon and whether I have insulted in any way. Why, of not, Švejk. No one hears a single word to you on which you could possibly put a wrong construction. It's always when feels himself insulted. Once I was sitting in a night cafe the Tunnel and we talked about orang-outans. There was a sitting with us and he told us that you often can't tell an orang-outan from an ordinary citizen with a beard. An orang-outan has his chin covered with tufts like, he went on, shall we say, that gentleman sitting there at the RRXT table. We all looked round and that man with a beard went up to the sailor and slaw his face. The sailor then his head with a beer bottle and the gentleman fell down and high uncorksius. We said goodbye to that sailor, because he went away at once when he had very gnarly slain the man. Then we revived the gentleman, which we certainly shouldn't have done, as he was revived he called the lice against all of us, although we had absolutely nothing to do with it, and the place us off to the AEK, lice static. There he went on saying that we had taken him for an orang-outan and that we had been talking about nothing else but him. And he went on. But we objected all and said he wasn't an orang-outan. And yes, he was one, he'd heard it. I asked the police commissioner if he would explain it to him. And he explained it to him quite naturally, But even then that fellow wouldn't hear of it and told the commissioner that he didn't understand anything and was in league with us. And the commissioner had him up to him, and we wanted to go to the tunnel, but we couldn't cause we were put into clink. You corporal, what can come out of a small and unimportant misunderstanding, which is not worth mentioning. In Okrulasi, there was a citizen who got offended when they told him in Nemeki that he was an Indian python. There are a lot of other words like that which are not criminal at all. For instance, if we told you that you a muskrat, would you really have any to be angry with us? The squealed. You could not. Why that he roared. Rage, fury, despair, all this merged in a series of asterisk sons, and the concert number was completed by the whistling which the snoring senior chaplain performed through his after this yielding total RT in. Cormral down on. The TRNCH and his watery expressionless eyes fixed themselves on the forests and mountains in the distance. Corporal, said the volunteer, when you stare at the soughing hills and fragrant forests you remind me of the figure of Dante. The same noble face of a man of gentle heart and soul, susceptible to noble emotion. Please go on sitting there. It suits you very well. With what inspiration, without any affectation or pompousness, you stare out on the countryside. Certainly you are thinking how beautiful it will be in the spring when in the place of these barren spots a carpet of gaily colored meadow flowers will unfold. And that Karl RT will be hugged by a little Br.K. Jakelet, observed Švejk, and the corporal will be licking his pencil, sitting on a tree stump and writing a little to the young reader. The corporal became completely apathetic while the volunteer maintained that he had definitely the corporal's head modeled at a sculptural exhibition. Excuse me, corporal, isn't it true that you once sat for the great sculptor? The corporal looked at him and said sadly, no, I didn't. The volunteer silent and stretched himself out on the bench. The men from the escort were playing cards with Švejk. Out of despair the corporal kibitzed from time to time and even permitted himself the remark that Švejk had led the ace of spades and that it was a mistake. He ought not to have but kept the 7 for the last trick. In pubs, said Švejk, there used to be very notice against kibitzers. I remember one of them, kibitzer, go and hold your jaw, or knock you on the floor. Army train went into the station, where the vans were to be inspected. The train stopped. Well, of course, said the volunteer mercilessly, giving a knowing glance at the corporal, we've got the inspection already. Inspectors entered the van. Reserve Officer Dr. Mraz had appointed by the staff to be commandant of the military train. They always reserve officers into stupid jobs like this. Dr. Mraz had driven off his rocker by it. He still could not account for one of the vans, though in civil life he was a teacher at a secondary modern school. BNDES, the number of men reported in the various vans at the last station did not tally with the number given after they had taken their places in the train at Budapest. When he LCX, get into his, it appeared that suddenly out of the blue he had 2 field kitchens too many. His that in mysterious way the horses had multiplied sent shivers up his spine. In the list of officers he could not trace 2 missing cadets. In the first van where there was the regimental office they were all the time looking for a typewriter. This chaos gave him a headache. He had already taken 3 aspirins and he was inspecting the train with an expression on face. When he entered the prison van with his companion he LCX kept at papers and, receiving the RCPRT of the distraught that he was escorting 2 prisoners and had such and such a number of men with him, he verified once more from the documents the correctness of the information and looked around him. Who on earth are you taking with you? He asked severely, pointing to the senior chaplain who was sleeping on his belly and whose hindquarters kept up provocatively at the inspectors. Humbly, sir, stuttered the corporal, thingamatxjb. What do you man by? Growled Dr. Mraz. Express yourself clearly. Humbly report, sir, Švejk replied that this gentleman who is sleeping on his is a chap hin is the worse for liquor. He hooked himself onto us and got into the NN here and he is our officer. We couldn't throw him out in CAE. There should a breach officer F. Ordination. He obviously confused the staff carriage with the van. Dr. Mraz GGHED and looked into there was no mention there of any senior chaplain who had to go by train to Bruck. His eye twitched nervously. At the station there had suddenly been too many horses, and now chaplain's SPR hang up of the blue in the PNMNCRS van. He could not brace himself to do anything more than order the corporal to turn the man over from his present where he was sleeping on his. It was not possible to identify him. After long efforts the corporal turned the senior chaplain over on his back, during which he woke up, and the officer in front of him in German, Freddy, what's the news? Is dinner ready? Then he his ease again and turned to the wall. Dr. Mraz at once that it was the glut tea. From the NERS of previous night, the notorious who up all the offs. Mess Persians, and he sighed quickly. For this human reared, he ate to the he was J going away when stop FD him, humbly report, sir, I don't have. I'm support to incarcerated only till 11, it's that my term expires. I've been locked up for 3 days and now I ought to go and sit with the others in the cattle truck. As already long 11 I would ask you, sir, if I could be put out onto the track or sent forward either to the cattle truck where I to Lieutenant Luck. What's your name? Asked Dr. Mraz, LCK King again at his purse. Humbly rebright, sir. You're that famous VA Dr. Mr. It's true you should have out by 11. But Lieutenant Look'll has KD me not to let you out until Bruck. He had to us at least wouldn't up to any the way. After the inspector's departure they could not refrain from making the acid remark, so you Švejk, that it you should to apply to higher authority. If I'd have wanted to I have made it very hot for of corporal, said the volunteer, isn't a less credible form of argument, but an intelligent man shouldn't such words if he is angry, or if he wants to attack anybody. And then that ridiculous threat of yours that you could make it hot for both of us. Why the hell didn't you do when you had the opportunity? Just shows great intellectual maturity and your rare tact. I've had enough of this, the I'd, jumping up. L can take you off to prison. And what for, ducks? Asked the volunteer. That's my affair. The summoning courage. Your affair, said the volunteer with a yours and ours. Just like that card game, my aunt your aunt. I should rather say that the mention of your having to go on report has you, and that's why you are beginning to shout out of in a way quite amendary to OMCIAL regulations, you're vulgar swine. Said the crewing up his last to make himself vapor frightening. I'll tell you a mething, Corpal, Švejk, I'm an old idiot. I served before the war and I tell you you never get anywhere with bad language. I can remember that when I served years ago there was an old sweat in our called Schreider. He served for the *up, as the saying goes. He could have gone home long ago as a corporal, but he was slightly cracked. That chap went for us men. He stuck to us shit on a shirt. Tleast thing wasn't right and then that was against all regulations. He bullied us like hell and used to say to us, you're not soldiers but a pack of lousy watchmen. One day I lost my temper and went on company rep. What do you want? Asked the captain. Humbly rel MT, sir, it's a complaint against our Sergeant Major Schreider. After all, we're soldiers of the and not a pack of lousy watchmen. We His Real Majesty and we're not guarding fruit trays. Listen, you vermin, the captain replied, get out of my sight. And so I him if he would put me on battalion works right, when I had explained to the lieutenant colonel that we were not just watchmen but old years off emperor, he had me locked up for 2 days, but then I asked to be put regimental repaired. Hen I explained things on regimental RT. The colonel roared at me that I was a all idiot and I could go to hell. And I again countered, humbly sir, may I put on brigade report? He was afraid of that and at once had our Sergeant Emijot Schreider summoned to the office, who had to apologize to me in the presence of all the officers for the words lousy sachrine. Afterwards he caught up with me in the yard and told me that from that day on he wouldn't swear at me but hound me to the from then on I was on the lookout as you can imagine but I watched carefully enough. I stood at entry by the stores and every sentry always wrote something on the wall. Either they drew female genitals or wrote a little rhyme. I couldn't think of anything and out of sheer I put my signature under the old sweat Schreider as an oath. And that swine of a urgent major at once denounced me, because he was tracking me like a by an unfortunate mischance. On top of that inscription there was another me, we're not going to war. We shit on it, and that was in 1912, when we were about to nurge to Serbia of that Consul Maska. and they sent me at once to Tarasf to the regional court. 15 times the gentleman from the military court photographed that wall by the stores and its inscriptions with my signature on it, and 10 times they made me write down, "We're not going to war." We shit on it so that they could examine my handwriting. 15 times I had to write in front of them, "Old Sweatschreider is an oaf," and in the end an expert in handwriting came and made right. It was July 29, 1897 when Dvar Kralov on the Elbe. The terrors of the in while that's not enough, the judge advocate said. What interests us is the shit. Dictate to him Sknething where there are a lot of S's and H's. And he to me, Sherry, Sheik, Shark, Pasha, Sheriff, Shemazel, Shyster, Riff Raff. That handwriting expert from the court was driven quite crazy by it. He always looked round at the soldier standing behind him with a bayonet and finally said it would have to go to Vienna and I must write 3 times in succession, and the sun begins to scorch, it is beautifully warm. They sent all the material to Vienna and in the end the result was that as far as those inscriptions were concerned it was not my handwriting, but that the signature was mine. I had confessed to it. So I was sentenced to 6 weeks because I had signed it while on sentry duty and they ICMLDNT properly on guard at the time that I was doing it. And so it's clear, said the corporal with satisfaction, that all the same you didn't get off without iring punished and that are a proper criminal. If it had been me and not that court I'd have booked you not just for 6 weeks but for 6 years. Don't be so awful, the interby said, and think instead of how you'll end up yourself. Not long ago they told you that you'd have to go on for a matter like that ought to prepare yourself very seriously and ponder on the last moments of a corporal. What are you really in comparison with the universe, when you consider that the nearest fixed star is times farther away from this army train than the sun and its can make 1 second of arc? If you were a fixed star in the universe you'd be too minute for even the astronomical instruments to #. Your insignificance in the universe defies definitive. For half a year you'd make in the sky a tiny arc, in a year a very tiny which would be tm2 in figures. Your would defy Masurimit. If that's the case, observed Švejk, the corporal should proud of the fact that no one could measure him, and however it may turn out on report he should be calm and not get excited, because all excitement is dangerous for the health, and now in wartime we must all take care of our health. TXCO.SE These war exertions require of every individual that he shouldn't be a lame duck. If they put you in jail, corporal, continued Švejk with a met smile, if you suffer any injustice, then don't heart. And if they have their own opinions, you stick to yours. I once knew a Coleman who was locked up with me at DICE headquarters in Prague for high treason at the urging of the war, and who later might have been executed because of a pragmatic sanction or something. When this man was asked at interrogation whether he had anything to object to in the statements, he said, however it happened yet after that they put him into a dark cell and gave him nothing to eat or drink for 2 days and again brought him back for interrogation. But he continued to insist that however it used to somehow. It never happened yet that it was no how. Perhaps, after they had court-martialed him, he went with it to the gallows. They say that Lihang and SBT, Rappel a lot no whaties, said one of the escort. Not long ago on the drill ground they read us out an order that at Motor they had shot the reservist, Kudna, because the captain slashed with his Embry his little who was in his wife's arms when she to say gulby to him at Bensof and he lost his and these Jalatinels are icked up as a matter of course. They also shot an editor in Moravia. And our id that the mete's in store for others. Everything has its limits, the V dunder ambiguously. You're right, the corp editors like that right. They only stir thee up. Last year when I was still only a lance corporal I had an editor under me and he called me nothing else but a disaster for the army, but when I taught him unarmed drill and he sweated, he always used to EY, the human in me. But I gave him HDL human tring when the order washed flat down and there were a lot of puddles in the barracks courtyard. I took him in front of a puddle like that and the bastard had to fall down into it until tear water splashed like in a swimming pool. And in the afternoon he had to have everything on him glittering. His uniform had to as clean as a new pin, and he ruttered and moaned and muttered. The next day he was again like a pig wallowing in the mud and I stalks it over him and said to him, so oui, Mr. Editor, what's more important, That for the army that human being of yours? He was a regular highbrow, he was. The corporal triumphantly at the volunteer and continued, all because of his being a highbrow he has 1 year stripes, for he wrote to the newspapers about the maltreatment of soldiers. But how could you help maltreating him when a learned chap like him couldn't even dismantle the breech of his rifle, not even when he was shown how to do it 10 times? And when he told, eyes left, he his silly nut to the right as though on purpose and stared altern like an old crow. And at rifle practice he never knew what to grasp first, the sling or his cartridge book. And when you showed him how his arm had to go down on the sling he goggled at you like a calf at a new gate. He didn't even know which shoulder you carry your rifle on and he saluted like a monkey, and when he had to make turns, help us, the movements he made when there was a march past and he was learning how to step. When he had to do at UT turn it was all the same to him which of his shanks he did it with. Thud, thud, thud. He might take 6 paces forward and only then turn round like on a swivel. And when he enarched his step was like a chap's with gout or he danced like an old whore at a parish the corporal spat. He was perksly a very rusty rifle from the store to learn how to clean it and he rubbered it like a dog does a bitch. But even if he had 2 kilts of toe more he wouldn't have been able to clean it he regretted the and rustier it came and on rep RT his rifle was passed from hand to hand and everyone was amazed how it was beepsable that it could be nothing but rust. Our captain ordered to tell him that he would never soldier, that it would better if he went and hanged himself and that was uselessly wasting the army brad. But he just blinked under his glasses. It was a red letter day FCR him when he didn't get ever confined to an Iraq. Then he usually wrote HG articles to the manhandling of the troops until one day searched his baggage. And, my all the KOKs he had. Only about disarmament and international that he had to pop off key K to the jail and from then on he gave us race until he suddenly reappeared in the offs, where his job was to fill in ration forms that the men shouldn't have any contact with him. That was the sad end of that highbrow. He might have become a very different gentleman altogether if he had not lost his volunteer privileges because of his stupidity. He could have a lieutenant. The corporal sighed, he couldn't even get the folds right on his greatcoat. From Prague he ordered various liquids and for cleaning buttons and all the AMH_'s buttons looked as rusty and red as he saw. But couldn't he happy And when he was in the office he did nothing else but philosophize. He had a liking for that as I said. He was always on about his human and nothing else. Once when he was reflecting over a puddle in which he had to plop down when he did his flat down nid to him, when you're always talking a human even when you're in the mud remember that man was created out of the dust of the ground and it must have been okay for him. Having said what he wanted, the was played with himself and waited what the volunteer would why. But it was Švejk who for the same sort of things, for manhandling like that. Years ago a certain KONFNK stabbed himself and is in the 35th Regiment. I read it in the Courier. The had at UT 30 wounds in his of which over a dozen were mortal. Afterwards that deer set on the B4AE of the dead and stabbed him *LF on top of it. There was another CAE years ago in Dalmatia where they cut a THRMT and no one knows to this day who did it. It remained shrouded in secrecy and all that was known was that the corporal was called Fidala and came from Grabovna near Turnov. And then I know of another corporal in the 75th Regiment called Rajmanek. This pleasant narration was interrupted by a loud from the seat where the senior chaplain, Lachina, was slping. The venerable father awoke in all his indignity. His awakening was accompanied by the morning awakening of the young giant Gargantua as by gay old the senior chaplain farted on the and gave an EMR mouse yawn. At last he ate up and out and where am I? The corporal, seeing that the Nitarine man had woken up, answered very servilely, humbly report, Sir, your reverence is pleased to be in the prison. A gleam of astonishment passed over the venerable father's he nt for in silence and tried hard to collect his thoughts. It was in vain. There was an absurdity between what had happened to him in the small hours and his awakening in a van the windows of which were cmr'd with. In the end he asked the who was still standing reverently in front of him, and on holks am I here I humbly RQJRT, sir, on not wise orders. The venerable father stood up and began to walk up and down between the benches muttering to himself that he could not understand. He sat down again and said, Where are we actually going? Humbly report, sir, to Bruck. And why are we going to Bruck? Humbly repaired, sir. The whole of our presentiment is transferred to Venerable. There tried hard again to rent his memory of what had actually happened. And CD to him, how he into the van and why on earth he was going to Bruck, and of all things with a regiment under, and he had recovered from his hangover to be able to distinguish the volunteer, and turned to him to ask, "You are an intelligent, can you explain to me without further and without __ng anything how I managed to get into your company with pleasure?" Gid the volunteer in an amiable tone. "When we were getting into the train you joined up with us at the station in the morning because you had taken a drop much." The corporal looked at him airily. "You got into our van," continued the volunteer, "and the thing was done. You lay down on the and Švejk here put his great coat under your head. When the train was inspected at the last station you were entered on the lists of officers traveling in it. You were, so to speak, officially disqualified, and our will have to go on of it." I see, sighed the venerable father. "See that I am transferred to the staff carriage at the next station. You don't know by any chance whether lunch has already been served?" "Lunch won't serve until Vienna, sir," the corporal put in. "And so it was you who put your coat under my head?" the venerable father said to Švejk. "Thank you very much indeed." "I don't deserve any gratitude," replied Švejk. "I only act as every soldier has to act when he that his or officer has nothing under his head, and that he's every ildier has got to his superior, even if he's half seas over. I have great X with chaplains. I was the Batman to the chaplain, Otto Katz. Chaplains are a merry and lot. The senior chaplain, who had got a fit of dernt racy as a result of his hangover from the day out, a cigarette and offered it to Švejk. "Have a puff, my boy. And you are going on Reb.rt of me, are you?" he said to the corporal. "Don't worry. I'll get you off that. Nothing will happen to you. And as for you, I'll take you with me. You'll live with me like in a feather bed." Now he got a new fit of magnanimity and insisted that he would do something for each one of them. He would buy all 8 for the volunteer and rum for the E-Court. He would have the transfer ed to the photographic section off staff of the 7th Cavalry Division. He would free all of them and never forget them. He began to distribute cigarettes from his CAE not only to Švejk but to all of them, and that all the prisoners to smoke, that he would do his best to see that their punishment was reduced and have them return to normal military life. "I don't want you to think badly of me. I have many connections and I won't let you down. You all of you impress me as being decent people whom the Lord loves. If you have sinned you are atoning for your acts, and I that you gladly and readily endure what God has visited you with." He turned to Švejk. "On what grounds have you been punished?" "The Lord visited with a punishment," answered Švejk piously, "on regimental report, sir, as a result of my late in reaching my regiment through no fault of mine. Is T% Lund Leslie merciful and aid the senior chaplain? Olamly. He knows whom he plus or minus old punish, and owes in this his wisdom and omnipotence." "And why are you in jail, volunteer?" "Because," answered the merciful God, "was gracious enough to visit me with rheumatism, and I waxed proud. After erving my *sentence I shall end to the kitchen. What God ordains he ordains well," aid the venerable father enthusiastically when he heard about the kitchen. "Even there a decent chap can make a career. The kitchen is just the place where they should put intelligent people of all the peaceable look combinations. What is important is not how one but the love with which the food is put together and procured and on. Take for example. When an intelligent son makes onion gus, he takes all kinds of vegetables and fries them in butter. Then he adds spices, new spices, a little nutmeg and ginger. But an ordinary *conrate CCXK has the onion texiled and throws into it brown roux made with suet. Best of all, I'd like to see you somewhere in an officer's mess. A man can live without intelligence in an ordinary occupation and in life. But in the kitchen he's up. Yesterday evening in Bujavas in the officers' mess they gave us among other things kidneys a la Madeira. May God forgive all the sins of the man who CMKED them. Was a really intelligent man, and it is true that in the kitchen of that officer's mess there is a teacher from Scooty. I had eaten the kidneys la Madeira in the officers' mess of the 64th Landwehr Regiment. They put caraway seed in them, like they do in an ordinary country pub when they make kidneys with pepper. And who did them? What was that in civil life? He was a cattle fattener on a big date. The in-ear chaplain stopped FD and then changed the two culinary problems in the Old and New Testament, where particularly in that %E times took a great of trouble with the preparation of tasty dishes after divine service and church ceremonies. He then invited them all to sing S nothing, where unfortunately as usual, started up, Audie gave a little on. After Vicar Fued wa the vine but the senior did get angry. If there was only a drop of rum we wouldn't need any wine, he said, smiling in a friendly renewed, and we could disrend asterisk with that Caroline too. She leads people to sin anyway. The corporal cautiously groped in his coat and drew out a flat bottle with rum in it. Humbly report, sir, he said quietly, that it could be felt what a sacrifice he was making. If you wouldn't take it amiss, certainly not take it amiss, answered the Reverend Father joyfully, his voice assuming a cheery tone. I'll drink to our happy journey. Jesus Mary, gasped the Oberving that after a thorough swig half the bottle had disappeared. Oh, you rogue, you, said the chaplain, smiling and winking knowingly at the volunteer, you're even taking the name of the Lord in vain into the bargain. The Lord must punish you for this. The venerable father again a swig from the flat and giving it to Švejk gave the imperious order, be seatums up. War is war, Švejk said good-humoredly to the as he returned him the bottle, the emptiness being confirmed by a % glint in these such as can only in a mental patient. And now I shall take 40 winks until we get to Vienna, said the senior chaplain, and I should grateful if you would wake me as one as we get there. You, he turned to Švejk, Wim go to the kitchen of our mess, call tea knives and forks and fetch me my lunch. Say that it is for the in-ear chaplain, La China. Make sure that you get a double hajertion. If there are dumplings, don't take them from the ends. You only lose out on that. After that bring me a bottle of wine from the kitchen and take your mess tin with you, that they can pour rum into it. Father La China fumbled in his pockets. Listen, he said to the corporal, I haven't any change. Lend me a guilder. Hey, here you are. What's your name? Švejk. Here you Švejk, here's a tip for you. Corporal, lend me another guilder. LMK, you 11 get that second guilder when you've done your commission properly. And don't forget Tiki to see that they give you cigarettes and cigars for me. If they are also serving out CH gate, a double, and if there are any tins that they give you smoked tongue or goose liver. If they are giving out Emmental cheese, see that they don't give you a piece from the edge, and when it comes to Hungarian salami don't take an end but a cut from the middle, where it's juicy. The senior chaplain stretched himself out on the bench and was asleep in a moment. I think that you must quite pleased with our foundling, said the volunteer to the corporal to the accompaniment of the Reverend Fathers. He's alive and kicking. He's already weaned, as the saying goes, said he's already taking the bottle and Corp. struggled with himself for a moment and suddenly, losing all humility, said harshly, pretty fair sauce. Not having any change he reminds me of a chap called MLF Eco, from Device, said Švejk. He never had any change either, until he was up to his ears in debt and was jailed for fraud. He ate up big money and never had any small change. In the 75th region yet the war, a man from the ward, the captain buzzed all the regimental funds on drink and was cashiered. Now he's a captain again. And a sergeant major who robbed crowed the army of cloth for facings there were more than 20% pack ago of it is now a staff sergeant major. And not long ago they shot an infantryman in Serbia. He ate up his whole kite in at one go when it was to last him 3 days. That's got nothing to do with it, said the corporal, but it's true that to borrow from a 2 guilders for a tip is. Here you are. Here's the guilder, said Švejk. I don't want to enrich myself at your XFSE. And if he gives me a second guilder I'll return that so that you shouldn't blub. You ought to be glad when one of your military superiors teasjaros money from you for his you are frightfully selfish. It's only a quotation of 2 miserable guilders. I'd like to see what you'd do if had to sacrifice your life for your military if he were lying wounded somewhere in the enemy lines and you had to QVE him and carry him away in your arms, when they were shooting at you with shrapnel and everything possible. You'd shit with fright, the Arpel defended himself, you chicken-livered little Batman. There's a lot of quitting in every the man from the court chimed in again. Not long ago one of the chaps who was wounded told us in Book.2-4 that when they were advancing he shitted 3 times in succession. First when they were climbing up from cover to the space before the barbed wire entanglement, a second time when they started cutting the wire, and a third time when the Russians rushed at them with their bayonets and shouted hurrah. Then they began to run back to the trench and in their unit there wasn't a single man who hadn't shitted. And a dead man, who lay on top of the cover with his legs hanging down and half of whose head had torn off by shrapnel, just as though he'd been cut in half. He TCN in the last moment shitted so much that it ran from his over his BTS into the mixed with and half his skin together with his brains lay right underneath. A chap doesn't even notice how it to him 5 times, an idea chap gets ill in a fight. It nauseates him. A sick reconvalescent from Perzymiel told us in a pub called Outlook at Pohoflik in Prague that there was a bayonet assault somewhere under the fortifications and a Russian suddenly facing him. A mountain of a man who went for him with his bayonet and had a huge drip on his when he at that Russian's drip, at his mitt, he suddenly to feel sick and had to go to the first aid BHT where they diagnosed him as suffering from cholera and sent him to the cholera barracks in Budapest, where he actually caught cholera. Was that a common soldier or a corporal? Asked the volunteer. It was a corporal, Švejk answered calmly. That could happen to any volunteer, said the corporal stupidly. But as he spoke he triumphantly at the volunteer, as if to say, one up to me. What do you to that? But the volunteer made no reply and lay down on the bench. They drew near to Vienna. We who were not sleeping observed from the window the barbed wire entanglements and fortifications around Vienna, which obviously evoked feelings of depression throughout the train. One could still hear from the vans the irrescent roaring of the BCRHE from Ka***arsk hori. Wanich com, wan mida comel, but now it was under the unpleasant impression of TLE barbed wire, with which Vienna was lined. Everything's in order, said Švejk, looking at the trenches. Everything is in order, except that these Viennese may get their trousers torn when they go out on trips on Sunday. A chap's got to very careful here. Vienna is quite an important city, he continued. Only think of the wild animals they have in their Schönbrunn menagerie. When I was in Vienna years ago I liked best of all to go NIKK at the monkeys, but when any personality drives out of the palace they don't allow through the cordon. I had with me a tailor from the 10th district and they put him in jail because he was determined to see those monkeys at any. And have you been to the Ask the Cow Al? It's very beautiful there, answered Švejk. L haven't trend there, but Munion who had there told me all about it. The finest of all is the palace guard. Everyone be 2 meters high and afterwards he gets a kiosk to run. As for princesses there are swarms of they passed through a station. Behind them could heard the sounds of the Austrian hymn played by a band which had come here probably by mistake, because it took them a long time to get with the train into the station. They stopped, got their mess portions and a ceremonial welcome. But it was not the same as it had been at the beginning of the war when soldiers on their journey to the front stuffed themselves at every station and when they were welcomed by maidens in stupid white dresses with still more stupid faces, by desperately stupid bunches of flowers and even stupider speeches from some lady, whose husband today pretends to be a great patriot and Republican. The reception party in Vienna consisted of 3 lady members of the *Rite of the Austrian Red Cross, 2 MCMBCRSO for War Society of Viennese Ladies and Girls, and 0 MCIAL delegate from the Vienna Magistracy and a military representative. Fatigue could be seen on all these faces. Trains passed through day and night, ambulance coaches packed full of wounded every hour. At the stations they continually shunted trains of prisoners from one track to another, and me plus or minus Rs of all these various corporations and clubs had to be everywhere present. This went on from day to day and the initial enthusiasm degenerated into yawning. People attended in shifts and all who appeared on a Vienna station had exactly the tired expression as those who were waiting that day for the train with a Book.2-4 regiment. Soldiers peered out of cattle trucks with an expression of ness like people going to the gallows. Ladies came to them and doled them out gingerbread cakes with German inscriptions in sugar, victory and vengeance, Gott strafe England, the Ignorant has fatherland. He loves it and has good cause to fight for it. The men from Upperskhory could be seen stuffing themselves with gingerbread cakes, without losing their expression of Hopelksnand. Then came the order to go by companies for mess merchants to the field kitchens, which behind the station. There was also an officer's kitchen there, where Švejk went to carry out the orders of the senior chaplain, while the volunteer waited until he was fed, because two of escort went to fetch the mess portions for the whole prison van. Švejk carried out his orders, and crossing the track Lieutenant Luka, who was walking between the lines and waiting to see whether there would be anything left for him in the officers' mess. His situation was very unpleasant because for the time being he shared Lieutenant Kirchner's Batman. The scoundrel only bothered about his own master and carried out complete sabotage when it was a question of anything for Lieutenant Luck. "Who are you carrying that to?" Švejk the unhappy lieutenant asked when Švejk put on the ground the pile of things which he had succeeded in wheedling out of the officer's mess and which he had wrapped up in his great coat. Švejk was taken aback for the moment but immediately pulled himself together. His face was full of joy and peace when he replied, "Do you humbly report, sir? Only I don't know where you have your carriage, and I also don't know whether the commandant of the train won't make a fuss if I go with you. He must be a fair swine." Lieutenant Luka looked inquiringly at Švejk, who, however, went on affably and confidentially, "He really is a swine, sir. When he came to inspect the train I informed him at once that it was already 11 OCL, EK, and that I had by now SCRVCD the whole of my sentence and should be either in the cattle truck or with you, and he me quite rudely and said that I must stay where I am, so that I shouldn't you again on the journey." Sir VCJK assumed a martyred expression, as though I had ever disgraced you, sir. Lieutenant sighed. "I've certainly never disgraced you," continued Švejk. "If anything ever happened, it was pure coincidence, nothing but a de-asteriscalization of as old Van Eyck from Pelhafimov used to say when he had served his 36th sentence. I never meant any harm, sir. I always only wanted to do something helpful, something good, and it's not my fault if neither of us had any out of it, but only misery and torment." "Don't cry so much, Švejk," said Lieutenant in a gentle voice, as they approached the staff carriage. "Do everything to see that you're with me again." "Humbly report, sir, I'm not crying. It only dawned on me how sad it was that we are both the most unfortunate people of all in this war and under the sun, and we can neither of us help it. It's a terrible fate, when I think that I've tried hard for the best all my life. Yourself, Švejk." "Humbly, sir, if it were not insubordinate of me, I'd like to say I can't calm myself, but as things are I must say that following your instructions I'm already quite calm again." "Then go and get into the van, SVCJK." "Humbly I'm getting in, sir." Night **Ace reigned over the military camp in Bruck. In the men's huts the soldiers shivered with cold, and in the officers' quarters they were the windows because of the overheating. From the various objects which were under guard there could be heard from time to time the steps of the patrol, who were marching to drive any sleep. Down in Bruck-an-der-Lethe shone the lights of the Imperial and Royal Factory for tinned meat. Here they worked day and night and processed various kinds of offal. Because the wind blew from that quarter towards the alley in the military camp, it brought with it the stink of rotten sinews, HRMES, trotters, and bones which all went into the tin soup. From an abandoned little Invillion, where in race time a photographer TL% to soldiers though were spending their youth here at the military range, one could read down in the valley of the Lethe the red electric light of a brothel, the Maze Cobb, which Archduke Stephen honored with a visit during the Grat at Sopron in 1908, and where the officers foregathered every day. It was the finest body hog, and soldiers or one-year volunteers were not to patronize it. They had to go to the House of Roses, the green light of which was also visible from the deserted photographer's studio. There was the class segregation as later at the front, when the McMarchy could do nothing else to YEIP its troops than provide them with transportable brothels as SGNED to the brigade staffs. Consequently there were LM Fial and Royal, Hers Puffs Fial and Royal NCO's Puffs, and Imperial and Royal men's Bruck-an-der-Lethe was bright with lights, and on the other side beyond the bridge there glittered Kira Lihida, Cisleithania, and Translethaniak. In towns, Hungarian and Austrian, Gilby bands were playing, the windows of the caddies and restaurants gleamed with light, there was singing and drinking. Felal burghers and officials brought their wives and grown-up daughters to the cafes, and Brackenderlitha and Kirillihida were anything but one giant in one of the officers' huts in the amp at night. Švejk was waiting for his Lieutenant Luck, who had that evening to the theater in the town and had not yet returned. Had prepared the lieutenant's bed and was sitting on it while Meyer Wenzer's Batman was sitting on the table opposite. N.E. Major had returned to his regiment again, after his utter incompetence had demonstrated on the Dina in Serbia. It was mid that he had given orders for the dismantling and destruction of a bridge when half his Italian were still on the other side of it. Now he had Aaron assigned to the military rifle range in Kirillihida as commandant and also dealt with the camp's catering. The officer said that Meyer Wenslow would now make a packet. The of Luka and Wenslow were in the same Austria WIE. Of was Major Wenslow's Batman, Mikulacek, a pockmarked little fellow, was swinging his legs and swearing, "Can't think why my old bastard hasn't come yet. I'd like to know where the old dodderer is getting a digit all night. If he'd only given me the KCY of his room I could have gone to bed and had a few drops. He's got oceans of wine. They say he flogs a lot," Švejk observed, comfortably smoking one of his lieutenant's cigarettes because the latter had forbidden him to puff his in the "But surely you must know where he gets all that wine from." "I go where he sends me to," said Mikulacek in a feeble voice. "I get a warrant from him and then I go and draw supplies for the hospital and bring them to his home." "And if he were to order you to rob the regimental till," Švejk asked, "would you do it?" "You swear at him behind his back, but you tremble in front of him like an aspen leaf." Mikulacek blinked with his little eyes. "See, I'd think twice about that." "There's nothing to think twice, you silly coot," Švejk shouted at him, but he suddenly because the door and Lieutenant Luck came in. As could at once be observed, he was in a high humor, because he had his cap on back to front. Mikulacek was so scared that he forgot to jump down from the table and saluted in a sitting position, forgetting as well that he hadn't a cap on his head. "Humbly report, sir, everything is in order," announced Švejk, assuming a firm military to all regulations. Only the cigarette remer *d in his mouth. Lieutenant Luka did not notice this, however, and went straight to Mikulacek, who observed every one of his movements with goggling eyes and continued to salute while sitting on the table. "Lieutenant Luck," said the lieutenant, approaching Mikulacek with a not too firm gait. "And what's your name?" Mikulacek was silent. Brought a chair up for himself in front of Mikulacek, sat down and looking up at him said, "Švejk, bring me my service revolver from my suitcase." The whole time that Švejk was looking for the revolver in the suitcase, Mikulacek was staring in silent horror at the lieutenant. If he understood at this moment that he was sitting on the table, it made him only the more desperate. His legs now were touching the knees of the seated lieutenant. "Hi, what's your name?" None the lieutenant shouted up to Miku, but the Batman wouldn't answer. As he afterwards explained, he had a kind of fit of paralysis at the arrival of the lieutenant. He wanted to jump down and couldn't, he wanted to reply and couldn't, he wanted to stop saluting but couldn't manage it. "Humbly report, sir," put in, "the revolver isn't loaded." "Then load it, Švejk." "Humbly RT, sir, we haven't got any cartridges and it'll difficult to shoot him down from the table." "May I permitted to add, sir, that he is Mikulacek, Major Wenzer's Batman. He always loses the power of when he sees one of the officer gentlemen. He's too shy to speak. I tell you, the thing's a complete milksop and it's still wet tea in the ears. Major Wenslow always leaves it standing in the corridor, when he goes anywhere in the town, and it always moons miserably from Batman to Batman in the barracks. You could understand it if it had some reason to be startled, but really, you know, it hasn't done any mischief at all." Švejk spat, and from the tone of his voice and the fact that he siy about Mikulacek in a neuter, one could deduce his complete contempt for the cowardice of Meyer Wenslow's Batman and his unmilitary bearing. "If you permit, sir," continued Švejk, "I'll sniff him." Švejk dragged down Mikulacek, who went on king idiotically at the lieutenant from the table, and, having placed him on the ground, sniffed his trousers. "Not yet, Ted," But it's already starting. Should I throw him out? Throw him out, Švejk. Švejk took the quaking Mikulik out into the corridor, shut the door after him and said to him, "There you are, you stupid bastard. I've saved your life. When Meyer Winslow returns you'll bring me a bottle of wine and keep your mouth shut, do you understand? I'm not joking. I've saved your life, honestly I have. When my lieutenant's sozzled it's a bad thing. I'm the only chap who can deal with him then and no one else." "You're a fart," Švejk exclaimed contemptuously. "Sit on the doorstep and wait until your Major Winslow comes. You've been OI enough," was Luke's greeting to Švejk. "Now you're in to talk to you. You don't have to go on standing at attention like a stuck pig. Sit down, Švejk, and cut out that according to orders. Shut your mug and listen carefully. Do you know where Sopron Street is in Kirilihida? For GQD's sake cut out your, humbly sir, for I don't. If you don't know then why, L don't and that's enough. Write it down on a piece of paper, 16, Sopron Street. In that house there's an ironmonger's shop. Do you know what an ironmonger's shop is? Herrgott, don't humbly RPRT. Say I do or L don't. And so you know what an ironmonger's shop is? You do. All right, then. That shop to a Hungarian Alet Kakanyi. Do you know what a Hungarian is? Nov, Himmel Herrgott, do you or don't you? All right. Above the shop there is a first floor and that's where he lives. Do you know that? You don't know. Hell's bells. I'm telling you he lives there. Isn't that enough for you? It is. Good. If it wouldn't have been enough for YML, I'd have had you clapped in jail. Have you got it noted down that bastard's kick on you good? Very well, then, tomorrow morning at AEXR1T10OCLTXK you'll go down to the town, you'll find that hog, you'll go upstairs to the first floor and you'll hand this letter to Mrs. Kickel and one ye. Lieutenant Lukies opened his and, yawning, put into Švejk's hand a white without an address. It's a frightfully important matter, Švejk, he went on. Gushin is never out of place, and consequently, as you and EE for yourself, there's no address there. I rely completely you're handing this letter over properly. Make a further answer that the lady is called Itelka. And so now write Mrs. Itelka K. Can you let me add that you're to hand this letter over discreetly without fail and to wait for an answer. It's already written in the letter that you're to wait for an answer. Anything more but what am I to do, sir? If they don't give MC an answer then you'll tell them that you've got to get an answer at all costs, replied the lieutenant with a terrible yawn. Now I'm really fagged today. My God, what we haven't drunk. I think anyone D as tired as I am after an evening and night like that. Lieutenant Luka / had not originally intended to stay long in the town. Towards the evening he had left the camp and gone to the Hungarian theater in Kirilihida, where they were giving a Hungarian operetta. The leading roles were performed by buxom Jewish actresses, whose biggest distinction was that when they danced they throve their legs up in the air and didn't wear either tights or drawers, and for the greater of the officers they shaved themselves underneath like Tartar women. If the Gault got no gratification out of this, all the more fell to the scare of the officers of the artillery, who were sitting down in the stalls and had taken with them to the theater their artillery field glasses for this spectacle. But this kind of interesting smuttiness had no much of an for Lieutenant Lucas, because the opera glass *s he had hired were not achromatic and instead of thighs he only W12 violet in moon. In the interval after the first act he was attracted by a lady who was dragging to the cloak right the middle-aged gentleman who escorted her and insisting to him that they should go home because she refused to at such things. She expressed it rather loudly in German, her escort replied in Hungarian, "Yes, my angel, let's go, I agree." It really is a very tasteless spectacle. It's disgusting, answered the lady in insonaritums, when they get him in her theater cloak around her. Her eyes blazed with indignation over this big black eyes, which went well with her erotifool figure. As she ate this she lmked at Lieutenant Luck and repeated once more with me passion, disgusting, really disgusting. This was decisive for a shat instance. He learned from the room attendant that they were Mr. and Mrs. Kakenyi, and that they kept an ironmonger's shop at 16% Pron Street. And he lives with Mrs. Itelka on the first FLMR, said the attendant with a detailed knowledge of an old body housekeeper. She's a German from Sopron and he's a Hungarian. Here everything's Lieutenant La CMT from the Cloakroom T.X., and went into the town, where he met me offers of the 91st Regiment in the large wine restaurant and cafe. The Archduke he did not talk much but drank all the instead, planning what he should write to that vir, moral, and preed lady who definitely attracted him more than all THCR monks on the NGE, as the other umsers them. In a very MMD he went to a small AAE, at the Cross of St. Stephen, where he went into a small amber separee and threw out of it a Romanian woman, who offered to strip naked before him, after which he could do with her what he liked. Then he ordered *med ink, a pen, mime writing paper and a bottle of agnac. Finally after careful consideration he wrote the following letter which seemed to him to be the loveliest he had ever. Dear Madam, yesterday in the town theatre I had play which upset you much. I watched you of the first you and your husband TM. As I could serve. I won't pull my punch, aid Lieutenant Luck #. What right has that bastard to have such a sweet *IFR? Why, he looks like a shaven. He went on writing. HL band watched all lewd shown on the stage with quiet understanding. But dar madam, were revolted by it because it was not art but expudatin of most intimate human feelings. What breasts the woman has, Lieutenant Luka thought. Why beat about the bush? Excuse me, dear lady, for writing to you, you do not me. I have seen many women in my life, but none of them have made such an impression upon me as you have, for your judgment and view of life are completely identical with mine. I am convinced that your husband is rank egoist and drags you around with him. No, that won't do, Lieutenant La to himself. He crossed out, drags you around and rode instead, and in his own personal interests, dear lady, takes you with him to theater performances which are on his own level of taste only. It is my custom to be frank. I do not wish to obtrude upon your private life and my only desire is to talk with you privately. It'll no good in the hotels here. I'll have to carry her off to Vienna, the lieutenant thought again. I'll fix up an official and so I take the two and Rudy, dear lady, offisking you if we could not meet and get to know each other better in all honor. You surely not deny this to one who will SCXN be facing the sufferings of marching to the front and who, if you should accord him your gracious consent, will retain in the turmoil of battle the most memories of his soul who understood him just as he understood her. Your decision will be my command, your reply the decisive moment of my lift. He signed the letter, drank up his cognac, and another bottle. Then, drinking glass after glass and reading over his last lines, he actually wept over every sentence. It was 9 OCLCRK in the morning, when Švejk woke Lieutenant Lucas, humbly Reb, RT, Sir, you've overslept your duty, and I must go with your letter to Kira Lihida. I called you once at 7, again at 7:30 and then again at 8, as they went past for drill practice, but you just turned OV on your other side. Sir, Lieutenant Lux murmured nothing and wanted to turn over on his side again, but he did not succeed, because Švejk quite ruthlessly shook him and trollowed, Sir, I'm going with that letter to Kira Lihida. The lieutenant yawned. With that letter? Ah, yes, with my letter. This is a very discreet cutter, you understand? Us? Dismissed the lieutenant *Hinail Fuke again in his blanket, from which Švejk had dragged him, and went slipping while Švejk went on his pilgrimage to Kira Lihida. It would not have been difficult to find 16 Sopron Stret if he had not by chance met on the way the old who had trend drafted to the Styrians whose barracks were DCWN in the UMP. Years ago Vodika had lived in Prague at Na Boisti, and so on the occasion of a meeting like this Tyey both had to go to the Black Lamb in Bruck where the waitress Ruianka was a friend of his. She was a CZH and was owed money by all the Czech volunteers in the camp. Recently Sapper Vodina, who was an old Slyboji, had been paying court to her and had a list of all the march battalions which were leaving the camp. He went to see the Czech volunteers at the appropriate time and reminded them that they not disappear in the tumult of the battle without paying their debts. Where exactly are you bound for? asked after they had tasted their first draught of wine. "That's a secret," answered Švejk, "but I'll tell you, because you're my old friend." He explained everything to him in detail, and declared that he was that he could not dare him and that they would go together to hand the letter over. They had a wonderful time discussing times and everything seemed natural and asy to them when at about lunchtime they left the Black Lamb. Apart from that, they had inside them a firm conviction that they were not afraid of anyone. On the way to 16, Sopron Street, Švejk expressed tremendous hatred of and told over and over again how he fought with them everywhere, where, and when he had rows with them and what at any phc had to prevent him fighting with them. Once we had one of Hungarian bandits by the throat in Pausdorf, where we PFS went to drink. I wanted to SCNK him the tkonit with a in the dark we had smashed the hanging lamp with a as it, but all of a sudden he to shout Tonda. Why, it's only from the 16th Lund where a mistake was avoided by a hair's breadth. But instead we gave it fair and pro-fr to those Hungarian clowns at Neusiedler C which we went to 3 weeks ago. In a village nearby there was O0 stationed a machine gun detachment of a HTMVED regiment, and we all HAPF1ED to go to a pub where they were dancing their gardas like mad and shooting their mouths off as they shouted, Uram, Byron, UNM, or Ladiok, Lyok we opposite them, only we put our belts in front of us on the table and to ourselves, you bastards, we'll give it to you hotter, and a chap named Medstage K who had a as big as the White Mountain immediately volunteered to dance and take away a girl from one of these lousy bastards in the middle of the dance. The girls were bloody neat pies, you know, with plump alvas and fleshy arses, and marvelous thighs and eyes. From the way Hungarian bastards squeezed them you could that girls had breasts as full and firm as rubber balls, that they gotta get kick out of it and knew their ONI, MS, and then our Meist HK Juni *D into the dance and was just going to take the next piece away from one of the Hanvs. The Hanv started to something. But Meist HK immediately SCXKED him one across the jaw and the bastard fell down. We all of us at once seized our twisted them round our hands that the bayonets didn't slip out and leaped into the crowd. I shouted out, innocent guilty, finished them off one by one. From then on it went like a house on fire. They began to jump out of the windows, but we seized them by their legs and dragged them back into the hall again. Anyone who wasn't one of ours didn't half get it. Their mayor and a gendarme tried to intervene, but they got at the backside. The landlord got a thrashing, because HC started to swear in German and accused us of ruining the dance. Afterwards we went through the village and rounded up any who were trying to hide from us, like one of their platoon sergeants who we found buried in the hay in the loft of a farm right down in the village. He was to us by his girl cause he'd gone and danced with another one. She had fallen for our Medstick and went with him afterwards on the way up to Kiralihida below the forest where the haystacks stand. She dragged him into one of those haystacks and afterwards won 5 crowns from him. But eked her one across the jaw instead. Afterwards he caught up with us at the top just before the camp and told us that he had always height that Hungarian women had fire in them, but this cow had been as dead as a log of wood and only jabbered something all the time. To put it in a nutshell, the Hungarians are a pack of lousy bastards, old Saparajikov concluded. Švejk observed, many a Hungarian can't help being Hungarian. Why can't he help it? Vodina angrily. Of course he that's stupid. I'd just like to you getting into their clutches as I did when came for Kur *s here the FIM day. Very same afternoon and they drove us into the like a herd of cattle and some bloody foot started to make drawings and to explain what blind dots are, how you lay foundations, how you take measurements, and HC said that if anyone didn't have it drawn the next morning exactly as he'd explained would jailed and trust. BL's yeti hell, I thought. Did I volunteer at the front for these just to get out of serving at the front, or did I do it to make bloody silly drawings every evening in a BLOXLY silly exercise book with a blackly silly fnsil like a silly? I got furious, my patience, I couldn't even look at the idiot who was explaining it to us. I wanted to smash everything around me, I was mad. I didn't even wait for coffee but went straight from the hut to Kiralihida, and in my fury I had only one thought, and that was to find a quiet little pub in the town, drink myself sozzle there, kick up a row, across the jaw, and then go home relaxed and satisfied. Man proptns, God disms is by the river there among me gardens. I found a place exactly like that, quiet as a chapel, I'st made for a row. There were only 2 guests sitting there and talking Hungarian, which made me madder still, and into the bargain was already more sozzled than I realized. And so it happened that I didn't notice sozzled as was that next door there was another place where 8 hussars came in while I was doing my best. When I saw those 2 guests across the jaw the hussars set on me. The bastards gave me such a beating up and chased me all over the gardens so I couldn't find my way home until the early morning and had to go at once to the medical depot, where I gave as an excuse that I'd fallen into a brick pit. Then for a whole week they wrapped me up in a wet sheet so that my back didn't get inflamed. Oh Lord, don't you ever get yourself mixed up with bastards like that. They are not human things. They are animals. All they that eye the sword shall with the sword, said Švejk. And you shouldn't surprise that they got worked up when they had to leave all their wine on the table and go and chase you all over the gardens in the dark. They should have beaten you up at once on the spot in the pub and then thrown you out. It would have better for them and for you TX, if they'd finished with you at the table once and for all. I knew a chap called Parubek who kept a pub in Livk. Once a tinker got himself drunk in his bar on Žalovkov and began to swear and oil that the was weak, that Parubek had put water in it and that if he had been going around as a tinker for 100 years and for all his earnings had only Žalovkova and had drunk it all up at one go, he would still be capable of walking a tightrope and of carrying Parubek in his arms over it. After that he told Parubek that he was a hunkut and the monster of then dear old Parubek caught hold of him, knocked him across the skin with his mud traps and wires, kicked him out of the pub, beat him all he way to the Invalidovna with for pulling down the shop shutters, chased him like a madman across the Invalidovna to Karlin up to Zhikov and from there across the Zidovska to Mal-Euro Ice, where he finally broke the stick on him and could return to Libyo. But in his blind fury he forgot of course that all RHD public were still in his pub and that all those thugs would helping themselves. And when he finally got back he w for himself that this had really been the CAK. The shutters were half closed and 2 cops were standing there who got pretty tight as well when they tried to put things in order inside. Half of all the stock was drunk up, in the street WIS an empty rum barrel, and under the counter Patarowsk found 2 bastards who were completely sold. They had escaped the attention of the cops and when he dragged them out they wanted to pay him 2 kreuzers saying that they had not consumed more schnapps than this. That's the reward for hot-headedness. It's just like in war. First we defeat our enemy, then we pursue him on and in the end we can't run fast enough to get away from haven't forgotten THC and if a single one of THB crossed my path I'd pay him out. We are ugly customers when we get sore. We're like the iron flies when we were at the front at Persimail we had with us a obtained jets botcher, a swine, the like of which you won't find again under the sun. He succeeded bullying us much that a chap called Bitterlich FRCNN our company, a German but a GCRD Frollo, shot himself just because of him. And so to ourselves that when it to whistle from the Russian side it would all up with our obtained jets botcher. And as the Russians started to fire at us we him with 5 shots in the crossfire. The monster was still alive after that like a at with 9 and we had to finish him with 2 further shots, that there wouldn't any trouble. He growled but in a comic sort of way that it was rather funny. Your wariness smike to har up is to of wine into 3. Lirany Jewish. Laughed, that every day at the front. One of my friends told me he's with our now that when he was an infantryman at E grade his company shot their lieutenant in the middle of a battle. He was a cur off TCO who had shot 2 soldiers on the march, they hadn't the strength to go on. And when he was about to expire he suddenly started to blow his whistle and give the signal for retreat. All the around had a laugh. During this absorbing and illuminating conversation Švejk and Vimli eka finally found the ironmonger's shop of Mr. Kakanyi at 16, Sopron Street. I think you'd wait here, to VCXIINA at the carriage I'll run up to the first floor and hand over the letter. I'll wait for an answer and be down in a moment. Do you really imagine I'd desert you? Said Vodina in astonishment. You don't know the Hungarians, I keep on telling you. Here we've got to be very much guard with them. I'll scrk him listen, said Švejk gravely. In this it isn't to do with a Hungarian but with his wife. I told you everything when we together with that waitra, didn't I? I'm carrying a letter from my lieutenant and it's absolutely to keep it secret. My lieutenant enjoined me strictly that no living soul know about it, and, after all, your waitress herself said that this was quite right and that it was a very delicate matter. Must know that my lieutenant is corresponding with a married woman. And you approved and nodded your head in agreement. I've explained to you as is right and fitting that I'm faithfully carrying out my lieutenant's order and you suddenly insist at all costs on going upstairs with me? You don't yet know me, Švejk, answered old sap Ervodina in very grave tone too. When I've or that I won't leave you, you must remember that my WRD is my bond. Two are safer than one. I'll talk you out of that. Do you know where Naklanova Street is at Vijverend? The Smith, Dvornik, had his workshop there. He was a unjust man, and when he returned home one day from a spree he brought with him another reveller. And then he lay in bed for a long time, and every day when his wife dressed the wound on his head she ate to him, Utonink, if there hadn't been two of you I'd have only given you a wigging and wouldn't have thrown the weighing machine at your head. And later when he was able to speak he said, "You're right, Mom, next time when I go anywhere I won't bring back with me." Well, if that Hungarian bastard to throw at our heads it would the end, rally, idvodina, starting to get worked up. I'll take him by the neck and throw him from the first FLCK.R down the so that he'll fly like a piece of shrapnel. You mustn't take any chances with those Hungarian bastards. Kid gloves are no use. VC Cleande, you haven't drunk much after all. I had 2/4 of a liter more than you. Please consider artfully that we mustn't make any scandal. I'm responsible for this. Besides, it's a question of a lady. The lady won as well, Švejk. Our team makes no difference to me. You still don't know old Vodinx once in the Island of Roses some bitch didn't want to dance with me cause I had a swollen jaw, she said. It's true that I did have a swollen jaw, I'd just come there from a dance party in Hastave, but just imagine getting an insult of that kind from that whore. Well, here's one for you T.X., noble lady, I said, so that you shan't complain. When I stxked her once she pulled down the whole table in the garden with all the glasses where she was sitting with her papa and mama and 2 brothers. But I wasn't afraid of the whole Island of Roses, I had friends there from Ovis and they me. We end up about 5 Amilies, children as well. It must have been heard all the long way to Michael, and after that it was in the newspapers too about that garden party, which was held by a charity association of the citizens of some town or other. And as other people have helped me, so I always help any friend of mine if anything should happen to him. I won't desert you, God help me, I won't. You don't know these Hungarian bastards. You can't surely push me off when we are seeing each other again after many years and in circumstances like this into the bargain. Very well, then, me with me, SV you're okay, but please act that we don't have any unpleasantness. Don't worry, old man, said Vodina when they approached the steps. I'll him. And he added in a quieter tone, this Hungarian bastard won't give us any trouble. And if there had any and XLY in the carriage entrance who under check he would have heard from the stairway Vikti and his slogan being loudly nkimmed, you don't know the Hungarian bastard's slogan which aimed to Vodika in the quiet pub above the river Letha, among the gardens of the Anaskira Lihida surrounded by mountains. Soldiers will always remember these mountains with curses, recalling all THSE exercises before the World War and during the World War in which they received physical training for practical massacre and slaughter. Švejk and Vodina sto XL before the door of Mr. Kikoni's flat. Before pressing the T-slash, Švejk said, Vodina, have you ever heard that discretion is the better part of valor? Not bothered, answered he. Be allowed time even to his mug. I have no business with here. Vikti and Švejk rang the bell, and aid loudly, Ein, Zve, and he'll be down the stairs. The a maid AP Fred and asked in Hungarian what they wanted. Nem rudum, said Enfrlly. To my good girl. Do you understand German? Švejk asked in broken German. A kettle, the girl replied equally brokenly. Then tell lady I want SPK lady. Tell her there is letter from gentleman outside in passage. I'm amazed, Vodina, following Švejk into the hall, that you can waste your talking to a little squid and eat that. They stni in the hall, shut the to the and Švejk confined himself to ob*ring. They are quite nicely set up here, even 2 umbrellas on the coat stand. And that picture of Jesus Jewisd isn't too bad either. For more of the RCXMS, from which could be heard the clatter of and the clinking of plates, the maid emerged again and to madam say she have no time. If there is anything you give it me and tell me. Very well, QID Švejk olimally, letter for madam, but mum's the word. He out Lieutenant Locke's letter. He said, to himself, wait answer in hall here why you sit down? Asked Vikli Eka, who was already sitting on a chair by the wall. There's a seat for you. You don't have to stand here like a beggar. Don't demean yourself for that Hungarian. You'll see, we're going to have trouble with him, but I'll sock him. Listen, he said a minute later, where did you learn German? El taught myself, answered Švejk. There was a moment's silence again. Then from the RCN, into which the maid had carried the letter there could be heard a tremendous shouting and uproar. Someone threw something heavy on the ground, then glasses could be clearly heard flying and plates splintering mixed with a bellowing of Bazamazi Bzamazi Isinat, Bazama Christus Bludriat, Bazamazi Isteder, Bazama Vilagot. The DCR flew open and there flew into the hall a man in his best yars with a napkin round his neck waving in his hands the letter which had been delivered a moment before. Nearest to the sat old sapper Vodina, and consequently it was to him that the infuriated gentleman addressed himself first. What this mean? Where is the bloody swine who brought this letter? Gently now, said Vodika, getting up. Don't shout loud here, unless you want to chuck out and if I wish to know who brought that letter ask my friend there. But talk to him lightly or 1, 2, 3, go, and you'll be out of the DCNJR. Now it was for Švejk to explorence the rich of the gentleman with a napkin round his neck, who got fearfully tied up and said that they were just having lunch. We've heard that you're having lunch, Švejk agreed in broken German, adding in Czech, it could also have occurred to us that we might perhaps be dragging you quite amy from your don't demean yourself. Mid v Cyrili Eka. The infuriated gentleman, whose napkin as a result of his lively gesticulation hung around him only by one corner, went on to say that he had at first thought the letter contained something about army bleeding in this house, which belonged to his wife. Quite a lot of soldiers could get in here, said Švejk, but that was not what the letter was about, as you probably are WWC for yourself. A of obscene oaths. The Vern Mary, fit Randy the world the gentleman put his hands to his head and uttered a series of reproaches, saying that he was a lieutenant, and that he would like to serving now but that he had kidney disease. In his day the officers were not profligate as to disturb the tranquility of the family. He would send the letter to the regimental seamander, to the Ministry of War, he would publish it in a Švejk with dignity. It me who wrote that letter. I wrote. Not lieutenant. The signature and RHL's. I like your wife very much. He be 1K frag. I'm up to the ears in love with your wife, as virtually to she's a epital woman. The infuriated gentleman vant to hurl himself at Švejk, who calmly and happily in front of him, but old Sap Vodika following his every movement tripped him up, from his hand the letter which he was continually waving and stuck it in his then when Mr. Kikoni up again Vodina seized him, carried him to the end. It with hand. Then could be heard rolling down the steps. It all happened as quickly as in Hairy Tales, when the devil came to take someone off. The only trace which remained of the infuriated gentleman was his napkin. Švejk picked it up, and ked on the door of the room from which 5 minutes ago Mr. Kikoni had emerged and where a woman's sobs could be heard. I'm bringing you the napkin, ID gently to the lady, who was weeping on the so. Someone might trample on it. He clicked his heels, and went out into the passage. On the stairs no further trace of the struggle could be seen and just as Vodina had forecast the scene off quite smoothly. Only afterwards by the gate in the carriage Švejk found a torn-off collar. Evidently the last act of this tragedy was here when Mr. Kekany desperately held onto the house gate as not to be dragged out into the street. It was lively in the street, however. Mr. Kekany was dragged off to the carriage entrance of the house opposite, where they poured water on him, and in the middle of the street old Saprovodika fought like a lion against some Honveds and Honved hussars who had rallied to their fellow countrymen. He defended himself in a masterly fashion with his bayonet hanging on his belt like a flail. And he was not alone. At his side there fought several QX soldiers from various regiments who were just harassing by in the street. Švejk, as he later maintained, didn't know himself how he came to get mixed up in this, nor HCRS, having he got hold of the stick of a panic-stricken. It lasted quite a long time, but all thieves have to come to an end. The military police came along and arrested them all. Švejk carried with him the stick, which was pronounced by the U.R.N. mandant of the military to a delictee, and marched side by side with he walked happily, carrying the stick on his shoulder like a rifle. Old Saprovodina was stubbornly silent during the whole journey. It was only when they came to the guardhouse that he said in a tone to Švejk, "Didn't I tell you that you didn't know those Hungarian bastards?" NEV sufferings Colonel Schroeder and RVED Tishkin the pale countenance of Lieutenant Lucas, who had big rings under his eyes and in his embarrassment avoided the colonel's gaze. Instead, surreptitiously, as though he were studying something, he eyed the plan of the men in the camp, which was also the only ornament in the whole of the OMS. On the table in front of Kolund lay Mim newspapers concerning articles marked in blue pen. The colonel scanned them once more and said, looking at Lieutenant Luck, "And so you know already that your Batman is under arrest and will probably be brought to divisional court-martial?" "Do, sir." "But that does not of course the matter," the colonel said with emphasis, feasting his eyes on the pale face of Lieutenant Lucas. "The Elzel community have certainly been struck by the whole affair of your Batman Švejk, and your name is quoted in that context as well, Lieutenant. Divisional headquarters have already sent us certain material. We have here some journals which deal with this case. You may read them aloud to me." He handed to Lieutenant Lux with the marked articles, and the lieutenant began to recite them in a monotonous voice, as though he were reading from a child's reading primer. The sentence, "Honey is much more and easily digestible than where the guarantee of our future is that in the Pesterloid?" asked the colonel. "Yes, sir," answered Lieutenant Lux and went on reading, "The conduct of the war derms fall class of the population of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. If we are resolved to guarantee the security of the state, all render each other mutualities in the which one feels for another that the guarantee of our fraternity lies. The greatest sacrifices of our doughty warriors at the fronts, they advance forward without respite, not if the ancillary political pool asterisk of our glorious armies, were unitive TLR backs of our TRMPS. There were elements trying to break up the state monolith and by their mail undermine its off-middies an integral unit discord in the community of the rationalities of our empire. In this historic hour we cannot pass over in silence a handfarrell of #Opal who out of local chauvinistic motives would like to try to the unified efforts and struggle of all the nationalities of this empire for the highest punishment of those criminals who have attacked our empire without just cause with the obscenity of robbing it of its culture civilization. We cannot ignore THCSC disgusting manifestations of the outbursts of a pathological mentality which has no other aim but to disrupt the unanimity reigning in the hearts of times. We taken the opportunity to draw attention in our journal to the need for the military authorities to intervene with utmost severity against those individuals in the regiments, who in of glorious regimental traditions and by their senseless and outrageous conduct stir up hatred in our Hungarian towns against the entire Czech nation, which as a whole is entirely and which has always firmly for the interests of this empire. This is proved by a whole series of outstanding Czech military personalities, among whom we recall the glorious figures of Marshal Radetzky and other defenders of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. In contrast to these shining there are few scoundrels drawn from the depraved Czech rabble who in obedience to their lowest instincts have taken advantage of the world war to volunteer for service in the army and to spread chaos in the nationalities of the monarchy. We have already once drawn attention to the outrageous behavior of Regiment No. in Debrecen, whose disgraceful excesses worthy of discussion and condemnation by the Budapest Dict and whose regimental standard was later confiscated at the front. Who is it has this heinous sin on his conscience confiscated? Who drove the Czech soldiers to confiscate it? THC brazen behavior of this alien vermin in our Hungarian fatherland is best shown by the case in Királyhida, the Hungarian outpost on the Litha. What was the nationality of those soldiers from the nearby military camp in Brokandar who assaulted and tortured the merchant, Mr. Gyula Kakanyi? It is clearly the duty of the authorities to investigate this crime and to demand information from the military command, who must certainly concern themselves with this matter. We require to know the exact role played by Lieutenant Lukash in this unprecedented agitation against citizens of the Kingdom of Hungary. This officer's name is being mentioned in the town in connection with the CVCNTS or recent days, as we have been informed by our correspondent, who has already collected voluminous material the affair, which is crying scandal in today's serious times. The readers of Pesterloid will certainly follow with interest the developments of the investigation, and we wish to assure THCM that we shall inform them in detail this affair, which is of outstanding importance. Are still expecting of the crime at which was committed against the Hungarian population. It is obvious that the Budapest Diet will take the matter up, so that it can be established once and for all that Czech soldiers passing through the Kingdom of Hungary on their way to the front are not permitted to think that they hold the lands of the crown of Saint Stephen and Fee. If however any representatives of that nationality who in Királyhida have so splendidly represented the partnership of all the nationalities of this monarchy are still unable to understand the situation, they had better keep extremely quiet, for in war people of this kind will be taught by the bullet, the gallows, jail, and THC bayonet to obey and to subordinate their acts to the highest interests of our common fatherland. Who has signed this article? Footnote. Bela Barabas, and parliamentary deputy. He's a notorious swine, Lieutenant, but before the article found its way to the Pesterloid, it had been published in the Pesti Berlad. Now please read me the official translation from Hungarian of the article in the Sopran Ional Sopamai Napld. Lieutenant Luka read aloud the article, in which the editor took great pains to ensure that the wing HPTCH of expressions should figure prominently, the requirements of state law and order, human % narration, human dignity and feelings trampled underfoot, cannibalistic debauches, of human pack of Mameluke, the scenes you will RNOGNIZE then. And so it went on, as though the Hungarians were the MCST reputed element on their own soil, as though the Czech soldiers had and struck down the editor, trampling on his with their boots, while he was wailing with pain, and Omion had taken it all down in shorthand. There is a dangerous silence enshrouding some very important matters, and nothing is written them, was the wail of Sopany Nap, the daily NPER of we all know what can end at the front. We all know what things the Czechs do, is going on here, what the situation is with the geeks and who is it all. The vigilance of the authorities is of course directed towards important things, which however not be isolated from the general control of events, that what has these days in Királyhida may never happen again. Our article of yesterday was confiscated in 15 places. That is why we have no alternative but to state that even today we still do and have on technical grounds many remesses for dealing in detail with THC events in Királyhida. Any reporter whom we rat out established on it that the authorities are showing genuine zeal in the whole affair and that the investigations are proceeding at full steam. The only strange thing is that some IA the whole are still at this, is particularly the with one gentleman who according to hearsay still remains unzamished in the military camp and still wears the insignia of Parrot Regiment. WZS published the day before yesterday in Pesterloid and the Pesti Nagaldi. We are CFCR to the well-known Czech chauvinist, H. outrageous behavior will form the subject of interpellation by our deputy Gazisavanu, who represents the district of. The weekly in Királyhida and the Pressburg write just as amiably about you, Lieutenant, Gonaluk served. But that won't interest you very much cause it's all much of a much. There are political for this, because after all we Austrians, whether we're Germans or CRCHS, are, if you compare us with the Hungarians, still pretty. You understand me, Lieutenant, don't you? There's a certain tendency in all this. You might perhaps be more in an article in the Komarno Evening NC, where they assert that you tried to rape Mrs. Kikonyi right in her very dining RTNJRN during lunch in the of her husband, whom you had threatened with your saber and forced to gag his wife's mouth with a towel to prevent her screaming. That's the latest news of you, Lieutenant. The colonel gave a smile and went on, the authorities have done their duty. Preventive censorship of the newspapers here is in the hands of the Hungarians and they do what they like with us. Our officers enjoy no protection from the insults of a swine of a civil Hungarian editor like this, and it was only as a result of our sharp intervention, in other words on the basis of a telegram from Divisional Court-Martial, that the Public Prosecutor's Office in a to that errors way carried out among the editorial staffs of all the POD-FS mentioned. The who's going to catch it hottest is the editor of the Komarno Editing News. He will remember his etning new to dying day. Court-Martial has authorized me as your superior officer to hear your side of the case and at the time has sent me all the documents concerning the INV%TI Gashin. Everything would have turned out and right if it had for your unfortunate Švejk. There was with him a certain Vodina. When they took that nun to the guard how after the brawl they found on him the letter you had to Mrs. Kakenyi. Your Švejk alleged under cross-examination that it was not your Jetta, but that he had written it. However, when it was shown to him and he was asked to copy it to compare the handwriting in it with his own, he ate it up. From regimental office your reports were later sent to Divisional Court-Martial that they could compare them with Švejk's handwriting, and this is the result. The colonel turned over the PG of the indictments and drew the lieutenant's attention to the following. The Švejk refused to write sentences to him, claiming that during night he really attribute no importance that over to what your Švejk or the sapper said at Divisional Court-Martial, Lieutenant. They alleged that it was only a question of a little joke which had Tren misunderstood, and that they were Thamarovs attacked by civilians and defended themselves to their military honor. In the course of the investigation it was AG urged that Švejk of yours is a fine rascal altogether. Thus for example, when asked why he didn't confess, he answered according to the repaired, I'm in just the QRNE position as the servant of the academy painter Mr. Panuska once was about some pictures of the Virgin Mary. When it was a question of pictures he had allegedly he couldn't answer anything except, do you want me to spit? Of Quran of regimental command I have can to it that in the name of Divisional Court-Martial all newspapers must publish corrections of all these rubbishy articles in the papers here. Today corrections will be sent out and I have done everything to what took place as a result of the early conduct of THCSE Hungarian civilian journalist bastards. I think I've formulated it well. Divisional Court-Martial and Regimental Command and state that the article published in the Excel journals AKU, UT alleged X on the of the men of regiment and has no basis in fact and is invented from A to Z, and that the pair creatings brought against those journals will result in the *vir punishment of the guilty. Divisional Court-Martial in its repair to our regimental command, continued the colonel, has come to the conclusion that behind all this there is no fingle than a systematic agitation against military units coming from Cisleithania to Transleithania. Just compare how many soldiers have gone to the front from our of the country and how many from theirs. I tell you that a Czech soldier is much more to my taste than any pack of Hungarian bastards. It's enough for me to remember how at the Hungarians at our 2nd March Battalion, who didn't know that it was the Hungarians who were at them and to fire at the Deutschem sisters on the right wing. Then the Deutschmeisters muddled as well and naid fire on the Bosnian regiment which alongside then. That was a nice situation. At that very moment I was having my lunch at the brigade staff. The day TX4 we had to be with ham and tin soup, but that day we had a PR0*R chicken soup, filet with rice, and tittle donuts with egg flip. The evening before we'd hanged Azovian wine merchant in a town and our CMKS had fmanned in his cellar wine which was 30 years old. You can imagine how we all looked forward to the lunch. We'd tend the soup and were just digging into the chicken when suddenly there was a skirmish and of shots, and our artillery, who hadn't the foggiest idea that it was our units who were sting at each *her, to shoot into our lino, and one shell fell quite close to our brigade staff. The Serbs probably thought that a mutiny had broken out on our side and they to fire at us from all sides and to the river towards us. The brigade general was came to the telephone, and the divisional commander kicked up a tremendous row about the shambles in the brigade. He said that he'd just got orders from army staff to begin the attack on the Serbian at 2.35 m on the left flank. We were the reserve and we must at once see a fire. But in such a situation how can you to have CEA** fire? Brigade telephone exchange reported that it couldn't get any connection anywhere, but that the staff of the 75th Regiment was reporting that it had received from the next division the order stand firm, that it was not kissable to communicate with our division, that the Serbs had occupied Ins 212, 226 and 327, that a battalion was required to act as liaison and provide telephone communication with our division. We transferred the call to the division, but the connection was already broken, because in the meantime the Serbs had got behind on XTH flanks and up our center into a triangle. Inside that everything stayed: regiments, artillery and baggage train with a whole column of cars, the stores, and the field hospital. I was 2 days in the saddle and the divisional commander was captured with our brigade commander. And that was all ULT of the Hungarians they shot at our 2nd March Battalion. Of course, and imagine, they tried to blame it all on our regiment. The Colonel, you've trained able to EE for Lieutenant. What splendid they have made of your little adventure in Kiralihida. Lieutenant Lukak Hofton. Lieutenant, the Colonel said to him in a tone. Handyer, how many time did you sleep with Mrs. Colonel Schroeder was in a very gaxel rncxdtcuy. Don't, Lieutenant, that you've only to with her. When I was your age, I 3 in Erla on a geometry course, and you should have seen how during all those 3 weeks I did nothing else but sleep with Hungarian women. Every day with another one. Young ones, single ones, elderly ones, married ones, just as they came. I ironed them out so roughly that when I returned to my regiment I could hardly move my legs. It was the wife of a lawyer who took MCSST out of me. She showed me what Hungarian women can do. She bit me on the nose in the end, didn't let me close my eyes the whole night. You just teaskin to correspond. The Colonel said, patting him familiarly on the shoulder, we know that. You don't need to anything. I have my opinion of the whole matter. You got involved with her, her husband came along, and that stupid Švejk of yours. But you know, Lieutenant, that Švejk of yours must have character after all, when he pulled off such a trick with your letter. One really feels sympathy for such a man. I say it's a matter of upbringing. That's what I like about that bastard. The proceedings have to be in this respect. Lieutenant, you have been vilified and your presence here is quite unnecessary. In a week's time a March battalion will be sent to the Rusian front. You're the most senior officer in the 11th Company and you'll go with it as commander. Everything has been arranged at brigade headquarters. Tell the quartermaster sergeant major that he should find you another Batman instead of that Švejk. Lieutenant looked gratefully at the Colonel, who continued. Assign Švejk to you as company orderly. The lieutenant turned pale and the Colonel got up and offered him his hand, kneeing, well, everything is settled now. I wish you good luck so that you distinguish yourself on the Eastern Front. And if by any chance we should meet again, come and join us. Don't avoid our as you did in Budalarovas. Lieutenant Luka repeated to himself all the way home, Commander, company orderly. And vividly before his eyes there the figure of Švejk. And our Master Sergeant Major Vanuta said, when Lieutenant Luki ordered him to find him a new Batman instead of Švejk, I thought, sir, you were satisfied with Švejk. When he learned that the Colonel had nominated Švejk orderly to 11th Company, he cried out, God help all. At the divisional court in a hut which was fitted with bars they got up according to regulations at 7 a.m. and put in order their straw mattresses which were lying about in the dust on the ground. There were no bunks. In a compartment in the long hall they were folding the blankets and placing them neatly on the straw mattresses according to regulations. The men who had finished their IOBS were sitting on benches along the wall and either looking for lice, those who'd come from the front, or amusing themselves by relating various adventures. Švejk with old Sapper sat on a bench near the door with a group of soldiers from various regiments and military units. Look at that Hungarian fellow there by the window, chaps, Vodi and Kot. See how the bastard prays to God that everything will go well with him. Wouldn't you like to break his mug open from ear to ear? But he's a chap, said Švejk. He's only here because he didn't want to join up. He's against the war, belongs to some kind of sect, and he's been jailed because he didn't want to kill people. He keeps God's commandment, but they are going to make Genie's commandment hot for him. Before the war there was a fellow called Nemreva living in Moravia who didn't even want to take a rifle on his shoulder, and when he was called up he said that it was against his principles to carry a rifle. Because of that he was jailed until he was blue in the face and then brought up again to take the oath. But he said he wouldn't do it as it was against his principles, and HC held out so long that he got away with it. He must have been a stupid chump, said old Sapper Vodi and Kot. He could have taken the oath and then shitted on everything, and the oath already taken the oath 3 times, an infantryman chimed in, and this is the 3rd time I'm here for desertion, and if I hadn't got a medical certificate showing that 15 years ago I beat my aunt to death in a fit of insanity, they'd have shot me 3 times at the front. But my late lamented aunt always helps me out of trouble and in the end probably get out of this war safe and sound. And why did you kill your auntie, old man? Asked Švejk. Why do people kill each other? The pleasant man answered. You can guess for yourself. It was for money, of course. She had 5 savings bank books, that old frump had, and they had just sent her the interest when I came to visit her, and I was completely at the